Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Once a vibrant district known for its buzzing crowds, tourist shops, and lively entertainment, Area 45 had turned eerily silent. A suffocating tension gripped the air. "They're sticking to us," muttered a bald man, hand resting on the sword at his waist. His voice was low and tight with concern. "I see them," Ivans replied, adjusting the goggles on his forehead as he kept his rifle slung across his back. "They're trailing from a distance. Not attacking, not yet. They're stalling for reinforcements," the bald man guessed. "Exactly." Ivan's tone was calm, but sharp with realization. "This isn't random. They're spreading out to cut off our exits. We were only supposed to pass through for a day," a tall, dark-skinned man growled. "One day before heading to the New World. Now look at this mess. Those damn Jones pirates screwed everything up," grumbled a heavy-set man beside him. "I heard their captain's completely insane." Despite their brisk pace through the backstreets, the Marines remained on their heels. No matter how fast they moved, the shadows of justice clung to them. Then, Ivans abruptly stopped. His expression darkened as he brought the rifle into position and peered through the scope. "What is it?" the chubby man asked. "Reinforcements," Ivans said grimly. His eye narrowed behind the lens. Through the scope, he caught sight of a young Marine standing in front of the major who had been tracking them all day. The major saluted with rigid respect. Whoever this new arrival was, he outranked the major and commanded authority like a storm on the horizon. Oddly, the Marines began to fall back. "They're retreating," the bald man said, blinking. "Why now?" Ivans didn't answer. A chill ran down his spine as the young Marine looked directly toward their hiding spot. No words, no gestures, just a stare that pierced like a blade. "This guy, he's dangerous," Ivans murmured. A soft voice broke through the tension. "Just got confirmation," said the only woman in their crew, her face pale. "The other 4 supernova crews, they've been wiped out or captured." The words hit like cannon fire. "What?" gasped the chubby man. Each of them had bounties over 100 million, and 3 of the crews were brought down by one man. Ivan zoomed in on the Marine's shoulder. Rank insignia confirmed the worst. "Rear Admiral," he breathed. The woman was stunned. "How do you know?" "That's Arashi," Ivans muttered. "And we're in serious trouble." At that moment, Arashi finished exchanging words with the major. "I'll handle it from here," he said with a faint smile. "You and your men may withdraw." The major didn't argue. He saluted again, clearly relieved to pass the responsibility along. After all, Arashi's recent feats were already bordering on legend. Arashi turned his eyes back toward Ivans and began walking toward them. "He's moving," the woman shouted. "I see him," Ivans replied, finger tightening on the trigger. But something unseen weighed on him. Something heavy, paralyzing. The oppressive pressure came not from Arashi's actions, but from his very presence. Ivans had never felt fear like this before. His finger, trained for war, now trembled. He couldn't pull the trigger. "Do we fight?" asked the bald man, hand on his sword. Ivans gave no answer. Arashi approached with measured steps. Then he vanished. Ivans blinked. "He's gone." A sharp wind cut through the air. A white cape fluttered in front of him. Arashi was already there. "Mina!" the bald man roared, unsheathing his blade and slashing downward. But Arashi had already seized the woman in a single fluid motion. He didn't even flinch as the blade struck his back. Only a harsh clang echoed out. "Iron body," Arashi said casually, eyes locked on the man behind him. The sword hadn't even scratched him. Fear spread like wildfire. "I'm not a patient man," Arashi said coldly. "One more swing, and I snap her neck." His gaze turned to the others. Ivans, the bald swordsman, the remaining 2 who were still frozen in disbelief. "One choice," Arashi continued, voice low but commanding. "Surrender now, or she dies. Then you follow." Silence. Ivans lowered his rifle. You win. Arashir smiled faintly, not with malice, but respect. He released Mina gently and turned. Come with me. The five exchanged glances. Ivans gave a subtle shake of his head. No resistance. Not now. They followed Arashir in silence. At the harbor, Marines watched them board a waiting warship. Rear Admiral Arashi's insane. He took down 4 supernova crews alone. They say he even went toe-to-toe with the Dark King, Rayleigh. Rumor has it he's Garp's disciple. Ivans heard it all. His jaw clenched. No wonder the air around Arashir felt so suffocating. He was practically bred for this. The warship set sail. On the deck, silence reigned until Arashir finally spoke. You have 2 paths, he said, facing them once more. First, you serve under me, as Marines. What? Someone blurted out, confused. Arashir ignored him. Second, I send you to Impel down. Deepest level. No sunlight, no noise, no escape. His smile was polite, cold, inevitable. The pirates looked at one another. Their expressions said it all. Option 1, Ivan said. The Marine warship steadily cut through the waves, leaving the Sabeti archipelago behind as it sailed along the Marine-exclusive Red Line route. The world, ever so turbulent, barely noticed that 5 once notorious pirates had vanished from the bounty lists. By the time the sun rose the next day, their names had quietly been erased, thanks to a simple conversation between Rear Admiral Arashir and Fleet Admiral Sengoku. On the deck, morning drills were already underway. 1, 2, 3, 4. 6 figures in Marine trainee uniforms scrubbed the wooden deck in perfect rhythm under the stern watch of Lieutenant T-Bone. The morning air echoed with discipline and the scent of salt. Leaning against the railing, Arashir stretched with a yawn, watching the trainees with quiet satisfaction. He now had a ship of his own, a crew. His journey as a Marine had truly begun. I'm Razanani. Let's get along, said a tall, cheerful boy as he energetically mopped the deck. With chores now shared among 6 rather than shouldered alone, Razanani was clearly in high spirits. The 5 ex-pirates hesitated briefly, but introduced themselves one by one. Ivans, Sniper, 22. I dream of world peace, the sharp-eyed man said flatly. Yagyu Hyobu, Swordsman, 21. I want to protect justice through the blade, said a disciplined, steely young man. Mina, Navigator, she said curtly, brushing a strand of hair from her eyes. Kira, Cooking Gourmet. My dream's to taste every delicacy in the world, he added with a grin. Slow, Shipwright. Someday, I want to witness the legendary ship's spirit, the round-faced builder said with visible excitement. Their voices lacked enthusiasm, but there was something genuine in the way they looked at each other afterward, a reluctant camaraderie forming under discipline and shared circumstance. From today, we're comrades, Razanani said brightly, raising his mop like a sword. That one word, comrades, broke the invisible wall. The pirates turned trainees, visibly relaxed. Lieutenant T-Bone approached, his skeletal features eerie, yet his tone was polite. I'm Lieutenant T-Bone, but feel free to call me T-Bone. Greetings, sir, they replied in unison, slightly startled. Rear Admiral Arashir is your commanding officer and the highest authority aboard this vessel, T-Bone explained. He's kind and fair, though. I suggest not slacking off. Arashir, standing nearby, smirked quietly. He once defied the will of nobles and later challenged the celestial dragons themselves. T-Bone added, pride growing in his voice. After joining the Marines, he stood against the Roger pirates, and even went head-to-head with the Dark King, Rayleigh. Roger himself called him a formidable opponent. The trainees turned pale. Eyes drifted to the young man at the bow of the ship. How could someone so young have a resume that read like a war epic? As the ship crossed into the New World, Arashir spent more time with the recruits, gradually uncovering their strengths. Ivans, already awakening observation hockey, showed uncanny accuracy and danger sense with a rifle. Yagyu Hyobu had honed his sword skills to the point of cutting steel, possessing raw strength and discipline. Slow, despite his trade as a shipwright, held his own in a fight. Mina lacked combat prowess, but navigated like a veteran sailor. Kira, though not a warrior, had an incredible palate and was beloved for his morale-boosting meals. With them aboard, the warship no longer felt like a tool of war. It was a home in the making. Training is mandatory, Arashi said one morning, his tone commanding. You five will lead exercises with the new recruits. I'll personally help strengthen your weaknesses. Yes, SIR, came a unified response, crisp and sharp. The transformation had begun. In mere days, the 5 former pirates had begun to resemble true Marines, driven, respectful, and slowly shedding the weight of their past. During a group workout, Ivan squinted at Rosanani. You're 12? He asked in disbelief. That's impossible. Mina added. You're taller than me. What have you been eating? Kira chimed in. Natural talent. Rosanani declared proudly. Then BAM. 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 Fists flew. Arashi had arrived, and discipline followed. No yelling during training, he said calmly as he withdrew his iron fists, leaving a trail of comical forehead lumps. Damn it. His punches are tougher than my sword. Ivans moaned, clutching his head. Hyobu winced. Why does it feel like he dented my skull? Of course it hurts. He's Vice Admiral Garp's disciple. Rosanani mumbled, trying not to cry. Their training continued with grueling intensity. Arashi fused Garp and Zephyr's brutal methods with the systematic teachings of the Marine Academy. Physical conditioning, battle formations, hockey discipline, every day molded them into something greater. T-Bone, now training alongside them, couldn't help but admire Arashi. The man was strong, yes, but more than that, he was a leader. The ship ventured deeper into the Grand Line, docking only at Marine bases for resupply. Between battles, Arashi remained in constant communication with HQ, often receiving intelligence on pirate movements and personally leading suppression missions. Through each skirmish, the trainees grew. They weren't just surviving, they were evolving. 2 weeks later, as the sun reached its peak, a newsbird dropped a newspaper on the deck. Ivans picked it up and read the headline aloud. GOLD, Roger has reached the end of the Grand Line and is crowned Pirate King. The final island is named Raftel. Everyone froze. Roger became the Pirate King. Slow echoed, stunned. Arashi's eyes narrowed. He recalled a conversation from just days ago. A din-din mushy began to ring. He answered it solemnly. Master Garp, you've seen the news? Garp's voice was gruff, tired. Yes. I chased that bastard for 2 years, Garp said with a weary chuckle. And even sick and dying, he still made it. Arashi remained silent, listening. I thought after reaching the top, Roger would do something crazy. But instead, he disbanded his crew. Disappeared. There was a pause. Arashi smiled faintly. So now you get to rest? Huh. You think I'm the kind of man who wants to rest? Garp barked with laughter. They chatted a while longer, of old battles, near misses, and unforgettable encounters. Of God Valley, of rivalries forged in fire. And when the line went silent, Arashi stood alone at the bow, the breeze brushing his coat. Behind Garp's laughter, he'd heard something else. Regret. A heaviness lingered in the old hero's voice, not just over Roger's rise, but perhaps over the path not taken. Arashi clenched his fists. What had Garp seen in Roger? What choice did he lament? And would Arashi, one day... Roger's ascension to the title of Pirate King sent shockwaves worldwide, rippling far and wide. Even Arashi, who was far from the epicenter of these events, soon felt their impact. The first indication came from a direct order from Marine headquarters. Be on high alert. We must prevent any potential pirate uprisings inspired by Roger's recent actions. Rear Admiral Arashi, you are authorized to take harsher, more ruthless measures if necessary. This order was unlike anything Arashi had seen before, causing him to narrow his eyes in contemplation. Typically, the Marines focused on capturing pirates, reserving lethal force for extreme cases. Only a few, like him and Sakazuki, were known for their brutal methods. Is this meant to intimidate pirates and quickly prevent greater upheaval worldwide? He wondered. Additionally, In recent days, within the second half of the Grand Line, Arashi, T-Bone, and the others have noticed a significant increase in pirate activity. In just half a month, they had encountered and fought 10 powerful pirate crews. Roger's achievement ignited the passion of countless pirates, inspiring them to push their limits. Around the world, countless pirates, and even those who had yet to become pirates, looked up to Roger as a role model. While Arashi was busy suppressing pirate activity across the seas, two figures sat facing each other on an unnamed island beneath a large cherry blossom tree in full bloom. Gururara, laughed a towering man with blonde hair and a crescent-shaped mustache above his lip. Roger, you dare to come find me alone? Ha ha ha. Roger laughed back. Newgate, we've clashed countless times. Although we're rivals, I consider you one of my few friends. The man sitting opposite Roger was Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, one of the 3 legendary pirates of the current era. Tell me, what brings you here? Newgate asked, taking a swig of his drink. A guy like you, who's just become the Pirate King, wouldn't come to me without a reason. Roger's expression turned serious as he met Newgate's gaze. Suddenly, he spoke in a low voice. I've reached the final island and found the great treasure, the One Piece. Roger paused, then with a grin, continued, I came here to ask you one thing. Newgate raised an eyebrow, curious about what Roger would say next. Newgate, Roger said with a smirk. Do you want to know the location of the final island? Whitebeard's eyes narrowed at the unexpected offer. As Roger's longtime rival, he knew better than anyone how difficult it was to find the final island. Yet here was Roger, offering the information freely. But after a brief moment of consideration, Newgate burst into laughter and shook his head. Not interested. Roger looked surprised, but soon joined in the laughter. That's just like you, Newgate. The two raised their cups again and clinked them together with a hearty crash. I'm about to retire, Roger said suddenly, his tone light, but with a hint of gravity. But before I go, there's one more thing I need to warn you about. Oh, Newgate listened, smiling as Roger continued. There's a young Marine named Arashi, Roger said, his expression turning serious. If you ever find yourself ruling over these seas, be wary of him. Arashi, Newgate repeated, puzzled. He racked his brain, but couldn't recall any Marine by that name. Then he scoffed. Just a kid. Not worth your concern. Roger shook his head with a wry smile and said nothing more. Only Whitebeard remained in the forest while the newly crowned Pirate King, Roger, vanished to an unknown location. Whitebeard silently finished the drink in his cup, his expression a complex mix of emotions. The number of old friends on this sea is dwindling, he sighed, feeling a sense of melancholy. From Roger's visit, he had sensed something was off. Roger, who had spent decades climbing to the pinnacle, reaching heights few could imagine, had chosen to turn away just as he reached the summit. Farewell, Joel D. Roger, he muttered quietly. As the wind swept through, cherry blossoms swirled and fell into the sake jug, and Whitebeard's figure faded into the forest. At the same time, in the waters of the Ator Sea, Arashi met up with Kazan on their marine ship and received a new mission from headquarters. What's the matter, Arashi? Is this guy giving you trouble? Kazan asked with a smile, glancing at the wanted poster in Arashi's hand. The poster depicted a young man with slicked-back hair and a cigar clamped at his mouth. Beneath the image were his name and bounty amount. Crocodile. Not really. Just reminded me of something, Arashi replied with a slight smile. He was surprised to receive news of Crocodile here, especially since the mission indicated that 3 Marines had already failed in their encounters with him. And now, Arashi was positioned near where Crocodile was last spotted. It's been over 2 years, and you've moved up in rank too, Arashi remarked, noticing the major rank on Kazan's shoulder. Ha! Arashi, the 3 of us have made quite a bit of progress in these 2 years, Kazan replied with a grin. I might not lose to you this time. Is that so? Arashi chuckled softly. But I don't have time for a sparring match, he said, raising the bounty notice. I'm in a hurry to catch this newcomer. Kazan nodded in understanding. Then, I'll see you back at headquarters. The 2 ships passed each other, and Arashi watched Kazan's departing figure, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Time was passing, and everything was changing. Not only had he grown, but others were also advancing rapidly. From their brief encounter today, Arashi could sense the formidable power radiating from Kazan. It was evident that in the past 2 years, Kazan's strength had grown immensely, especially with the mastery of his ice fruit. Arashi then looked down at the wanted poster in his hand. A newcomer, Crocodile? A faint smile tugged at his lips as new thoughts began to form in his mind. Arashi recalled that Crocodile was not just powerful. Besides his defeat at the hands of the protagonist Luffy, he was known as a formidable opponent regardless of who he faced. He was also sharp-minded and skilled in strategy, later playing the role of a tactician and steward in the Baroque Works organization. He was an excellent support figure who, with some guidance, could develop into someone with power rivaling that of Yonko's right-hand man. "Sir, we received word from headquarters. Crocodile and his crew are currently on Reen Island, 10 nautical miles toward northwest," Mina reported after contacting the headquarters. Arashi nodded. Set course for Reen Island is a small, perpetually cold island, often serving as a transit point for merchants and pirates alike. Because of this, various conflicts frequently occur on the island. When Arashi and his crew arrived, it was already afternoon. The dazzling sunlight reflected off the thick snow on the ground, creating a blindingly white world. The biting cold wind made Razanani shiver as he rubbed his hands together for warmth. Nearby, Ivans and the others were busy handing out winter clothing. None of them had expected Reen Island to be so frigid. Their warship was casually anchored along the shore, with no other pirate ships in sight. Arashi guessed that Crocodile and his crew had probably docked from a different direction. T-Bone draped a thick coat over Arashi's shoulders, and Arashi nodded in thanks. After donning their winter coats and boots, the group disembarked from the warship, stepping onto the island's thick snow. "Crocodile, bounty, 81 million berries." Ivans recited the information from headquarters, sighing as he spoke. According to reports from the Marines who failed previously, he's a Logia-type devil fruit user. Last year, he fought Douglas Bullet to a standstill, which brought him considerable fame. The bounty set by the world government underestimates this man's true strength. The others were expressions of gravity and seriousness. Logia-type users were almost guaranteed to be formidable foes. The abilities granted by their devil fruits alone secured them a significant place in the world. Their immunity to physical attacks and powerful control over elements were beyond imagination. Arashi listened to the information with a faint smile. After trekking through the snow-covered forest, the group finally spotted a bustling town ahead. They've already taken over the town, but the villagers are still alive, Ivans reported solemnly. It seems they haven't harmed the civilians. He noticed a makeshift port on the eastern side of the town, where a pirate ship bearing a skull flag was docked. They had chosen the wrong place to anchor, but fortunately, it didn't affect the mission's outcome. "Target sighted," Ivan said quietly as the sniper scope soon revealed a young man with slicked back hair and a cigar in his mouth. "Crocodile, the target of their mission. Shall we engage?" Ivans asked, taking a deep breath. Arashi casually waved his hand, giving the command to proceed. Recently, these trainee Marines under his command handled most of the fighting while he took a back seat and only stepped in when Ivans and the others were overwhelmed. Ivans understood the signal and nodded to Razanani, Yagyu Hyobi, and the others. The 6 of them moved swiftly, advancing cautiously through the snow. When they were about 1,500 meters from the town, Ivan signaled for everyone to take cover. "At this distance, I can easily hit him," Ivan said, adjusting the position of his rifle as he aimed the scope directly at the man with the cigar. "Will bullets even work on a Logia user?" Razanani asked curiously. "Who knows? This is the first time I've encountered a Logia user," Ivans replied seriously. He quickly held his breath and locked onto the target's forehead. Yagyu Hyobi, using binoculars to scout the area, observed that Crocodile's pirate crew occupied the entire town, yet the civilians remained unharmed. These pirates seemed to have some sense of order. They had taken over the town, but hadn't harmed the villagers and were even coexisting peacefully with them. The townsfolk appeared relaxed, going about their daily activities. Ivans exhaled slowly, his eyes narrowing with determination. In the next instant, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The muffled sound of a gunshot echoed, quickly absorbed by the surrounding snow. Ivans kept his eyes glued to the sniper scope, focusing on the man with slick back hair. In the next instant, he saw Crocodile's head jerk slightly as a hole appeared in the center of his forehead. The man's eyes widened in surprise, shock, and intrigue. Slowly, Crocodile turned his head, his gaze locking directly onto Ivan's position. Grains of sand began to drift out of the bullet hole and swiftly filled the wound, completely healing it. The cigar in Crocodile's mouth still smoldered, and a sneer spread across his face. "Marines," he barked. "Take them down." Voices echoed throughout the town as pirates surged forward, shouting as they charged toward the Marines' position. "Bullets are useless against him," Ivan said grimly, putting away his rifle. By this time, Arashi had already come up behind him. To deal with a Logia-type user, you need to use bullets made from sea stone or coat them in armament hockey, Arashi advised. Ivans was momentarily stunned before offering a wry smile. Sea stone was one of the rarest resources in the world, mostly controlled by the world government and the Marines. As for armament hockey, Ivans was still far from mastering it. "If you can't manage either of those," Arashi continued, "there's another method to deal with Crocodile. Coat the bullets in seawater or blood, and you'll be able to take him down with your gun easily." Ivans was startled by this revelation and felt a rush of excitement. So, there was a way to defeat even a Logia user, provided you knew how. "Let's move, T-Bone," Arashi called out, striding toward the oncoming pirates. "We're on a tight schedule." T-Bone, Ivans, and the others quickly ran after him. "That annoying bunch again," Crocodile muttered, a cold smile forming. His legs had already transformed into sand, propelling him rapidly to the front of the pirate group. The guy who shot at him wouldn't get away with it. Since acquiring the Sansan fruit, Crocodile had rarely encountered a worthy opponent. From setting sail, he had been at the top, with only Douglas Bullet standing out as a rival. He also harbored ambitions to challenge Whitebeard someday, to see how close he was to the world's strongest. If he could defeat Whitebeard, he would become the new legend. As for Roger, after becoming the Pirate King, that guy disbanded his crew and disappeared without a trace, leaving Crocodile no chance to find him. "First, let's deal with these marine grunts." Crocodile sneered internally. "Just 8 of them, and they dare come after me, Crocodile." The young Crocodile, still at the peak of his arrogance, had yet to face any setbacks. That young officer must be their leader, Crocodile thought. "I'll take him out first." With a wave of his right hand, a sandstorm formed into a tornado and spun into existence. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two sides had narrowed to just 50 meters. Suddenly, he noticed the young officer glaring at him, causing the air to tremble. Buzz! The snowy forest seemed to freeze in time. Crocodile's pupils contracted, and an inexplicable fear gripped his heart. Nearby, his subordinates collapsed face first into the snow, motionless. He glanced around and saw that all the pirates had fallen. Their eyes rolled back. "Damn it! What's going on?" Crocodile muttered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At that moment, he felt his body go weak, his mind unable to muster any will to resist, leaving him breathless. An invisible pressure made his body stiffen, his head spinning, and he could barely stay upright. When he turned back, the young officer had disappeared. A gust of wind hit his face, and he saw a white cloak fluttering, sending snowflakes swirling. Crocodile looked up, and the young officer's figure suddenly appeared above him, his gloved right hand clenched into a fist, ready to strike. "It's useless. I can turn into sand," Crocodile thought, a mocking smile instinctively forming on his lips. He didn't understand what had just happened with that overwhelming pressure, but he figured the young officer was too inexperienced. However, in the next moment, a steel-like fist slammed into his face with brutal force, causing stars to explode in his vision. His entire body was instantly knocked to the ground, crashing into the snow with a loud thud. The impact created a crater over 10 meters wide, his consciousness fading into darkness. Arashi stood by the edge of the crater, momentarily stunned. He looked down at Crocodile, whose head was completely motionless on the ground. Did I kill him? Arashi wondered. He wasn't sure how strong Crocodile was then, so he hadn't used his full strength, only about 30%. But with the sea stone gloves, he figured that even a Logia user like Crocodile wouldn't be able to put up much of a fight. T-Bone and the others quickly arrived, falling silent as they surveyed the unconscious pirates and the uncertain fate of Crocodile. Sir, you went all out, the shipwright Slaw said, shaking his head. You think his head's going to explode? Slaw could see that the part of Crocodile's head embedded in the ground rapidly turned red with blood. Fortunately, Ivans and the others quickly checked him over and let out a sigh of relief. He's still alive, Ivans said. His head's tough enough to survive a punch from Commander Arashi, but his skull's cracked. The rest of the operation was straightforward. T-Bone contacted the nearby Marines to capture the unconscious pirates, while Razanani carried Crocodile slung over his shoulder back to the warship. Following Arashi's orders, Mina gave Crocodile's head a quick bandage. Hopefully, he pulls through, Arashi thought, sighing inwardly. If he ends up as a vegetable, I'll have to finish him with another punch. Arashi couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. He had underestimated the power of his sea stone gloves and overestimated Crocodile's durability. However, the fact that Crocodile had remained standing despite the shockwave from his Conqueror's hockey showed that he did have some potential. 5 or 6 days later, Crocodile's world of darkness finally saw a glimmer of light. As he slowly opened his eyes, he first saw the clear blue sky and seagulls flapping their wings as they flew by. Where am I? Crocodile muttered. Who am I? A trace of confusion crossed Crocodile's mind as he slowly propped himself up with his arms and sat upright. You're awake. A voice came from the figure standing straight ahead, clad in a marine cape of justice. For some reason, just seeing this figure from behind made Crocodile instinctively feel a flicker of fear, which caused him some unease. At the same time, a sharp pain in his head quickly surged, making him let out a painful groan. Who are you? He asked hoarsely, struggling to speak as his throat felt dry. My name is Arashi, the figure replied, facing him. Arashi studied him, a look of doubt crossing his face. Something seemed off about Crocodile's condition. Arashi. Crocodile repeated the name, vaguely recognizing it, though it didn't seem entirely familiar. After a brief pause, he looked up again, bewildered. Then who am I? Arashi was stunned. It was clear that Crocodile wasn't faking it. To be sure, he glanced over at Ivans, who was cleaning his rifle nearby. Ivans nodded seriously, confirming Arashi's suspicions. Did I punch his brain into mush? Arashi thought, feeling a bit dazed. But then, he started to laugh. Maybe this was even better. Listen up, kid. Arashi's eyes fixed on the confused Crocodile before him. I rescued you from those pirates. As for your current identity, he paused for effect. You're a trainee Marine on my ship. Crocodile blinked in surprise, looking around at the others, staring curiously at him. Crocodile, he muttered, am a trainee Marine. He seemed to have lost his memories, forgetting who he was, but he still understood what being a trainee Marine meant. Closing his eyes slowly, Crocodile's mind conjured a shadowy figure that filled him with an instinctual fear. He struggled to recall, seeing only a white cape fluttering and a fist encased in a dark glove. When he opened his eyes again, he glanced at Arashi's right hand, noticing the black glove that matched the one in his memory. Maybe he's telling the truth, Crocodile thought. The only thing I remember is something about him. I must admire him a lot. And so, from that day on, Crocodile, whose brain had taken a hard hit before his journey even began, started living happily as a trainee Marine on Arashi's ship. Within 5 days, the young Crocodile had become acquainted with Razanani, T-Bone, Ivans, and the others. His sand fruit powers also sparked great curiosity among the crew. Wow, that's amazing. This kind of power is incredible. Razanani exclaimed. You're immune to all physical attacks. How awesome is that? You're really strong, Crocodile. Even without using your devil fruit powers, you can still go toe-to-toe with Ivans in close combat. Razanani shouted excitedly. Razanani was the ship's lively and cheerful mood setter at 12 years old. T-Bone, meanwhile, was sparring with Yagyu, quickly forming a deep bond of friendship. Arashi stood with his arms crossed, watching as Crocodile quickly made friends with the crew, a faint smile forming on his lips. The amnesiac sand crocodile, Arashi mused, seems to be finding new joy in life. Maybe, one day, he'll thank me for that punch. With the addition of Crocodile to Arashi's squad, their combat strength undoubtedly skyrocketed. Over the next 2 weeks, Crocodile demonstrated the formidable power of a Logia user, nearly sweeping through every pirate crew they targeted. He could summon sandstorms at will, create sand whirlwinds effortlessly, and drain the moisture from any target with just a touch of his right hand. The sand fruit possessed an unquestionably terrifying offensive capability, with its power to plunder and devastate. However, the former sand crocodile, a notorious pirate who once wreaked havoc across the seas, now displayed a different personality from his past self. He was cautious and wise, treating his comrades with kindness and respect. He even showed compassion towards children among the civilians they encountered during missions. This change left T-Bone, Ivans, and the others in awe. After losing his memory, no one could have predicted that such a fearsome pirate would be reborn as an entirely different person. Naturally, the entire crew agreed not to reveal anything about Crocodile's past to him. One day, after completing a rescue mission and returning to the warship, Crocodile could no longer hold back his curiosity. Gathering his courage, he approached Arashi from behind and asked the question that had been bothering him for days. Commander Arashi, Crocodile began, why did those pirates recognize me? They said I betrayed the ideals of a pirate. Who was I before all this? Hearing this, Arashi turned around. His face was serious, devoid of a smile, and he didn't immediately respond. Instead, he stared deeply into Crocodile's eyes. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Crocodile, Arashi began, does the past really matter that much? No matter your past or who you used to be, aren't you living in the present now? So, who you are now, the kind of person you are today, that's what matters. Arashi paused, a hint of reflection in his eyes. To be honest, I'm just like you. I have no memory of my life before I turned 17. But look at me, Arashi continued. I'm living just fine, aren't I? This revelation took me aback. Crocodile. He looked at Arashi, the superior he cherished, trusted, and revered. You've forgotten your past as well. Live in the present, Crocodile, Arashi said with a smile. The confusion in Crocodile's eyes faded, and he nodded solemnly. Yes, Commander. Now go and train. Your physical fitness and combat skills still need sharpening, Arashi instructed. Remember, while Logia powers are strong, in a battle between experts, your own abilities are the ultimate decider. Arashi patted him on the shoulder. Without hesitation, Crocodile turned and joined Razanani and the others, continuing their training for the day. Time continued to pass, and before long, another 2 months had gone by. The seas had experienced much turmoil that year, with Roger becoming the Pirate King, inciting a frenzy among pirates everywhere. While Arashi's squad was busy quelling these pirates, they often heard about Kuzan and Sakazuki. Like Arashi, they were active across the seas, maturing from fresh graduates into seasoned Marine rear admirals. Borsellino seemed to have been assigned as the deputy commander of a fortress by Marine headquarters, beginning his routine of clocking in and out of work. The strength of Arashi's squad members also improved rapidly through training and constant battle. Notably, after months of practice, Arashi finally unlocked and fully controlled the armament hockey that had been dormant within him. Though it was just a tiny amount, it was enough to display on his status panel. Armament hockey, LV0+. This simple line of information brought a smile to Arashi's face. It meant that he could now invest in it. Over his time at the Marine Academy and during these recent battles, he had accumulated 58 system points. Without hesitation, he immediately spent them all on enhancing his armament hockey. In an instant, Arashi's armament hockey leveled up to 58. Suddenly, an inexplicable awareness of his body and the surrounding aura washed over him. With just a thought, the aura enveloped the gloves he wore and swiftly extended, wrapping around his entire arm. Armament hockey, Arashi said with a smile. While it might not be as effective as Sea Stone in suppressing Devil Fruit users, armament hockey could enhance his attack and defense and enable him to grab Logia-type Devil Fruit users. At level 58, his armament hockey could now coat his body from the top of his head to his chest and arms. Arashi also realized he could now utilize a more advanced form of armament hockey known as Ryuo, though its use was still somewhat inconsistent. This will give me more effective methods to deal with Devil Fruit users, Arashi said, smiling. Meanwhile, Crocodile, who had been chatting with Rosinante and smiling, suddenly felt his head fog up. Fragmented images flashed through his mind, scenes of him running barefoot as a child, setting sail on a ship excitedly, and even eating a strange fruit. Everything was disjointed and unclear, but Crocodile immediately understood that these were fragments of his lost memories. My memories are coming back, he thought, but they're so fragmented. Noticing something was off, Rosinante asked curiously, "What's wrong, old sand?" "It's nothing," Crocodile replied with a shake of his head, smiling. "Come to think of it, we've participated in many battles as trainees. We should be close to becoming official Marines, right?" Mina chimed in, "That would be great. Even though we were originally pirates, life as Marines has been pretty comfortable. The way our superior treats civilians and handles those despicable nobles is something we can all respect and feel at ease with." Ivans had once privately commented that their commander was, in fact, just like them. "That would be awesome," Crocodile said with a grin. "I really like the Justice Cape that Commander Arashi wears." Ivans laughed. "Some people wear a Justice Cape, but it's false. The justice behind Arashi's cape is the real deal." Crocodile responded with a smile. "If I ever get a cape like that, it would be for true justice too." "Me too," Rosinante shouted excitedly. Everyone burst into laughter, the atmosphere lively and warm. It was clear that everyone on this warship had immense respect for Arashi. This respect stemmed from his differing attitudes when dealing with civilians compared to the detestable nobles during their missions. The next day, a message came from headquarters. "There is an important mission that requires your attention." Fleet Admiral Kong's voice was serious. "An important mission?" Arashi asked, puzzled. It was originally assigned to Sakazuki, but he had something come up. "After discussing it with Sengoku, we determined that your strength, along with the capabilities of your crew, made you the most suitable for this task," Kong said in a deep voice. Arashi could tell that this mission was indeed significant from his tone and words. "You'll need to meet up with Sakazuki to take over the valuable item he's carrying," Kong continued. "Then, transport it to Egghead Island and personally deliver it to Dr. Vegapunk." After carefully listening to the mission details, Arashi fell silent. Moments later, his eyes sparkled with determination. "Fleet Admiral Kong," Arashi said, "I am more than willing to accept this mission." Kong seemed reluctant to disclose too much about the details of this mission and its background. He repeatedly emphasized the mission's importance and insisted that it must be completed flawlessly without errors. This left Arashi with several speculations and increased his curiosity after hanging up the Den Mushi. Additionally, remember this: nothing within Egghead is to be leaked or disclosed in any way, Kong sternly warned, concluding with a strong command. This made it clear how seriously Marine Headquarters was taking this mission. The fact that they had dispatched a powerful and young Marine could be an attempt to avoid drawing public attention. Moreover, the strict confidentiality surrounding the island's details suggested everything was critical to the Marines. Shortly after receiving the mission, Arashi's deputy, T. Bone, received an update from headquarters. Rear Admiral Sakazuki is on his way to our location. T. Bone reported. We're instructed to wait here. Arashi nodded slightly and then looked at the group of trainee Marines on the ship, a smile forming. He had, of course, overheard their conversation the day before. Ivans, Arashi called out casually, glancing at the 7 epaulets in his hand. Here, sir. Ivans quickly responded. Assemble everyone on the ship, Arashi ordered. Yes, sir. Ivans saluted and swiftly notified the crew. In just a few moments, Ivans, Razanani, Yagyu, Slow, Mina, Kira, and Crocodile stood in front of him, lined up straight and tall. Each looked curious, unsure of the reason for this sudden gathering. Arashi scanned the group, then smiled. I overheard your conversation yesterday, he began. Seeing the excitement and anticipation in their eyes, he continued with a smile. Considering your recent outstanding performance in battle as Marines, I submitted a report to headquarters and shared my thoughts. In the end, headquarters sought my opinion and evaluated each of you, Arashi said, and they agreed to proceed with this promotion. Since he wasn't yet a vice admiral and had a different level of autonomy than veterans like Garp, Arashi had to report and request approval to promote his subordinates. From today onwards, you will all be recognized as fully fledged and official Marine officers, Arashi announced, his smile fading as he spoke in a serious tone. Officers? Not just soldiers? Razanani asked, puzzled. Arashi didn't explain, but instead shouted, Ivans! Ivans immediately straightened up and responded loudly, Here. Today, I will grant you the rank of lieutenant. From this moment on, you are a Marine officer, Arashi declared. I hope that in your future, you will adhere strictly to the justice in your heart and fulfill your ideals. Ivan's entire body stiffened with the moment's weight, and he nodded solemnly. Yes, sir. Arashi stepped forward, pinning the rank insignia onto Ivan's uniform and straightening the creases. Never lose sight of the target your gun should be aimed at. Always be clear where it should point in your heart, Arashi advised. Ivans was visibly moved and then saluted. Razanani, Arashi called out as he moved to the side. Here, Razanani responded excitedly. You are being promoted to the rank of ensign, Arashi announced. As your superior, I must warn you seriously. The dreams and principles you hold dear must be supported by strong power. Therefore, you should understand one thing very clearly. Your fists will determine your destiny. So make sure to strive to become stronger, kid. Arashi gazed at the tall, yet innocent face before him, recalling Razanani's future fate. His voice turned serious, filled with a mixture of concern and encouragement. Razanani blinked a few times, then shouted, Yes, sir. I will work hard and even harder to become strong. I will aim to have fists as powerful as yours. Arashi smiled, clenched his fist, and playfully punched Razanani in the chest. Though Razanani winced in pain, he couldn't suppress the joy in his heart and burst into laughter. After Razanani, Yagyu, Mina, Kira, and Slow were each promoted to lieutenant. Arashi personally bestowed their new ranks, offering words of wisdom, reminding them of the path they must follow and what they must protect in the future. The last one in line was Crocodile, who stood straight and tall. The young desert king was tense and serious, but his restrained excitement was evident in his eyes. Unlike the crocodile of the future, his left hand was still intact and not yet replaced by a golden hook. Crocodile, Arashi called out softly. Present. Crocodile responded loudly. On behalf of Marine Headquarters, I, at this moment, bestow upon you the rank of lieutenant, Arashi said with a smile. He then carefully and slowly pinned the epaulets on a crocodile's shoulders. Everyone has a past filled with memories. Some may be beautiful, others cruel, and some might be sorrowful. But we must always live in the present and strive for a brighter future, Arashi said as he adjusted Crocodile's uniform. Looking into the eyes of the man who was now completely different from the infamous sand crocodile, Arashi spoke softly. You can pursue your past, but remember, it's just that, the past. Your own hands will write your today and tomorrow. The choice of who you want to be is yours to make. Crocodile froze, fragments of his memories flashing rapidly through his mind before settling on a clear image of a young face smiling at him. The promotion ceremony was brief and simple, but marked a significant change. The ship now had 7 fewer trainee Marines and 7 new officers. Although the rank of lieutenant is the lowest officer rank in the Marine hierarchy, it signifies the beginning of an official career as a Marine officer recognized by headquarters. That day, everyone on the ship shared their excitement and looked forward to a bright future. The night passed quickly, and by the next day, Sakazuki's warship arrived at noon. Arashi stood at the front, arms crossed, with T-Bone, Crocodile, and the others lined up behind him. Each stood tall, their gazes fixed ahead. Not long ago, they had been pirates, but their demeanor had already transformed since they had become Marines. Ahead of them, a warship slowly approached. Standing at the bow was a burly man wearing a white shirt, a sword strapped to his back, and a Marine cap on his head. His expression was stern, his eyes cold, and he exuded an invisible aura of ironclad authority. It was none other than Sakazuki. Arashi, Sakazuki's cold voice called out as the warship stopped about 10 meters away. His sharp gaze locked onto Arashi. Sakazuki, Arashi replied calmly. There was no camaraderie between the two. When they first met 2 years ago, Arashi had knocked Sakazuki out cold with a single burst of Conqueror's Haki. Their relationship was far from friendly. In over 2 years, it seems you haven't changed much, Sakazuki remarked coldly. Oh no, there are some changes, he added, his gaze sharp as a knife as it swept past Arashi and onto Ivan's and the others, a sneer of disdain crossing his face. Hiring pirate scum to be soldiers, huh? But a pirate is still a pirate. Putting on a Marine uniform doesn't change that. Sakazuki's words made Ivan's and the others' expressions darken. Picking trash from a garbage heap. You've perfected the art, Sakazuki continued, turning his head to look at the man before him. I heard that, back in the day, you were just a piece of garbage picked up by Vice Admiral Garp, Arashi. Arashi remained silent, his calm gaze fixed on Sakazuki. Behind him, grains of sand began to float around Crocodile, rapidly gathering and forming the shape of a blade pointed directly at Sakazuki. The Marine sense of justice has been completely forgotten by scum like you within the organization. Crocodile growled. Scum should be eradicated. You can't wash away sin by changing your skin. As Sakazuki's voice rang out, half of his body suddenly turned red, with magma churning within him. Arashi's gaze remained cold, focused on the man before him. Crocodile, however, suddenly shuddered. The sand around him wavered as images rapidly flashed through his mind. The memories were overwhelming this time, nearly causing his mind to shut down. Eventually, one image froze, causing his pupils to contract. On a silent street, countless civilians knelt, and he was among them. Not far away, a man with a bubble on his head, the unmistakable mark of a celestial dragon, was slowly walking by. Directly across from him was a narrow alley, and at some point, a figure dressed in a Marine uniform appeared in the shadows, casually tossing a small pebble in the air. As the celestial dragon reached the figure, time seemed to freeze. Blood suddenly spurted out, splattering onto Crocodile's shoulder. When he looked again, the stone-throwing figure had disappeared, leaving behind only a headless, bloody corpse, the body of the celestial dragon. Later, about 3,000 meters behind him, Crocodile found a blood-stained pebble. He also burned into his memory the image of that Marine who had thrown the stone. The vision vanished, and Crocodile stared at the figure in front of him, whose back was turned. His body began to tremble slightly, the shock evident in his eyes. He's a Marine from back then. Fragmented memories of that scene from 2 years ago quickly flooded back to him. The realization left Crocodile shaken, astonished, and filled with disbelief, overwhelming emotions that were plainly visible on his face. The Marine who had tossed the stone and the Arashi standing before him now merged into one. Crocodile could never have imagined that his superior officer had such a past. The temperature suddenly spiked, and Sakazuki's face was now a mask of murderous intent. Since beginning his duties, he had never shown mercy to pirates. In his eyes, even if pirates became a marine, they were still just pirates. The rapidly increasing heat made everyone present uneasy. Sakazuki was like a volcano on the verge of erupting at this moment. "If you want to stop me, then try." Sakazuki's cold words cut through the tension, a slight sneer on his lips. "If you think you can." Sakazuki knew Marine Headquarters' decision to select 3 devil fruits. The man before him had been given the first choice, but had declined, which allowed the 3 fruits to fall into the hands of him, Kazan and Borsellino. 2 years had passed, and he and the others had made significant progress in developing their devil fruit abilities, becoming much stronger. He assumed that Arashi, despite spending 2 years at the Marine Academy, had yet to make progress. In the next instant, Sakazuki moved. Boiling magma erupted from him like a volcanic explosion, taking the shape of a ferocious molten hound in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a sudden, overwhelming surge of Conqueror's haki burst forth, sweeping across the area. Sakazuki's body trembled, and on the Marine battleship behind him, all but 2 Marines collapsed, losing consciousness instantly. "Do you think I'm still the same as before?" Sakazuki sneered. "Arashi, you're too naive. You're the only one who stayed stagnant out of the 4 of us." His arm, now blazing with even hotter magma, swung forward. "You're the naive one." Arashi responded coldly. He clenched his right fist, haki swirling around it, and threw a punch of his own. Bang! A dull collision rang out, but Sakazuki's magma-infused strike halted in its tracks, unable to advance further. "Armament haki?" Sakazuki's pupils contracted in shock. He stared at Arashi, stunned to realize that his opponent had already mastered armament haki. A gust of wind whipped past him the next instant, and Arashi's figure vanished. "Behind me!" Sakazuki quickly turned around, but at that moment, a large hand reached out with lightning speed, like a steel vice, and clamped around his throat. Instantly, Sakazuki's body went limp, and the power of his devil fruit faded rapidly. "Don't overestimate yourself, Sakazuki," Arashi said, lifting him, his tone calm yet laced with authority. "And don't forget who you were when I knocked you out with just a hint of my haki." Sakazuki, now entirely powerless, quickly noticed the black gloves on Arashi's hands. "Damn it, Seastone!" His anger and frustration boiled within him. Not only did Arashi have armament haki, but he also wore Seastone gloves, which neutralized devil fruit abilities. Arashi had clearly been prepared for this. "Hand over the mission items," Arashi ordered, holding Sakazuki up as he looked at the 2 remaining Marines standing nearby. "Why, yes, Rear Admiral Arashi," they responded quickly, glancing at the fallen Sakazuki before rushing to comply. They dared not interfere in the conflict between their superiors. Moments later, they returned, carrying a locked wooden box, which Ivan stepped forward to receive. "The mission item handover is complete," Arashi stated. "Goodbye, Sakazuki." He released Sakazuki, who fell to the ground, gasping for air. "You should be grateful that we're still comrades," Arashi said coldly as Sakazuki struggled to regain his composure. All Sakazuki could see was Arashi's back, and the Marine ship was already turning away. "Damn it," Sakazuki muttered through gritted teeth, his fists slowly clenching in frustration. He had thought he'd surpassed Arashi, but he was clearly still behind. Next time, I'll be stronger." "Arashi," he swore internally. Meanwhile, Arashi took the wooden box from Ivan's, his thoughts drifting. He wasn't particularly concerned about his conflict with Sakazuki. His curiosity was piqued more by the box's contents. What could be inside that was important enough for Marine Headquarters to make such a fuss and insist that he deliver it? After all, though his rank was still that of a Rear Admiral, his strength far exceeded that of the younger 3 monsters in the eyes of the higher-ups. As he pondered, Arashi noticed something else. He turned to look at Crocodile, who had acted strangely since the confrontation. "Little Sand," Arashi called. "Did you remember something?" The crocodile's body stiffened before he slowly raised his head. 2 years ago, at the Sabeti archipelago, was that person you? The sudden question caught Arashi off guard, his pupils contracting sharply. The atmosphere on the ship suddenly felt frozen, and Razanani and the others standing nearby could sense the tension in the air. Silence fell. On the battleship, it was as if all sound had vanished. The dark expression on Arashi's face was visible. Crocodile stared intently at him, seeking just one answer. His once fragmented memories merged with his new self, and old ambitions resurfaced. Pirate, Marine, everything had shattered and reformed into the face of the young Marine standing before him. After a while, as the sea breeze gently stirred the cape behind Arashi, the darkness on his face faded, replaced by a faint smile. "So, you've started remembering the past?" Arashi asked. Crocodile nodded. "Not much, but I'm beginning to understand my history." "So, you were there that day, 2 years ago." Arashi sighed. He hadn't expected anyone to witness that scene. The alley was narrow, less than a meter wide, and the exit was blocked by people kneeling in fear. How many would dare to look up and see what lay ahead when facing a celestial dragon? But Crocodile had been there. "Yes." Crocodile nodded again. "So, what are your thoughts?" Arashi asked with a slight smile, his eyes on his subordinate in marine uniform. Crocodile fell silent, deep in thought. A person capable of decisively striking down a celestial dragon had unimaginable courage and spirit. This person would not be content to remain a mere rear admiral. Perhaps his ambitions would extend beyond the Marines. After a long pause, Crocodile looked up. "Whatever ambitions or aspirations you have, one thing is clear." Crocodile took a deep breath and met Arashi's gaze. "You will need trustworthy allies. I am willing to become your most reliable, strongest ally," he declared solemnly. The crocodile of the past might have dreamed of becoming a great pirate, a pirate king. But those memories were shattered, and he could only rely on fragmented recollections of his former self. Now, he cherished the present, just as Captain Arashi had told him when he was commissioned. Live in the moment. Arashi laughed heartily at Crocodile's declaration. The others exchanged glances, unsure of what was going on between the two. "Hey, old San, what's the deal? What did you say to Captain Arashi?" Razanani asked curiously, throwing an arm around Crocodile's shoulders. Ivans and the others turned their heads, their interest piqued. "I discovered one of the captain's secrets." Crocodile replied with a slight smile. "What secret?" Mina asked. "Can you share with us?" Crocodile glanced at Arashi, then chuckled. "Our captain," he said, "has killed a celestial dragon." In an instant, the entire ship fell silent. Razanani, smiling, suddenly narrowed his eyes in shock, and the others visibly paled. But everyone quickly recovered their composure when they saw Arashi standing there with his arms crossed, smiling at them. "Ha ha," they laughed. "You're kidding, right? That's not funny at all." "Yeah, I was just scared out of my mind." The crew joked and laughed it off. No one took Crocodile's words seriously because their captain hadn't confirmed it. Only Ivans, when he glanced back accidentally, noticed that his smile had faded, replaced by a look of shock and awe. He didn't deny it, Ivans thought to himself. But soon, the matter was forgotten in the minds of the crew. Everything seemed as if nothing had happened. The crew's curiosity shifted to what exactly was inside the wooden box Ivans was holding. What could it be? The captain mentioned that this mission is important to the headquarters. The contents must be incredibly valuable, right? It has to be something beyond our imagination. Everyone's curiosity was piqued, but due to protocol, none dared to unlock the box casually. "If you want to know what's inside, why not just open it?" Arashi said with a smile. He wasn't interested in the box's contents because he had a good guess. It was likely a devil fruit. Vegapunk should have begun a series of research projects on devil fruits and the lineage factor by now. "Can we open it? Isn't this mission supposed to be strictly confidential?" T-Bone asked in surprise. "Keeping it confidential means not telling anyone, right?" Arashi responded. "Little Bone, don't be so rigid, or you'll regret it someday." Then he turned to Crocodile. "Crocodile, use your ability to open it." Crocodile chuckled. That's easy. A moment later, grains of sand slipped into the box's lock and quickly solidified into a key. With a soft click, the lock turned and the box was opened. Ivans lifted the lid and everyone leaned in to see. Inside was a fruit with a strange, intricate pattern on its surface. A devil fruit. Slow exclaimed in shock. Our mission is to escort a devil fruit. Kira added, equally astonished. Everyone was surprised, but Arashi remained calm. He knew that after the Marines had taken control of Vegapunk, the scientist had initiated extensive research on devil fruits, leading to various developments. Close it up, Arashi said calmly, noticing the longing in everyone's eyes. Ivans promptly shut the box. If you want a power like this, you can strive for it in the future. But this fruit is part of our mission, Arashi reminded them. Only then did the desire and slow and the other's eyes fade away. Egghead Island wasn't far from their current location, but it wasn't close either. 10 days later, the battleship finally docked at the island's port. As Arashi expected, the security on Egghead Island was tight, and a Marine Vice Admiral greeted them. I'm sorry, Rear Admiral Arashi, but according to regulations, no one outside of this island is allowed to enter, the Vice Admiral said sternly. What about me? Arashi replied, taking the wooden box Ivans handed him. My orders are to personally deliver this item to Vegapunk. The Vice Admiral was silent for a moment before he responded. As the disciple of Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp, I trust you. However, as I mentioned earlier, only you can carry the mission item inside. Arashi nodded. He then passed through the heavily guarded port, entering the island. There was no doubt that Egghead Island was now a tightly secured research base. As Arashi passed through the base's entrance, he noticed not only Marines but also mysterious black figures, their expressions cold and alert. About half an hour later, Arashi found himself in a waiting room, where he met Vegapunk. Come with me, Rear Admiral Arashi, Vegapunk said, waving his hand as he left. Arashi hesitated momentarily, then picked up the box. Vegapunk bore a striking resemblance to a famous scientist from Arashi's previous life, Einstein. He was now in his middle age, with a large, towering head that almost reached the ceiling. Arashi quietly followed him until they entered a laboratory filled with papers and various instruments. It's stuffy in here, Vegapunk muttered as he began tinkering with a set of test tubes. I was brought here by force while working with Vinsmoke Judge on lineage factor research. The world government thought my work was too dangerous, so they brought me here and bought off my team. But eventually, I realized this wasn't so bad. At least I don't have to worry about the massive resources and money needed for my experiments anymore. He laughed, and there was a hint of self-mockery in his tone. Arashi listened in silence, feeling a bit surprised. He didn't know Vegapunk well. Most of his information about him came from his previous world. If I had the choice, I wouldn't want to cooperate with the world government. Everything I do here is pretty much under duress, Vegapunk continued. Is that something you can just say? Arashi asked curiously. This room is soundproof, and they don't care what I say. The world government is more focused on my research results. All they care about is the outcome. Vegapunk replied with a smile. If you ever get the chance and can fund my experiments, feel free to kidnap me. I could work for you. He turned to Arashi with a smile. Arashi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. If the opportunity arises, I'll do just that. Vegapunk poured a liquid from one test tube into another, and the air suddenly filled with crackling sounds, as if electricity were sparking. This worried Arashi that the experiment might end in a massive explosion. I know quite a bit about you, Rear Admiral Arashi, Vegapunk's voice returned. Those gloves you're wearing, I made them. How are they? Pretty handy, right? Vegapunk smiled at him. Arashi raised his hand and smiled back, nodding. They're excellent. Sea stone is a tough material. Making it flexible was quite a challenge. It's the first set in the world, and perhaps the last. Vegapunk said, I'll take good care of them. Arashi replied. Vegapunk nodded and then turned, looking directly into Arashi's eyes. We're friends now, aren't we? Arashi was momentarily stunned, not quite understanding the scientist's abrupt change in conversation. But he didn't hesitate and nodded again. Yes, we're friends now. Vegapunk visibly relaxed and smiled. That's good to hear. Your hometown is in the West Blue, O'Hara, the famous archaeological site. I'm very interested in some ancient knowledge recorded in O'Hara. If I ever get the chance, I'd love to visit. The wisdom of the ancients is truly remarkable. But this statement left Arashi shocked. His hometown was in West Blue, O'Hara. He didn't even know that. And 2 years ago, on the Sabati archipelago, you took down a celestial dragon, didn't you? Vegapunk added. This revelation startled Arashi even more. He looked at Vegapunk in disbelief. How did he know about that? In just a few days, secrets Arashi thought were well hidden were suddenly being revealed one after another. Not many people in this world would dare to do something like that, Vegapunk remarked. Being able to do it and having the courage to do it are two different things. You're unique, different from most people in this world. That's why I was willing to make those gloves for you. Vegapunk spoke quickly. Feel free to ask if there's anything else I can help you with. I enjoy doing things for friends. Arashi was momentarily taken aback by Vegapunk's generosity, but accepted it gladly as an idea quickly came to his mind. Have you been researching devil fruits recently? He placed the wooden box he had been carrying on the table. Yes, I'm studying how to give objects the ability to possess devil fruit powers. Vegapunk nodded. The elephant fruit you brought is one of my test subjects. Is there a device or method to locate nearby devil fruits? Arashi asked curiously. He was thinking about the Goro no Mi, the Logia fruit still untouched on Skypiea. Finding devil fruits? Vegapunk was surprised for a moment, then quickly responded. Of course there is, but I abandoned that project early on. The research was pretty useless. The range for detecting a fruit was only about 2 to 3 kilometers. Compared to the entire world, or even a single island, that's practically useless. Vegapunk continued. I'd much rather create things than search for them. Arashi's eyes lit up. Can you share the method with me, or give me the device? Vegapunk smiled and nodded. I don't know what you're planning, but of course I can do that. However, I should tell you, the chances of this device finding a devil fruit are still very slim, so don't get your hopes up too high. Arashi nodded. After searching through the lab for a while, Vegapunk finally found a small, glowing object about the size of a palm. It had strange patterns etched on it, resembling an orange. When it shows a green light, no fruit has been detected. When it turns red, it means a fruit is nearby, Vegapunk explained. Arashi took the device, smiling. Thank you very much. Also, if you'd let me study your body, I'd be even happier. I've heard you possess an immortal body. I've never encountered such a lineage. Vegapunk licked his lips, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Arashi. That gleam sent a shiver down Arashi's spine. He was sure that if Vegapunk had the chance, he wouldn't hesitate to dissect him for research. It seems you're not too keen on being studied. That's a shame. Vegapunk sighed with regret. Arashi finally breathed a sigh of relief and forced a smile. Time flies. You should be on your way, but I'm glad we became friends. Honestly, you're the first friend I've made in years. Vegapunk turned around and handed him some papers with drawings scattered on the table. If you ever get the chance, you must kidnap me. I know you'd dare to do it. Probably only you would. As for the celestial dragon incident, don't worry. Not many people in this world know about it. I just made an educated guess based on what I know and confirmed it by your reaction, Vegapunk added with a wink. Arashi blinked, then smiled and nodded. All right. I enjoy helping friends, too. Their eyes met, and both smiled. I'll be waiting, Vegapunk said as Arashi turned to leave. The guards at the door were already urging him to go. But without a doubt, this meeting with Vegapunk had brought Arashi an unexpected delight. As he left the research facility, Arashi soon encountered the Marine Vice Admiral at the port. Nodding politely to bid farewell, the Vice Admiral raised his hand, gesturing toward the blueprints Arashi was holding. Compared to the box you brought, those blueprints in your hand are the most crucial part of this mission, Rear Admiral Arashi, he said. Don't neglect them, or it might damage the mission's objective. Startled, Arashir looked down at the blueprints. They were covered with strange, winding lines, equations, numbers, and letters. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the outline of a battleship. "Thank you for the reminder," he replied, smiling, then turned to board his ship. The vice admiral watched him leave before turning away. Arashir didn't even know the man's name, but he felt that this mission had been exceptionally rewarding. Becoming friends with Vegapunk? Arashir thought with a smile. That was something rare. Vegapunk's intelligence, combined with the power of the brain fruit, had reached an almost incomprehensible level. For a scientist of such intellect, even someone as strong as Arashir couldn't help but feel a deep, primal sense of awe when in his presence. One could imagine that all your secrets could be laid bare before such a mind instantly. A person like that was almost godlike, operating on a different plane from normal humans. Moreover, Arashir knew how terrifying Vegapunk's future projects would be. Artificial devil fruits, pacifistas, and seraphim. All of them were unimaginable feats of technology with immense destructive power. He then took out the device from his coat that could roughly detect the location of nearby devil fruits, falling deep into thought. While a range of 2 or 3 kilometers was short compared to the vastness of the pirate world, it was still enough for him. Based on what he knew, Arashir could estimate the approximate location of the Goro no Mi, the Thunder fruit. With enough time, he should be able to find a Logia fruit. As for the blueprints, after careful observation, Arashir realized that they depicted Vegapunk's latest technological breakthrough. A sea stone battleship. Indeed, the technology allowed marine ships to pass safely through the calm belt. This advanced technology was the backbone of the Marines' ability to travel swiftly and support missions throughout the Grand Line and the world. It drastically reduced travel time and costs, enhancing their overall mobility. Controlling a scientist like him brings too many benefits. Arashir mused. The importance of Vegapunk was undeniable, and in their brief conversation, Arashir had managed to establish the beginnings of a friendship. Turning around, he looked at Crocodile, Razanandi, and Ivankov, his expression becoming more complex. My power is still not enough, he thought. If he had more resources and a secure base, kidnapping Vegapunk from the world government would be possible, bringing him closer to his plan. Once successful, his power would grow rapidly. Disguised under the identity of a Marine, Arashir would become a hidden force in the world, waiting for the right moment to rise and unleash a storm that would shake the world. That same day, T-Bone received a call from Marine headquarters, ordering them to return to Marineford immediately. It seems the headquarters is quite eager for the Sea Stone battleship technology, Arashir chuckled. He handed the blueprints to Crocodile, who seemed to understand something and left without a word. The battleship turned its bow and speeded towards Marineford. During the journey, Arashir began calculating his next steps. I need to put all my effort into maxing out my armament haki. My mastery of the 6 powers also needs further improvement. Once I reach a certain limit, I'll seek out the Thunder fruit. He had a premonition about the future. Not long after Roger became the Pirate King, he turned himself in, leading to his execution at Lowtown, a moment that would shake the world and ignite the great pirate era. Arashir knew he was at the heart of these coming changes during one of the most turbulent times in history. Half a month later, the battleship arrived at Dressrosa for supplies. Standing at the bow, Arashir gazed at the kingdom, recalling the events that would unfold in the future. Razananti, I've heard this kingdom originally belonged to your family? Arashir asked. Razananti was startled. Where did you hear that? Arashir smiled. As a descendant of the 20 kings, I'm curious about the potential you carry. After a brief pause, he continued. As far as I know, your brother has already made a name for himself, establishing his own family. I believe they're called the Don Quixote family, right? Razananti fell silent. He didn't know where his superior had gotten this information, but it was clear Arashir knew a lot about him. Do you think, 10 years from now, you'll end up on opposite sides in battle? Arashir asked again. Razananti's face twitched slightly, and then he sighed, Sir, we're brothers. Arashir chuckled in response. saying nothing more. Rosinante remained silent as well, but a shadow darkened his eyes. Crocodile and the others quickly returned to the warship, carrying large bags of supplies. They had stocked up on daily necessities, a large amount of meat and vegetables. Along with the provisions, they brought surprising news for Arashi. "We just got some interesting information," Crocodile said with a grin, lighting the cigar in his mouth. "A powerful figure we've tangled with recently just left here." Arashi raised an eyebrow, curious. "Who?" At the same time, he was beginning to feel that Crocodile was returning to his old pirate ways, perhaps remembering more of his past. However, this version of Crocodile was undeniably more advantageous to Arashi. Douglas Bullet. Crocodile exhaled a cloud of smoke, his eyes becoming sharp. Arashi was taken aback for a moment before he chuckled. "Do you know where he's headed?" Crocodile raised his head, showing an understanding look. "Naturally, I found out. They're probably going to stop at Punk Hazard." After a brief pause, he said, "That guy would be a strong ally if you could bring him to our side." Hearing this, Arashi narrowed his eyes slightly. 2 years ago, he had fought Bullet and defeated him with a single punch. That didn't mean Bullet was weak. Very few could match the strength of someone who could wield Conqueror's Haki with such mastery. Bullet frequently used observation Haki to dodge attacks, even during his fight with Rayleigh. Arashi also knew Bullet deeply admired the strength and would only follow those he deemed strong enough. "He is someone worth having," Arashi muttered as he gazed at the sea. The warship set sail from Dressrosa and slow steered the ship. After glancing at the eternal pose in his hand, they headed toward Punk Hazard. "Douglas Bullet is a terrifying man," Crocodile said in a deep voice. "He's also the strongest opponent I've faced since becoming a pirate. As a Logia user of the Suna no Mi, San Fruit, Crocodile had rarely encountered anyone as troublesome as Bullet. Their battle ended in a draw, and in some ways, Crocodile's reputation grew due to that fight. "It seems that fight left quite an impression on you," Arashi said with a smile. "If we recruit him, our crew's strength will undoubtedly increase." Crocodile took a drag from his cigar, exhaling slowly before speaking again. "Whatever you plan to do in the future, you'll need stronger people." After merging his fragmented memories, Crocodile had started to gain clarity about his superior, Rear Admiral Arashi, and realized that the young Marine undoubtedly harbored great ambitions. Over time, Crocodile had grown more intrigued by Arashi's aura and immense power, gradually becoming captivated by him. Despite being about the same age, Arashi had already become a top-tier world power. How far would he go in the future? It was beyond imagination, and Crocodile could only guess with limited foresight. "You seem to have some understanding of my ambitions," Arashi said with interest, turning toward Crocodile. "I can't figure out exactly what you want, but you won't be content with staying still," Crocodile replied, blowing out a ring of smoke with a grin. "Little Sand, the change in you after merging your memories has been quite a pleasant surprise," Arashi commented. Before losing his memory, Crocodile had been a true pirate, driven by ideals, ruthless and cold-blooded. After the memory loss, he had become just gentle and kind. With both sets of memories combined, Crocodile had become a new version of himself, still guided by a sense of justice, but also filled with ambition and, if necessary, capable of using brutal methods. This Crocodile was undoubtedly more helpful to Arashi, allowing him to save much effort. "But for now, you need to continue playing the role of a Marine," Arashi said with a gentle smile, locking eyes with Crocodile. Crocodile nodded slowly, taking another puff of a cigar. 5 days later, they arrived at Punk Hazard. Unlike how it was portrayed in the original story, Punk Hazard was now a lonely island, covered in lush trees and inhabited by many wild beasts. From the faint smoke rising from the center of the island, it was clear that someone was gathering there. "Little Sand, it should be enough for just the two of us to go," Arashi said. Crocodile nodded. "After all, our objective this time isn't to fight." Arashi jumped off the ship, leaving footprints in the sand as he walked toward the island, with Crocodile following closely behind. They moved silently through the forest, following the direction of the smoke. In no time, they encountered a group of silent and grim pirates gathered around a bonfire in the jungle clearing. At the group's center sat a tall, muscular man, exuding a menacing presence like a looming iron tower. His most terrifying feature was his eyes, which gleamed like those of a demon. This was none other than Douglas Bullet, the man known as the heir to the devil. Sensing someone approaching, Bullet and the others raised their heads. A cold gleam flashed in their eyes when they saw who it was. "Crocodile, the Sandman," someone said with a sneer. "There were rumors on the seas that you joined the Marines, and it looks like they were true." The other crew members stared at Crocodile, but Bullet's eyes narrowed sharply when he saw Arashi. A dangerous light flickered in his gaze, and a grin spread across his face. "Finally, I've seen you again, Arashi." Bullet's voice boomed as a violent and oppressive aura suddenly surged. The very atmosphere seemed to twist, and the leaves in the surrounding forest rustled wildly. Crocodile's expression turned serious under the intense pressure. However, it was clear that this aura was still far weaker compared to the Conqueror's haki that emanated from Arashi. Regarding haki and sheer willpower, the gap between Bullet and Arashi was vast. At this moment, Bullet's eyes burned red with fury and frustration, emotions that had festered within him since their last encounter. Arashi was the only thing he could see, the memory of their battle haunting him like a nightmare. Since the day Bullet stepped onto the battlefield, he had never experienced such a crushing defeat. Not even when he had challenged Roger had he been humiliated this badly. Arashi knocked him out cold with just one punch, rendering him powerless. A buzzing sound filled the air as Bullet's Conqueror's haki rippled, creating waves that spread out and colored the space around him in a purple-blue hue. The air grew thick and suffocating under the weight of his haki. "I've been waiting for this moment," Bullet roared, the anger and shame from their previous battle boiling over. "Today, I will finally wash away that disgrace." His massive frame slowly stood up, a sinister grin forming on his lips as his fists clenched, cracking the air around him. Crocodile took a deep drag from his cigar, his face even more grave. There was no doubt that Bullet was a terrifying opponent, even stronger than when they last fought. Internally, Crocodile wondered how Arashi planned to tame such a devil. In the next instant, a violent shockwave erupted, lifting Crocodile's coat as Arashi's aura radiated out at an unimaginable speed, blanketing the entire island in mere seconds. A dark, crimson hue instantly replaced the purple-blue background surrounding Bullet. The ground, stones, and trees cracked and shattered under the sheer force of Arashi's Conqueror's haki. Compared to Bullet, Arashi's haki was even more overwhelming, pressing down heavily on everyone's hearts. Several pirates around Bullet collapsed silently, unconscious from the crushing pressure. At that moment, Arashi spoke, still smiling. "Bullet, I didn't come here to fight you." He extended his right hand toward Bullet. "I admire you a lot," he said. "Join the Marines under my command." Crocodile, stunned, raised his hand to his forehead in disbelief. He couldn't comprehend that his superior had devised such a blunt approach to recruit an unyielding warrior. What a terrible idea. As expected, Bullet burst into laughter, his voice filled with rage. "You want me to serve under you? Defeat me first in a fair fight." Arashi merely laughed in return, cracking his knuckles as he prepared himself. "That'll be too easy," he said confidently. At that moment, the entire island was almost completely enveloped in a black and red aura, the Conqueror's haki thick in the air, making the space around it feel heavy and still. Standing at the center, Arashi and Bullet locked eyes like sparks were flying between them. Bullet's blood-red eyes, filled with rage and the spirit of a demon, glowed fiercely. His fighting spirit had reached its peak. The memory of a short but devastating defeat last time weighed heavily on his heart. "Roar!" Bullet let out a low growl like thunder, and with a powerful stomp, he launched himself on the ground, disappearing instantly. Simultaneously, Arashi moved, his figure vanishing just as quickly. Their speed was unbelievable, a testament to their extraordinary physical abilities. A split second later, they stood face to face. Bullet, filled with fury, swung his fist violently. Arashi grinned, clenching his right fist, which emitted a soft cracking sound as black and red lightning crackled around it. In the next moment, their fists collided with a thunderous boom. The impact echoed across the island, sending ripples of energy accompanied by flashes of lightning, surging in all directions. Bullet's face twisted in shock as his right arm, coated with armament hockey, gave a sharp crack and snapped under the pressure, unable to withstand the terrifying force of Arashi's blow. Conqueror's hockey imbued attack. Bullet's mind screamed in rage. This was the same overwhelming power he had once felt from Roger. In the next second, an even more intense force surged toward him, the black and red lightning traveling up his arm and threatening to engulf his entire body. His muscles quivered, and out of reflex, he leapt backwards. Boom! His massive body landed heavily, causing the ground beneath him to cave in. Crocodile, puffing on his cigar, stared at Bullet's limp right arm. After just one exchange, Bullet's arm was useless, completely shattered. It was clear that Arashi's power was overwhelming. Ha ha ha! Arashi laughed. Bullet, your reactions are sharper than last time. He shifted positions mid-air, stomping down as he changed direction, now above Bullet. His right hand clenched again, bending at the elbow, preparing for another powerful strike. Bullet's expression changed slightly. He could recall the destructive power of Arashi's punch. His eyes flashed red as he tried to predict the next move using observation hockey. In an instant, a fierce and wild gust descended upon him, the air pressure shifting as black and red lightning shot down from the sky. Arashi's speed was like lightning, his punch descending with terrifying force. Boom! The air thundered as the powerful punch sliced through the sky, the area within a radius of thousands of meters blanketed in a storm of destruction. Bullet quickly dodged backwards, but everything in front of him, the ground, trees, and bushes, shattered like broken glass, the cracks spreading rapidly. Too fast. Everything was happening too fast. And with it came the horrifying realization of the sheer destructive power in Arashi's punch. This guy, Bullet's heart trembled. In direct combat, he could feel the terrifying pressure from Arashi bearing down on him, every breath feeling like he was being crushed beneath mountains. His iron fist struck with lightning speed, his attacks relentless like a storm. Yet, in just their second clash, Bullet could only dodge. Ha ha ha! Another burst of laughter echoed above him, followed by the crushing force of Arashi's presence. Bullet looked up, his pupils shrinking as he took in the sight. A sky filled with black and red lightning, and Arashi's fist descending toward him like a meteor. At that moment, Bullet realized he had retreated nearly 2,000 meters from his original position, but Arashi was still faster. Iron Fist, meteor! Arashi roared, his right fist engulfed in black and red lightning. The punch, packed with unstoppable force, hurtled down toward Bullet. Boom! Though the fist was still several meters from the ground, the shockwave from its force rippled out instantly, as if a giant stone had been thrown into the center of a lake, sending up layers of dust and debris. The ground rippled outward, creating massive cracks in its wake. Bullet's entire body twisted as he was pounded into the earth, embedded deep into the ground without a moment's pause. His consciousness faded into nothingness. In a split second before losing consciousness, this man, once iron-willed and obsessed with strength, was filled with shock and a primal fear, as if facing a natural disaster. The black and red lightning that accompanied Arashi's fist reminded him of when he faced Roger. The same unstoppable force, the same overwhelming dominance. He had lost, completely and utterly lost. At the same time, deep within Bullet's heart, his unwillingness finally gave way to a sense of submission. Faced with such overwhelming strength, even a feeling of helpless fear rose within him. Just 3 punches. This time, it only took 3 punches. Arashi stood on the shattered ground, his white cloak fluttering behind him as he looked down. "Take him away, Croc," Arashi called out. "This guy's tough enough. He shouldn't die from this." Crocodile approached, puffing a smoke ring as the sand in his hand lifted the bloodied and severely broken bullet. His gaze swept the area, taking in the destruction around them. His eyes widened slightly as he saw the two giant craters spanning thousands of meters as if meteors had struck. Looking toward the surrounding forest, the sight of the broken trees left an even greater impression. 3 punches. He's already changed the entire ecosystem of this island. Crocodile muttered to himself as he took another drag from a cigar. He recalled his former ambition to challenge Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Did that man also possess this kind of power? Back aboard the warship, the crew couldn't help but gape at the bloodied form of Bullet. "Sir, didn't you say this mission was for recruiting new members? Is this guy dead? With all his bones shattered, he might as well be. Even if he's not dead, he's close." The famous Douglas Bullet, reduced to this after fighting the commander? How strong is Arashi? The officers marveled, and Arashi waved them off. He should still be salvageable. The guy's got a tough body. Fix him up, and he might still be useful. After a pause, he grinned. "I believe this time he'll accept defeat." A moment later, after examining Bullet's condition, the crew was astonished. His body is incredible. He's unbelievably strong. He must have been through thousands of battles. Maybe he really will survive. 3 days later, Bullet's eyes snapped open. The devilish man instantly locked onto the figure standing with his back to him. Marine Vice Admiral Arashi. "Arashi," Bullet growled, his eyes turning blood red. Instinctively, his bandaged body leapt forward, and he appeared behind Arashi in a flash. At the same time, his left arm tensed, his fist clenching tightly as he swung it forward. The sudden gust of wind alerted Arashi, a smirk tugging at his lips. "That stubborn nature of yours," Arashi muttered. "I have to say I admire it, Bullet." As he spoke, an invisible force radiated from his body, hardening every inch of his skin and muscle as if turning into steel. Tekai, armament hockey. The combination of the two made Arashi's body tougher than ever before. Boom! A dull impact rang out, sending shockwaves across the entire warship. Bullet's punch landed squarely on Arashi's left cheek, but to his shock, the man was completely unscathed. "But the defeated should know their place," came Arashi's cold voice. In the next instant, Bullet felt a heavy blow to his abdomen, his body bending in half like a shrimp as he spat out blood. He was sent flying, crashing into the ship's mast before sliding to the ground. Only then did Arashi finally turn around, his gaze fixed on Bullet, blood staining his lips. "Douglas Bullet," Arashi called out. "Join me." Hearing this, Bullet grinned, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his left hand. Despite the violent pain churning in his stomach, he responded with a fierce glare. "Who do you think you are?" Bullet sneered. "Roger, a mere Marine like you isn't enough to make me submit." Then, with a cold laugh, he continued, "Since I'm in your hands now, either kill me or send me to impel down." Arashi, however, remained unfazed by Bullet's words, simply offering a faint smile. "I won't kill you, nor will I send you to impel down." Pausing for a moment, he sneered. "And who do you think you are, Bullet? Just a defeated soldier under my command. What right do you have to boast in front of me? If you can't accept defeat, you can re-challenge me. I'll prove something to you." Arashi chuckled. "I will conquer you." This bold declaration left Crocodile speechless, but surprisingly, Bullet's anger eased slightly, and he began to laugh. "You're starting to interest me," Bullet admitted. He couldn't help but be drawn to the strange combination of Arashi's overwhelming power, confidence, arrogance, and commanding attitude. It oddly resonated with him. In a daze, Bullet recalled the time he had challenged Roger. Like this young Marine before him, Roger had been confident, powerful, and radiated an immense charisma. The only difference was that Roger was a pirate, while the man standing before him was a Marine. Bullet became much quieter in the days that followed, though Razanani felt that this menacing presence wasn't truly subdued. Rather, he seemed to be biding his time, waiting for another chance to challenge his superior. And indeed, that was the case. On the third day after regaining consciousness, Bullet challenged Arashi once again. But he lost quickly, almost instantly, suffering even more severe injuries this time. After regaining consciousness, Bullet silently focused on his recovery, thinking about how to approach his next challenge and seeking a more effective attack. This time, he remained quiet for 7 days. However, when he challenged Arashi again, the result was the same, another defeat. Arashi showed no particular reaction, seemingly content with the repeated challenges. He soon realized that each sparring session with Bullet's raw combat techniques was helping him improve his mastery of the Rokushiki. At the same time, he also noticed that each defeat left Bullet increasingly dejected. For someone as proud as Bullet, who constantly pursued the strongest title, each loss was a fatal blow to his spirit. It left deeper and deeper scars on his psyche. With each defeat, Arashi's presence loomed larger in Bullet's mind, growing increasingly imposing until it became an insurmountable figure, leading Bullet to eventual submission. It was like training a falcon, wearing it down until it accepted its handler. This method resembled the approach Whitebeard would one day take when facing Ace. As Bullet's injuries gradually healed, he recovered fully and once again issued a challenge. But this time, the sense of defeat weighed even heavier on him. Arashi's strength seemed unbeatable, and in Bullet's mind, the shadow of Arashi had begun to eclipse even Roger. With a terminal illness, Roger could no longer bear the crown of the strongest. But this Marine before him, still young and close in age to Bullet, was thriving. During those days, every time Bullet thought about their similar ages, he felt a deep sense of frustration. How can he be so strong at the same age? He thought. He's truly a monster among monsters. This inner conflict deepened Bullet's respect for Arashi, even as it tormented him. As the warship neared Marineford, about half a month after Bullet had joined the ship, Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth, asked with a smirk, "So, Bullet, do you still think you can defeat him?" Crocodile had witnessed all of Bullet's challenges and knew one thing for sure. Arashi's strength was almost absolute. Bullet's lips twitched, and after a glance at Crocodile, he fell silent. There's a kind of strength that feels insurmountable. Whether it was Roger back then or Arashi now, both gave Bullet a tremendous sense of pressure, as if a towering mountain stood in his way. "I know why you've been so reluctant to submit all this time," Crocodile said softly. "Oh," Bullet scoffed. "I'll tell you something," Crocodile said, puffing out a smoke ring, completely unfazed by Bullet's dismissive attitude. His voice lowered slightly. "What is it?" Bullet asked, intrigued. He was surprised that someone like Crocodile had submitted to a Marine. If Crocodile had a reason that could convince him, perhaps following someone as strong as Roger, but younger, wouldn't be such a bad idea. "The Celestial Dragon Massacre," Crocodile whispered, his voice almost too quiet to hear. After saying those words, he glanced vaguely at the figure standing ahead. Bullet froze for a moment, and then it hit him. He quickly understood what Crocodile meant. Did he do it? Bullet's heart was filled with shock and disbelief. He did something Roger never dared to do. Bullet muttered to himself, and he did it as a Marine. Isn't that even more interesting? Crocodile chuckled. Upon hearing this, Bullet spun around to stare at Crocodile's smirking face. After a long pause, Bullet broke into a grin and made his decision. "You're right," Bullet said. "This is interesting." Suddenly standing up, Bullet strode over to Arashi's side and deeply breathed. "From today onward, I'm yours. I'll follow you wherever you go," Bullet declared. "But if there ever comes a day when you no longer have the strength to defeat me," he added with a grin, "then I'll make you my subordinate, because I admire you as well." The sea breeze swept across, causing Arashi's cloak to flutter. He slowly turned around, looking at the towering, muscular figure wrapped in white bandages around his head and body, and suddenly smiled. "Too bad. I don't think I'll give you that chance." Bullet's gaze sharpened momentarily. Then he stood upright with a snap and saluted. "Sir," Arashi pointed behind him at Crocodile. "Go to him and get a new uniform. Remember, from now on, you're a Marine trainee." "Yes, sir," Bullet shouted, then turned and left. Compared to Ivan, Crocodile, and the others, Bullet possessed the discipline of a true soldier. After all, he had once been a battle-hardened warrior who went to war at a very young age. Moments later, Bullet returned, now dressed in a trainee's uniform and wearing a Marine cap as he stood before Arashi. "I'm impressed by your physical abilities. Even I find them remarkable." Arashi pointed to Crocodile and the others. "From today on, you'll assist me in training them." "Mission accepted." Bullet grinned, revealing a fierce smile that made Razanani, Ivan, and Crocodile all tense up slightly. A Marine trainee training officers like them? It sounded strange, but no one voiced any objections. For one, Arashi's orders were absolute, and secondly, they were all well aware of Bullet's combat prowess. His massive, muscular body held a strength they couldn't match. Very few people could compete with their commanding officer in hand-to-hand combat. As expected, Bullet didn't disappoint. The intensity increased nearly fivefold compared to their previous training, turning their routines into pure agony, almost like hell. Even a short fitness session left everyone sore and barely able to move. "Too weak," Bullet sneered. He then turned to look at Arashi, whose body was concealed beneath the white Marine coat of justice. Even with the cloak on, one could see the muscular build beneath, rock-hard muscles like granite, every inch of his physique brimming with explosive power. This man had trained his body even more rigorously than Bullet himself. Standing at 2.8 meters tall, Arashi's height alone gave an imposing impression. But judging by his age, Bullet figured he could still grow even taller. His bulging muscles seemed ready to burst through his Marine uniform, and the outline of his menacing back tattoo was faintly visible. Compared to this guy, I still have a long way to go, Bullet thought bitterly. At that moment, Arashi wasn't paying attention to Bullet's gaze. Instead, he lifted his head to look ahead. Amid the rolling waves, the warship was nearing the massive gates of justice. In the distance, they could see the huge water whirlpool, its roar audible even from afar. Soon, the warship passed through the gates of justice and entered the inner bay. "Identify the warship squadron. It's Rear Admiral Arashi's ship." "Rear Admiral Arashi, please dock at Port A8, shouted the Marine officer directing the ships. Moments later, the warship smoothly docked at Port A8 under Sloth's control. Arashi, as soon as he disembarked, a cheerful voice rang out from the side. "Sinbu." Arashi turned and called out with a smile. "Ah, long time no see. You've changed a lot, taller and more muscular." Sinbu exclaimed, measuring the difference in their heights with a gesture of surprise. "It's been 2 years. The food at the Marine Academy was good." Arashi laughed. He wasn't wrong. Before joining the academy, he had a relatively average height of about 1.85 meters, which was normal by his standards in his past life. But compared to the monsters in this world, it was short. People like Kazan often had to bend to put an arm around him. But 2 years at the Marine Academy, with rigorous training, good nutrition, and his natural growth spurt, had caused his height to skyrocket, reaching 2.85 meters. With the help of the unique skill of life return, which allowed him perfect control over his body, Arashi was confident he could grow past 3 meters. He was quite satisfied with this height. After all, height itself brought an aura of dominance. "You got promoted too," Arashi remarked. "Ah, thanks to you." Shinbul laughed heartily. 2 years ago, they served together on the same warship and were later aboard Garp's ship. After returning to Marine headquarters, Shinbu had been promoted to colonel, seemingly by chance, due to their battle against the Roger pirates. That fight also cemented his connection with Vice Admiral Garp and Rear Admiral Arashi, making him part of their faction. With the help of some other colleagues, he stayed in Marine headquarters, with a strong possibility of rising to the rank of Admiral in the future. Even now, many Marines regarded Shinbu as a minor legend. Fighting alongside the Pirate King Roger was something to be proud of, even worthy of admiration. Vice Admiral Garp is back at headquarters, Simbu added. Kazan also arrived 3 days ago. He then looked at the group of Marines behind Arashi and couldn't help but marvel. You've already got a group of you men now. They all seem quite powerful. Arashi smiled. I handpicked each one of them. None of them are weak. I can tell. Simba nodded, then quickly added, You'd better head inside. You're the only famous officer who hasn't arrived yet. He leaned closer to Arashi and whispered, There seems to be an important meeting requiring the presence of all officers. Arashi nodded thoughtfully at the news. The two exchanged a hug before parting ways. They had been comrades through thick and thin, with Shinbu once teaching Arashi valuable survival skills at sea. Their bond ran deep. Moments later, Arashi arrived at the Marine headquarters building and reported to a beautiful female officer on the first floor. Welcome back to Marine headquarters, Rear Admiral Arashi. Fleet Admiral Kong has instructed that you report to him as soon as you return. The blonde officer then glanced at the group behind Arashi. Upon seeing Bullet, Crocodile, and the others, her expression tightened with fear. These men were terrifying, more like pirates than Marines. Please take care of assigning quarters for my subordinates, Arashi said with a smile. They can stay with me or somewhere nearby. Arashi noticed the fear in her eyes. Many officers on the first floor reacted similarly, eyeing Bullet and Crocodile with nervousness and dread. Huh? Oh, yes, of course, the female officer replied hurriedly. Arashi nodded toward Crocodile and approached the Fleet Admiral's office. Am I walking straight into enemy territory? Bullet chuckled as he watched Arashi's figure disappear, surveying the surrounding Marines with a smirk. We're Marines now, Crocodile replied calmly. There's no need to worry, Bullet. As Crocodile said, we're Marines now and soldiers under Rear Admiral Arashi's command. T-Bone added seriously. In Marine headquarters, Rear Admiral Arashi is highly respected. Bullet glanced at the skeleton-like T-Bone. You look pretty grim, but you're surprisingly soft-hearted. Crocodile chuckled silently. Sorry if I scared you, T-Bone said, opening his mouth and apologizing. Bullet was at a loss for words, but eventually laughed. At Marine headquarters, the Fleet Admiral's office was bustling with activity. When Arashi arrived at the door, he saw people constantly moving in and out of the office. Kong sat at a large wooden desk directly in front, frowning as he pored over a mountain of paperwork. Rear Admiral Arashi, a young officer nearby, called out in surprise when he saw him. Hello. Arashi nodded in greeting. Although he didn't know the officer personally, Arashi could tell he was a big fan from the excited, admiring look in his eyes. He couldn't help but be taken aback. Was this a fanboy moment at the Fleet Admiral's office? It's Rear Admiral Arashi. Oh my God, the one said to surpass the three monsters, the monster among monsters, Rear Admiral Arashi. Is it him? The one who fought the Dark King Rayleigh to a draw and took down the supernova pirate crew like a storm? He's practically a Marine hero in the making. The surrounding officers all turned to look, and even Arashi was momentarily stunned. He quickly realized that, without meaning to, he had become a star among Marine officers, a rising young officer at the forefront of his generation. The eyes of many young officers around him sparkled with excitement. The glow one gets when meeting a personal idol. He's as towering and strong as Vice Admiral Garp. Just being around him feels so safe. I want to have his children. Our offspring would be strong. Rear Admiral Arashi. In no time, a buzz of chatter surrounded the entrance to Kong's office. Officers from nearby rooms were opening their doors and peeking out to get a look at him. Arashi had underestimated his popularity at headquarters, with Roger now declared the Pirate King. Any Marine who had fought against him was shining brighter than ever. Alongside legendary figures like Vice Admiral Garp and Sengoku, Arashi had become one of the most prominent up-and-coming officers. Seeing the excited, almost fanatical looks on the faces around him, Arashi was momentarily at a loss. In his past and present lives, he had never experienced such attention from fans. Arashi, A deep voice suddenly called out, "Come inside. Everyone else, clear out. Don't disrupt the regular office functions." Fleet Admiral Kong's stern tone instantly silenced the frenzy, and the officers dispersed, making way for Arashi. "Close the door." Once Arashi entered the room, he breathed a sigh of relief and closed the door behind him, shutting out the eager stares of his newfound admirers. Haven't experienced this kind of scene before, have you?" Kong's usually stern face broke into a smile as he teased Arashi. "It's a little intimidating. I'd rather be fighting an enemy." Arashi sighed. "The headquarters hasn't publicized your achievements much, but without a doubt, you become a role model for the young officers of this era," Kong continued. "A figure for them to strive toward, someone they can admire." After a brief pause, Kong added, "The Marines need people like you among the younger generation." Arashi shrugged helplessly. He looked at the towering stacks of paperwork beside Kong and couldn't help but feel sympathy. Being a fleet admiral wasn't easy, explaining why Sakazuki's range of activities became so limited once he took the position. "Did the mission go smoothly?" Kong asked while sifting through more documents. As fleet admiral, he had a lot on his plate, especially with the fallout from Roger becoming the Pirate King. The pressure from the world government and the numerous civilian issues were giving him constant headaches. "It went fairly well," Arashi replied, pulling a sealed blueprint from inside his coat and handing it over. Kong glanced at it before setting it aside. "The technology for Seastone warships is invaluable to us. If the ships can cross the comm belt, it will break the barrier between the Grand Line and the other seas, significantly reducing the time it takes for the Marines to reach the different seas." He exhaled and furrowed his brow, apparently disturbed by something he saw in the documents before him. "This technology will greatly enhance the Marines and the government's control over the four seas," he added, "and will play a key role in our upcoming operations." "Upcoming operations?" Arashi asked, his curiosity piqued. "A major anti-pirate campaign," Kong replied, lifting his head and slamming a recently reviewed document onto the pile beside him. "The primary target is the East Blue, currently the strongest sea and the birthplace of Pirate King Roger." He let out another breath. "Of course, this will take a long time to execute. Additionally, there's the global search for Roger and his crew," Kong added with a pained expression. "If we can't capture this group, the world will never be at peace." Kong's words made Arashi thoughtful. He speculated that the world government was exerting massive pressure, not to mention the recent turmoil among pirates and civilians alike. As long as the Pirate King was alive, he remained a symbol of defiance and ambition, much like how Arashi had become a role model for the younger Marines. Roger was a magnetic figure, continuously inspiring rebellious spirits and stirring chaos worldwide. Capturing Roger and his crew had become an urgent mission for the Marines and the world government. As long as they remained free, the world wouldn't settle. "Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock in the headquarters conference room. All officers must attend and ensure you're on time," Kong said. Seeing how busy Kong was, Arashi nodded and decided not to disturb him further. He turned and left the office. On his way out of the headquarters building, Arashi was bombarded with countless notes from beautiful female officers. "This is madness." Arashi let out a long breath once he was outside the building. Shaking his head, he made his way toward the residential area. When he arrived at his quarters, he found Crocodile, Bullet, Razanani, and the others chatting casually on chairs in the courtyard. The Marines have a far more structured and comprehensive training system than the pirates, Bullet said in a serious tone. Now that he had seen the neatly organized zones within the headquarters, he couldn't help but be impressed by the thoroughness of their system. From basic training to advanced operations, the Marines had everything covered. "This world ultimately belongs to them," Crocodile said faintly. "What? Are you planning to take the world from their hands?" Bullet laughed. "I just want to create the world of my dreams," Crocodile replied. At that moment, Arashi walked over, waving to interrupt them. Enough talk about the world. Arashi was well aware that while his subordinates had now assumed the identities of Marines, the spirit of their past as pirates still lingered. After becoming Marines, The 5 under-Ivans were relatively calm and obedient. They focused more on finding a stable life and achieving a small sense of peace. Crocodile, however, had changed after losing his memories, and Arashi sensed a level of trust and admiration from him. Even if Crocodile regained his memories, his former ambitions seemed to have been buried. As for Douglas Bullet, his thoughts were more transparent. First, he was captivated by Arashi's immense strength, and second, he recognized that Arashi needed to be more easily tamed. For figures as powerful as Bullet and Crocodile, it wasn't merely strength that would make them submit. It required something more, something they could respect and identify with. These individuals were all settled in the same area where Arashi resided, and the house was spacious enough to accommodate them easily. In the evening, after dinner, Crocodile and the others continued their intense training under Bullet's supervision. Arashi stood quietly under the street lamp, observing them in silence. Bullet, a former career soldier, clearly had a unique perspective on training, and even Arashi had to admit the effectiveness of his methods. The 5 under-Ivans, especially the young Razanani, had shown notable improvement, rapidly advancing towards superhuman physical prowess. No matter what you aim to achieve or what hopes and dreams you hold, Bullet shouted, crossing his arms, your strength is the most powerful weapon to make them a reality. Even if you're going to be a lazy bum, you better have the strength to turn things around. Suddenly, his eyes shot toward the back of the group where Razanani lagged. Razanani, pick up the pace. Do you plan to die on the battlefield one day? Someone as strong as Arashi can't tolerate someone as weak as you among his ranks. Upon hearing this, Razanani gasped and pushed himself harder. It was fine to scold him, but he couldn't stand it when Arashi, whom he deeply admired, was brought into it. "Eh-ha!" Razanani yelled, forcing himself to run faster. Under the streetlight, Arashi smiled as he watched this unfold, nodding approvingly before turning away. At this rate, even the 11 or 12-year-old Razanani would soon possess superhuman abilities. Considering his age, it was truly impressive. This kid was, after all, a descendant of the celestial dragons. Before long, the night passed. The next morning, as dawn broke, the atmosphere at Marineford's headquarters was somber and heavy. 2 rows of elite Marines, their expressions cold and serious, all standing over 2 meters tall, lined the steps leading to the main building, their eyes fixed straight ahead. Today's air was different from usual. Even the senior officers among the crowd couldn't help but feel tense, swallowing nervously, and beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. The highest-level meeting of Marine headquarters was to take place today. High-ranking officers worldwide had gathered at Marineford to attend this monumental meeting. The seriousness and gravity of the event were undeniable. Everyone knew it would affect not only the Marines but the entire world. Suddenly, a gust of sea breeze swept across, fluttering the cloaks of the Marines standing tall on both sides. At that moment, all the elites tightened their gazes, looking down the steps at the imposing figures approaching. Marine Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Zephyr, dressed in white Marine uniforms, Sengoku and Zephyr walked one after the other up the steps. The 2 rows of Marines straightened their chests, staring forward as if frozen in time. As the 2 admirals entered the headquarters building and their figures disappeared from view, a series of imposing and dignified officers began to arrive. Vice Admiral Berglus, the Mountain Slasher. Vice Admiral Lufa, the Mantis Blade. Vice Admiral John Tyson, the Boxing King. One after another, these commanding officers, each with their unique aura and overwhelming presence, climbed the steps, leaving the assembled officers awestruck. The tension, excitement, and admiration were palpable. Many of these renowned officers were idols to the younger Marines, people they looked up to but rarely had the chance to see. Each was a pillar of Marine headquarters, respected figures, masters of hockey, with power that set them apart. As the sun bathed the steps in its light, a tall, burly man with a square face and black hair, accompanied by several others, appeared, smiling as he approached. Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp. At that moment, every eye was fixed on the man, and the air seemed still as Garp stepped forward with Bogart by his side. To his left was a towering figure with a smiling face. The young monster from the new generation, Kuzan. The crowd immediately recognized the tall figure, shouting his name in their minds. In the past 2 years, 3 monstrous figures have gained increasing fame within the Marines. Their mastery of powerful Logia-type devil fruits and immense physical strength made them seem almost godlike, commanding awe and respect from countless young Marines. Wait, who's that figure behind them? Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed in shock. It's Arashi. That's Rear Admiral Arashi. At that moment, the eyes of all the Marines shifted once again, focusing on the tall, muscular Marine not far behind Garp. His body seemed ready to burst out of his uniform due to his sheer muscle mass. On either side of him followed 2 figures, both wearing Marine hats with their heads slightly bowed, obscuring their faces, yet their powerful auras were undeniable. "You're late, kid." Garp paused and turned around, a broad grin spreading across his face. He was momentarily taken aback when he saw the towering, muscular figure behind him. It had been quite a while since the two had seen each other, and Garp couldn't believe that the once scrawny kid had grown into such a massive, imposing man. "Master Garp," Arashi grinned, quickening his pace to catch up to him. Instantly, Garp's group grew in size with Arashi's arrival. "Arashi." Kazan also smiled as he greeted him, while Bogart nodded with a friendly gesture. "Kazan, Bogart." Arashi laughed. "You've changed a lot, kid," Garp said, marveling at him. He raised a hand and gave Arashi a solid pat on the shoulder, which produced a loud thud. "But this build suits you much better." Garp's gaze shifted to Bullet and Crocodile, his expression slightly serious. "You found yourself some solid subordinates," Garp remarked. He quickly recognized them. Crocodile, the user of Sansan fruit, and Douglas Bullet, a former crew member of the Pirate King, Roger. Garp was a bit surprised that Arashi had managed to recruit them. He recalled that Arashi had gathered a crew of notorious pirate rookies not long ago. "You've gathered quite the rebellious bunch, haven't you?" Garp sighed. "They're all good comrades," Arashi replied with a smile. Crocodile and Bullet remained silent, knowing that staying quiet was the best action in this situation. "Is that so? Well, make sure to lead them properly," Garp said with a grin before withdrawing his gaze. As a mentor, Garp always allowed his students to grow and make their own choices. In his mind, everyone had the right to choose their path and needed to take responsibility for those choices. Since Arashi had decided to take this path, Garp trusted that he had his reasons. As for what his student's future would hold, how he would change the world, that wasn't Garp's concern. Even during the infamous Celestial Dragon incident at the Sabati Archipelago, Garp had never doubted his disciple for a second. How could a Marine destined to inherit the title of hero commit such a brazen act? The group continued up the stairs toward the headquarters building, with Arashi and Kazan quietly chatting along the way. Shortly afterwards, they were led by a female officer into the meeting room. This particular room had been prepared in advance. It was spacious and grand. In the center was a long table surrounded by neatly arranged seats. The officers took their places individually, with the vice admirals seated at the front of the long table. Arashi, Kazan, and the others sat in the seats surrounding it. The room was quiet, and not long after taking their seats, someone was already snoring. As more officers arrived and settled in, they all waited silently for the meeting to begin. Their faces showed a range of expressions. Some were serious, some were tense, while others yawned with boredom. About half an hour later, Fleet Admiral Kong entered the room, followed by his assistant, his face stern and somber. "Looks like most of us are here. Let's begin the meeting." His opening statement was brief, reflecting the Marines' no-nonsense style. This was a habit Kong had developed after years of organizing operations as a Marine. There was no time for long speeches on the battlefield. Every second counted. There was no need to drag it out if something could be explained in a single word. After all, on the battlefield, time meant lives. In light of the recent events surrounding the Roger pirates reaching the final island and Roger becoming the Pirate King, the world has been thrown into turmoil, Kong began. We've already issued numerous temporary assignments to address the situation. Our efforts to suppress and eliminate troublesome pirates have been effective, without a doubt. Kong's tone then darkened. However, he continued, the impact of Roger's actions has exceeded our expectations. The entire ocean is in chaos because of him. Pirates like Whitebeard, Kaido, Big Mom, and many others are constantly stirring up conflict. Especially the Pirate King, Roger. He must be captured and brought to justice to quell the massive wave of chaos his becoming Pirate King has caused. After a brief pause, Kong's expression turned more serious. Therefore, I will now address all officers and assign tasks based on recent events. You all have two main objectives, Kong continued. First, track down and capture the Pirate King Roger and his crew across the globe. Second, your next task is to focus on suppressing all pirates across the seas, eliminating these emerging troublemakers with full force. As he said this, Kong slammed his hand onto the table, his gaze becoming sharp. The entire meeting room fell silent as every high-ranking officer listened intently. Now, let's proceed with the task assignment, Kong said, taking a deep breath before speaking again in a commanding tone. What followed was a calm and orderly distribution of duties. Sengoku, you will stay at headquarters and oversee the waters surrounding the Sabeti archipelago, Kong ordered. Sengoku nodded. Zephyr, you will be stationed in Water 7 and the Long Ring Long Land Islands. Zephyr also nodded in acknowledgement. One by one, tasks were assigned until Kong's eyes turned toward Arashi's group. Kazan, head to the North Blue and clear out the troublesome pirates there. Kazan stood up. Understood. Arashi, your mission is to go to the South Blue, Kong said gravely. You'll be responsible for eliminating pirates and searching for Roger. Arashi hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. The task assignment moved quickly, with each officer receiving orders and promptly leaving. Soon, Arashi heard Garp's name called. Naturally, the two were assigned to different regions. Garp was put in charge of the East Blue. Many officers couldn't help but feel sorry for the pirates of the East Blue, knowing full well that the once-renowned strongest sea might soon become the weakest under Garp's iron fist. Sakazuki and Borsellino were also called, and each received their assignments. You may wait for your warships to be modified and then cross the calm belt to reach your designated seas, where you can set sail immediately and have your ships modified later, Kong instructed. Many officers were puzzled by this statement, but soon an explanation followed, leaving them all amazed. It made sense now why headquarters launched such a large-scale search and suppression operation. If they could cross the calm belt, support between regions would be much quicker and more convenient. Meeting adjourned, Kong declared. Immediately, the Marines in the meeting room stood up to leave. Arashi, however, had a serious expression on his face mixed with a bit of concern. What's wrong, Arashi? Kazan asked. The South Blue should be an easy region. The North Blue is a headache, full of strong pirates. Kazan sighed. In truth, the four seas weren't particularly challenging. The real difficulty was in how vast the regions were. If a pirate was determined to flee, there wasn't much the Marines could do to catch them. My South Blue might be tougher than you think, Arashi sighed. How hard could it be? Don't tell me you'll run into Roger himself? Kazan teased. Arashi's lips twitched, but he didn't respond to his old friend's joke. He knew full well that, according to the timeline, Roger would likely be in the South Blue. As Arashi left the meeting room, Sakazuki quickly caught up to him. Do you need something? Arashi asked calmly. Next time, I won't lose to you. Sakazuki gritted his teeth. Arashi chuckled, brushing past him without another word, striding off. His mind was occupied with Roger's situation. He had no time to deal with this stubborn, hot-headed young man still in his rebellious phase. Should I leave him be, or should I take action and capture him myself? Walking out of Marine headquarters, Arashi muttered as the sea breeze blew against his. The meeting ended quickly, as was typical for the Marines. However, Arashi felt somewhat troubled by it. though the feeling didn't last long. In his memory, the pirate king, Gold, Roger, after reaching the final island, Raftel, disbanded his crew and went into hiding on Batarilla Island in the South Blue, where he married Port-Gasti Rouge. At this point, Roger is probably busy with Rouge, trying to have a child, right? Arashi guessed to himself. After nearly a year of peaceful life, the world-renowned pirate king surrendered himself to the Marines. What kind of person is Roger right now? Arashi wondered. Despite being gravely ill, Roger managed to reach the title of Pirate King, only to dissolve his crew due to his deteriorating health or other reasons and hide on a small, nameless island in the South Blue. His days were numbered even if Roger didn't surrender a year later. So, what condition was Roger in now? How much of his peak strength remained? When Arashi learned he was assigned to the South Blue, these thoughts flooded his mind. Suddenly, he felt a mix of nervousness, excitement, and a surge of fighting spirit. How much weaker was he compared to the Pirate King, the world's strongest? Could he defeat Roger in a confrontation? With these thoughts swirling, Arashi stayed at Marine headquarters for about a week. The modification of the Seastone-enhanced warships sparked a technological overhaul in the shipyard after news of the advancement reached them. Due to the importance of Arashi's mission, his ship, along with those of Sengoku and Zephyr, was given top priority for upgrades. 7 days later, the modifications were complete, meaning Arashi could set sail for the South Blue. Arashi didn't delay. Many officers assigned to nearby regions had already departed without waiting for their ships to be modified, planning to do so later. Arashi bumped into Borsellino at the port, who was also preparing to set sail. "Good day, young Arashi." Borsellino greeted him with a smile, glancing at Arashi's crew, including Crocodile and Bullet. His expression shifted slightly. "Whether it's you or your subordinates, you all look terrifying." Arashi burst into laughter. "You're the one who's truly terrifying." Borsellino waved his hand. "I just want to do my job peacefully," he sighed. "But recently, this world has been anything but peaceful. Pirates, Marines, even the world government, each scarier than the last." Hearing the hint in Borsellino's words, Arashi asked, "What do you mean, Borsellino? Has the world government made a move too?" Borsellino glanced around and lowered his voice, the smile fading from his face. "You haven't heard? They're taking Roger's impact much more seriously than us. This time, not only has CP been deployed to track Roger's movements, but it seems even the Holy Knights have appeared." "The Holy Knights?" Arashi was surprised. "What's that? Who knows? It sounds terrifying, but I'm not sure whether they're involved in this situation." Borsellino shrugged and straightened up. Arashi pondered this, guessing the extent of the world government's power. After the more casual conversation, Borsellino curiously poked at Arashi's large chest muscles, clicking his tongue. "In just 2 years, you've changed so much. This strong physique of yours might scare away some delicate beauties." Arashi rolled his eyes. "You perverted old man. Haha, call me what you want, but I'm still quite young, only a few years older than you," Borsellino said with a shake of his head. Stretching, he glanced at his now-ready ship. "Well, it's time for me to set off, too. After this busy period, I need to take a vacation." Arashi sighed with some admiration. "Sometimes I envy your clock-in, clock-out work ethic. It's just a job, after all," Borsellino replied, waving as he boarded his ship. On board, Slow waved back at him. "Well, it's time for us to set off, too," Arashi said with a deep breath. The warship slowly sailed out of the gates of justice while Slow and Mina furrowed their brows, carefully planning their route. "Since our ship can pass through the Calm Belt, we don't need to go through the Grand Line to reach the South Blue. We'll cross the Calm Belt directly to the east of us and head straight into the South Blue," Mina confirmed. The two quickly mapped out the route. Arashi had long since stopped worrying about steering the ship himself. His navigator and shipwright would execute everything perfectly as long as the destination was set. It often made him appreciate the value of having skilled subordinates. By early afternoon, around 2 or 3 o'clock, their ship had entered the Calm Belt. When the ship entered the Calm Belt, everyone's expressions subtly changed as they felt a distinct, unsettling sensation. The once billowing sails suddenly stilled, and the fluttering clothes and capes stopped moving. There was no longer any wind, none at all. Even the sea beneath the warship lay eerily silent, dead calm. This astonished Arashi, as everything in the world was constantly in motion, and motion always generated airflow, creating wind and currents. A butterfly flapping its wings in the distance might cause a storm across the sea, illustrating the interconnectedness of all things. In simple terms, the calm belt defies the laws of nature, yet it undeniably exists. Ivans, Razanani, and others leaned over the ship's edge, their faces tense and alert. Large shadows floated quietly near the sea's surface, giving off a silent but terrifying presence that made everyone uneasy. These were unmistakably sea kings. Crocodile and Bullet gazed solemnly at the water below, both silent. Arashi, having never seen such enormous creatures before, was deeply shaken. He had encountered giants before, like Saul, but compared to these rulers of the sea, even giants seemed insignificant. The warship slowly passed by, and they saw the largest of the creatures, its size rivaling a mountain, like a small island floating on the sea, revealing only its massive, black-scaled back. It was a horrifyingly enormous creature. Soon after, they spotted a densely forested island in the distance. "There's an island in the calm belt?" Crocodile said in surprise. "It's Amazon Lily, the island of the Kuja," Bullet replied in a deep voice. He had heard legends of this island during his time with Roger. The crew gazed at the island as they passed it by. By late afternoon, the ship emerged from the calm belt. In an instant, a gentle breeze blew through the air, startling everyone. "We've arrived in the South Blue." That was fast. In the South Blue, on Batarilla Island, pink petals floated through the air, accompanied by soft music. A glass of deep red wine, a white wedding dress, and a green lawn filled with laughter and joy set the scene for a modest wedding celebration. In this little-known town, a couple held hands, smiling happily as they entered a new life together. Yes, today on Batarilla Island, a cheerful wedding was underway. On the stage, a man with a mustache stood beside a young woman in a wedding dress, both smiling as the officiant led the ceremony with light-hearted interaction. All the wedding guests were absorbed in the joyous atmosphere, unaware that three men in civilian clothes had quietly taken seats at a corner table. Arashi gazed at the couple on stage, narrowing his eyes slightly. They had arrived in the South Blue 7 days earlier, gathering information that had finally led them to this island today. It was pure coincidence that they stumbled upon this wedding. The atmosphere was lively, and Arashi's eyes fixed on the couple on stage. No one could have imagined that the world-famous pirate king, Joel D. Roger, was standing hand in hand with a woman, like the most ordinary man, stepping into the happiest moment of his life. Opposite Arashi, Crocodile looked astonished, staring incredulously at Roger's face. "How did you know?" This question came from Bullet, who sat to the side, his serious and heavy tone. Without a doubt, no one in the world would ever expect the Pirate King to be hiding on a small, obscure island in the South Blue, in a tiny town of only a few hundred people, and even holding a wedding right before their eyes. But somehow, upon entering the South Blue, this man headed directly for this island. How could he have known? A guiding hand of fate, perhaps, Arashi replied faintly. He paused, his gaze returning to the couple on stage. "For now, let's enjoy the celebration. It's not every day you get to attend the old captain's wedding, right, Bullet?" The Bullet remained silent, his hands under the table slowly clenching into fists. He couldn't comprehend how the man who once dominated the world, breaking through countless obstacles to become the Pirate King, who came so close to ruling the world, could now, on an unremarkable island, be stepping into a wedding hall. "You've fallen, Roger." Bullet couldn't shake the deep sadness in his heart despite his anger. Even a king who once stood at the pinnacle of power couldn't avoid returning to ordinary life in his twilight years, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. "I'd rather send you out of this world myself." Bullet growled through gritted teeth, his gaze on the stage turning fierce. Just then, Roger, in the middle of the wedding ceremony, caught sight of Arashi and his two companions sitting quietly in the corner. His expression shifted slightly. "What's wrong, Roger?" Rouge noticed the change in his face and quickly asked. She, too, looked down and saw the three men. "Are they your friends?" Roger smiled faintly, holding Rouge's hand. "Friends, maybe you could say that." He, too, was surprised. Where he was hiding was like a drop in the ocean compared to the vast world. How had the Marines found him so quickly? Still, Roger didn't dwell on it. Since they hadn't caused any trouble upon arrival and were silently attending the wedding, he decided to wait until after the ceremony to address the matter. The wedding atmosphere soon reached its peak, with everyone cheering and clapping. Roger remained calm, as if he hadn't noticed Arashi and the others. In fact, during the toast, he even came down with Rouge to clink glasses with the three. "How's your teacher doing?" Roger asked with a smile. "He's fine, in the East Blue," Arashi replied. "What a pity he couldn't attend my wedding." Roger laughed heartily. "That might be for the best," Arashi chuckled. The two exchanged words naturally, like old friends, and Roger showed no signs of anything being amiss. This made Rouge genuinely believe the three men were her husband's friends. "Bullet, I didn't expect to see you here," Roger added with another smile. Snap! Bullet, silent, clenched his glass until it shattered. Rouge's expression changed, and she quickly called for someone to bring a cloth. "No need," Bullet said gruffly, dropping into his chair. "Congratulations on your marriage," he forced out, then fell silent. "And you are?" Roger asked, still smiling, before turning his gaze to Crocodile. Caught off guard, Crocodile raised his glass. "Congratulations on your wedding. You can call me Crocodile." "Haha, I hope you enjoy the celebration too." Roger laughed. He and Rouge moved on to greet other guests. The wedding wasn't large, with only about a dozen people at the tables, most of them Rouge's relatives and friends from the town. Roger had very few friends present. Because of this, the warm-hearted villagers soon surrounded Arashi and the others, and the atmosphere remained lively. Arashi made no immediate moves. He quietly observed Roger, who showed no signs of illness. He looked energetic and had no trace of weakness. Once the Pirate King, Roger's overwhelming presence and dominance had silently faded away. Hiding on Batarilla Island, he seemed like an ordinary man, blending into the background. Soon, the wedding concluded. The guests said their farewells and dispersed in groups, leaving the area quickly emptying. "When do we act?" Bullet gritted his teeth, holding back a wave of anger, unable to bear seeing the once mighty king now appearing so unremarkable. "Wait, he will come to us," Arashi replied calmly. Crocodile, however, seemed hesitant. "Are we going to make a move on him? He's the Pirate King, Roger, one of the world's greatest legends. Can we take down such a man with just the three of us?" Arashi only smiled in response, offering no answer. They waited throughout the afternoon until around dusk. The three finally saw a man in casual clothes, with a long sword at his waist, walking toward them with a smile. "Roger," Bullet growled, clenching his teeth. Roger approached them, then suddenly laughed. His right hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his sharp gaze fixed on Arashi, and at that moment, the smile took on an air of authority, a pressure that startled the three men. "Marine boy," Roger said, "I see a blazing ambition in your eyes." Arashi, hearing this, smiled back. His fists collided, black and red lightning crackling around them as his gaze sharpened. "I have a question," he said. "Why did you give up everything, disband your crew, and come to this nameless island?" Roger grinned, drawing the sword at his waist, his aura suddenly surging. "Because," he declared, "I have no interest in ruling. I have already found my freedom. That is enough." Roger's smile returned to its former grandeur, and the fierce spirit and kingly aura rapidly re-emerged. Soon, the space around them began to ripple and distort under the evening sun. However, Roger expertly contained his aura in a small area, ensuring it wouldn't affect the other villagers in town. Under the pull of this energy, Arashi's own conqueror's haki erupted, and in an instant he compressed it, directing it with maximum force toward Roger. Freedom, huh? You only want to be the pirate king. Nothing more than that, Arashi muttered. That's right. Roger laughed. I don't have the time or energy for anything else, but without a doubt, someone like me will come along and finish what I started. He burst into laughter, then suddenly looked up, his eyes locking onto Arashi. Are you here to capture me? Yes. Arashi nodded without hesitation. This mission wasn't just about capturing Roger, but also a huge test of his strength and improvement. Ha ha ha! Roger laughed. There are few Marines as ambitious as you. If you were a pirate, you might have rivaled me. In a flash, the long sword in Roger's hand trembled, and in an instant he slashed. Fast, too fast, like a streak of lightning. It flashed before Arashi, the golden lightning roaring like a dragon, even letting out a faint dragon's cry. If you're here to catch me. Roger's deep voice echoed. Be prepared to die in front of me, Marine. The long sword in Roger's hand had already swung down. Arashi reacted quickly, moving almost the instant Roger did. Paper art. His body twisted strangely, his chest caving just enough to avoid the strike narrowly. Divine departure. But at that moment, Roger spoke again. The air trembled as a powerful slash, wrapped in thick conqueror's haki, roared through the space and struck Arashi's chest directly. PFF. In an instant, Arashi's chest was cut open, blood ready to splatter, and his body cracked like glass, sending him flying heavily backwards. Roger. The bullet finally moved, shouting furiously as he lunged toward Roger. Bullet, it seems you've chosen a new path for yourself too. Roger sighed as he swung his sword casually. Boom! The blade didn't even touch Bullet. The slash, carried by the air, violently struck him, sending him flying like Arashi, hurtling 1,000 meters away. Sandstorm. In that brief moment, Crocodile, stunned by the sight of his superior and teammate being taken out, quickly gathered a sand tornado in his hand, ready to strike. But Roger was already in front of him in the next second, casually slashing. The sight of that strike made Crocodile's hair stand on end. His body turned into sand and swiftly retreated, his face showing deep shock. You reek of a pirate, Roger said calmly. Arashi, for someone trained by Garp, you've certainly gone a bit off course. Roger turned to the young figure, striding toward him with a grim expression. When he saw that Arashi was unscathed, Roger's eyes narrowed slightly. If he remembered correctly, that close-range slash should have completely cut open Arashi's chest and abdomen, delivering a fatal wound. Yet here he was, unharmed and standing again. As Rayleigh said, you're truly immortal, right? Roger muttered. Even Roger felt more focused when facing an enemy who couldn't be killed. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps grew faster as Arashi picked up speed, then leapt into the sky, reaching 100 meters high. Crack! Black and red lightning crackled, wrapping around his arms. Fist of thunder. Arashi swung his right fist downward without hesitation, and the black and red lightning shot straight at Roger below. Bullet, who had just managed to get up in the distance, saw the punch, and his pupils shrank in shock. There was no doubt that punch could take him down instantly. Too reckless. Bullet muttered, that punch will destroy the entire town. Roger shook his head as his figure suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in the sky, ascending quickly. His long sword swung again. Buzz! The slash instantly collided with Arashi's punch, causing space to warp and tremble. Roger's slash immediately deflected the distorted shockwave, shooting into the sky and disappearing instantly. Arashi's pupils contracted in the air, stunned by what he had just witnessed. This was the first time he had seen such a thing. Roger's attack had completely deflected his conqueror's haki-infused attack. Your talent is indeed remarkable. You already possess this level of haki at such a young age. Roger's voice echoed as his figure flashed, suddenly appearing in front of Arashi, his long sword pointing straight at Arashi's forehead. Your technique is too poor. Upon hearing this, Arashi's heart shook. He flashed and vanished, reappearing behind Roger in an instant. However, Roger had already turned to face him again, with his long sword still pointing directly at him. Observation Haki. Arashi's eyes sharpened as he shifted positions repeatedly, but no matter from which angle he attacked, Roger could predict and counter his every move with perfect precision. This realization made Arashi's heart sink. Roger's observation Haki had completely read him, but after just a brief pause, he charged again, undeterred. He would break through with sheer strength since there were no flaws to exploit. Fist of Thunder. Black and red lightning crackled violently as an overwhelming surge of Conqueror's Haki burst toward the sky. The once clear skies darkened with thick clouds as thunder rumbled overhead. Deep Water Bomb. Arashi combined iron body and armament Haki on his right fist, his sea-stone gloves creaking under the strain. Roger, however, only smiled lightly, swinging his long sword. Boom! The force of Arashi's punch rippled out in the sky, turning into a wild windstorm that radiated across the island. The thunderous roar from the heavens caused everyone on the island to believe a storm was coming, and they hurried into their homes to take cover. It seems there's still much for you to learn, young man, Roger said calmly. Arashi's gaze grew serious. At that moment, he realized something. From Garp, he had learned how to wield a devastatingly heavy and powerful iron fist, capable of crushing anything in its path. However, his lack of proficiency in observation of Haki was a fatal flaw in his ability to evade attacks. During his brief clash with Roger, he witnessed the pinnacle of technique, how it could be smooth, fluid, sharp, and overwhelmingly powerful. If you want to catch me, you'd better notify Marine Headquarters. Let Garp and Sengoku come after me, Roger said with a casual smile. His long sword moved swiftly, slashing toward Arashi's arm. Slash. Arashi's expression changed. Below, Crocodile and Bullet both widened their eyes in shock. One of Arashi's arms, dripping with blood, fell to the ground. The air seemed to freeze at that moment as everything fell quiet. Both Bullet and Crocodile stared at the severed arm on the ground, then looked up at the two figures in the sky. For some reason, a deep sense of fear stirred in their hearts. As expected, you're strong, Arashi muttered as he locked eyes with Roger. Slowly, he descended to the ground, landing with a heavy thud. Looking down at his bloodied arm, a grin suddenly spread across his face. I'm feeling more excited than ever. Then, to everyone's shock, he raised his remaining arm, clenched his fist, and, without hesitation, slammed it into his head. Boom! His skull shattered like a watermelon in an instant. The sight caused Roger's pupils to contract, shivering through Crocodile and Bullet. Had Arashi gone mad? After losing an arm, he had chosen to blow his head off. But in the next second, something occurred that nearly stopped the hearts of everyone present. The severed arm, the spilled blood, and the shattered head were all gone. A completely unharmed Arashi stood in their place, fully intact and as good as new. He revived? Crocodile exclaimed in disbelief. He had never realized this powerful Marine officer was also a devil fruit user. No, that couldn't be it. Arashi still wore sea-stone gloves on his fists, which meant he wasn't a devil fruit user. But then, what was the explanation for this bizarre, undying phenomenon? Crocodile, Bullet, and Roger were stunned, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. You do possess an extraordinary bloodline, Roger remarked gravely as he landed on the ground. He had come to understand just how troublesome this young Marine truly was. Not only was Arashi unkillable, but even when injured, he could restore himself through the most drastic measures. This meant that Arashi was naturally invincible. With such a body and overwhelming power, Arashi could defeat almost any enemy. Arashi smiled and cracked his neck with a loud pop. He flexed his fists, feeling the strength surging through his fingers. I can do this all day. His eyes gleamed with excitement. There was no doubt that each time Roger killed him, his body, strength, and reflexes grew stronger. However, it was equally clear that as he became more powerful, his rate of improvement slowed down. It was like a parabolic curve. Once it peaked, it would decline. "Let's have a real fight, Roger," Arashi declared, his eyes burning with anticipation. Roger gazed at him seriously for a moment before a relaxed expression appeared. "Let's change the venue. Since you want a proper battle." Arashi didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. "There's a dense forest near the shore, northwest of here," Roger said. The two men took off running, their speed instantly reaching its peak. Moments later, Arashi arrived at the forest Roger had mentioned. He slowly lifted his head, looking at Roger, who stood opposite him. Their gazes locked, and sparks were crackling in the air between them. Almost simultaneously, the two charged at each other, colliding instantly. Sword light flashed brilliantly, its momentum like a fierce gale, shaking the surrounding trees. The dark clouds above followed their movement, with lightning flickering unpredictably, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder. Crocodile and Bullet stood nearby as spectators to this intense battle, their faces tense. From the moment the fight started, it had already reached a climactic intensity, fierce beyond measure. Roger's sword was fast, precise, and relentless. It shifted unpredictably, always able to pinpoint Arashi's exact location. In just the first breath, Roger's blade had already pierced Arashi's neck. But that didn't stop Arashi. He swung his fist with the same ferocity he had once used in his battles with Rayleigh. However, this approach seemed ineffective against Roger. His opponent was too fast. The moment Arashi threw a punch, Roger had already vanished and launched another attack. The immense pressure weighed heavily on Arashi, and he quickly realized one thing. He was still a long way from reaching the level of a world-class fighter like Roger. Hockey, speed, experience, technique. Roger was a perfect, well-rounded warrior with no weaknesses. From the very start of the battle, he had entered his peak state, showing no sign of illness, and every swing of his sword struck fear into the hearts of those watching. But there was an upside: constant death. Like an unrelenting storm, Arashi faced death again and again. Roger's overwhelming might crushed him repeatedly, increasing the points on Arashi's system panel each time. By the third hour, Arashi had maxed out his armament hockey. His entire body could be covered, and he could effortlessly use the advanced flowing hockey technique. By the seventh hour, he had maxed out shave, moving at such speed that it was close to teleportation, covering distances up. The two of them battled for 10 continuous hours, perfectly confining the range of destruction to a small forested area. Arashi's eyes shone brightly. Through countless deaths, he grew more familiar with Roger's fighting style. His experience and technique were improving rapidly. Despite dying again and again, he was evolving fast. "Is this kid a monster?" Roger was deeply shocked. He fully understood what Rayleigh had described earlier, that death wouldn't kill Arashi, but would make him stronger. Time passed quickly, and the two continued fighting into the night. By dawn the next day, the fierce winds howled through the forest. In addition to Crocodile and Bullet, more spectators, including T-Bone, Razanani, and Ivankov, gathered to witness the battle. So strong, Arashi thought, deeply impressed by Roger's strength. He had lost count of how many times he had died throughout the night, yet Roger had managed to avoid taking any injury. Arashi hadn't been able to land a single blow. He couldn't break through Roger's flawless observation hockey. No matter what he tried, he couldn't leave so much as a scratch on Roger. This power was far beyond Rayleigh's, and an insurmountable gap existed between them. Throughout the night, Arashi had maxed out shave, tempest kick, and finger pistol, achieving full mastery of the six powers. Their power had reached a qualitative change, but he still couldn't harm Roger. It was as if Roger had perfect evasion and could foresee the future, making him impossible to hit. The fight continued. Arashi was fully immersed in this unprecedented battle. Another day and night passed, during which Arashi gained enough points to max out Iron Body, Moonwalk, and Paper Art. "You're incredibly resilient, kid," Roger praised, but his spirit was still high. The battle continued, stretching into the early morning of the fourth day. Suddenly, Roger's movements faltered. Cough. Blood suddenly spurted from his mouth. The powerful aura he had exuded and his intense fighting state vanished instantly. His entire body wavered, his face growing pale. Arashi paused, halting his attack just as he was about to strike. Cough, cough. Roger chuckled weakly. In the end, I'm getting old. He sighed with a trace of regret in his eyes, which quickly faded as he smiled again. Hey, kid, Roger said with a grin. Do you want to learn the way of the sword? I don't have much time left, but I can pass on everything I know to you. He paused, then laughed heartily. I can sense it, the burning ambition in your heart. You need strength, don't you? The forest was silent as the morning sun shone, casting light on Roger's face as he turned his back to Arashi. Arashi stood still, momentarily speechless. After 3 days and nights of intense battle, Roger had dominated the fight almost entirely. It was only due to his illness that his condition had sharply declined moments ago. Yet now, this man, Roger, wanted to teach him swordsmanship? Or, you could just arrest me right now, Roger said with a smile. That will be a very simple task for you. Roger stretched out his arms, as if ready to surrender as he spoke. Despite being in such a weakened state, with capture seemingly inevitable, Roger remained smiling, completely unconcerned. Arashi's eyes flickered as he thought deeply, trying to decipher Roger's intentions. A pirate offering to teach a marine swordsmanship was indeed something unusual. Arashi had to admit that Roger, who had survived countless battles, possessed extraordinary combat experience and technique. The same power wielded by Roger and by him was two completely different things, especially Roger's swordsmanship, which was undeniably among the world's best. After about 3 breaths, Arashi finally smiled. Is this your way of buying time for yourself? He asked. Roger grinned in return. I don't have much time left. I just want to leave something behind in this world, he said, his eyes locking onto Arashi's. Then, with a serious tone, he continued. Everyone alive has their moment to make an impact. Marine Arashi, I can glimpse your future. I hear what your heart calls out for. And this power will undoubtedly help you. Arashi relaxed, a smile forming on his face. All right, we have a deal, he said. There was no denying his interest in Roger's swordsmanship, the culmination of a lifetime of learning. As for making a deal with a pirate, that didn't bother him at all. Thank you, Roger, now pale-faced, breathed a sigh of relief. Even though he could easily crush Arashi in battle, his illness was his weakness, and once it flared up, he would be defeated. If he were to be captured now, it would be a great disservice to Rouge. He needed to leave something behind, a mark, a legacy, the sum of all he had learned. With the deal made, Arashi stayed on the island for now. The others, Crocodile, Bullet, Razanani, T-Bone, and the others, kept the matter confidential. They fully supported their superior's decision, and Arashi entrusted them with keeping order in the South Blue, leaving them to handle the pirates there. From that day on, Arashi became Roger's apprentice, learning the art of the sword. Roger's teaching began the very next day. His swordsmanship was completely different from Bogart's style. Roger taught Arashi with seriousness and attention to detail, starting from the basics. Arashi was relieved to discover that, aside from his proficiency in martial arts, he also had a natural talent for swordsmanship, learning quickly. He used a standard-issue marine sword, which he rarely carried at his side. Swinging a sword is different from throwing a punch. It requires technique and understanding the surroundings, space, and world. You must immerse yourself in your weapon, see the world through its perspective, and feel the universe's breath, Roger explained softly. Arashi nodded and diligently practiced, focusing on every detail, how to swing the sword, channel strength, maintain proper posture, and determine the angles of attack. He had learned these techniques before, but Roger's teachings emphasized the deeper meaning behind them. Roger's lessons centered on the subtleties and the philosophy of swordsmanship. Arashi began to meditate daily, adjusting his breathing, which enhanced his perception of the environment, making everything feel clearer and more vivid. The sword is the embodiment of your will. Grasp it and wield it with that belief, Roger said. Cut through everything before you, whether it's visible or invisible. When your mind is one with the blade, it will be cut if you want to cut something. If you don't, it won't be severed even if the blade passes through. Once you reach that level, you will have succeeded. Time passed quickly. Roger's teaching was thorough, and Arashi became confident that the Pirate King was holding nothing back. Roger seemed to see him as a successor, putting all his effort into training him in the limited time he had left. 5 months later, Arashi finally asked the question on his mind. For me, this was just a deal to extend your freedom. But you're teaching me with everything you've got. What? Roger stood up slowly, gazing at the sea, and grinned widely. Arashi, he said, laughing. I'm the king of the pirates, after all. What is a pirate? A pirate is the freest person on the seas, and I am the king of those free men. I do whatever I want freely. Roger paused, then turned to Arashi. I've taught you my swordsmanship, so that one day, when you face the sea and strike with your sword at the world, it will mean, Roger grinned widely, that I'm still alive. I will never die. Suddenly, he drew his sword, Ace, and pointed it toward the sky. And I heard your anger toward the world. I heard your fierce cry to change it. I can hear your restless heart constantly declaring how different you are from everyone else. Taking a deep breath, Roger fixed his intense gaze on Arashi. Kid, my time is running out. You are the gamble I'm placing before I die. His blunt words struck Arashi, who sat by the shore, causing his eyes to deepen in thought. He suddenly realized that the man before him could hear all things. Perhaps Roger had heard the voice in Arashi's heart, a voice so faint even Arashi himself couldn't hear it. There's something deeply wrong with this world, Roger said. I no longer have the chance to change it, but those who come after me are still young. You all have the potential. Roger walked over and sat beside Arashi, placing his sword, Ace, on the sand as the sea breeze blew across his face. With a smile, he said, I'm retired now. Arashi fell silent. Over the months they had spent together, he had come to know Roger well and deeply respected him. Roger was free, bold, optimistic, generous, and captivating. It was hard not to trust him when he sat next to you. Roger was worthy of admiration, not just for his physical strength, but also for his indomitable spirit and will. My time is running out, Roger said again. If you ever get the chance, please look after Rouge for me in the future. He smiled as he made the request, and Arashi turned to look at the man beside him with his signature mustache. Do you have any regrets in life? Arashi asked. Roger paused for a moment and then burst out laughing. Regrets? When do we humans truly die? The question caught Arashi off guard. When do humans die? When do they stop breathing? No, that's not it. When the heart ceases to beat. That didn't seem right either. When the body is placed in a heavy coffin and buried beneath the earth amidst the tears of loved ones. Still no. What is death, truly? In the next second, Roger looked up at the sky, still smiling, and gave his answer. When do people die? When their heart is shot. When they are hung on the execution platform. When they succumb to an incurable illness. When they lose hope, knowing their time is up, yet they haven't fulfilled their dreams. No, none of that is correct. Roger grinned. It's when the world forgets them. So, you asked me if I have any regrets? Roger turned his gaze to the courtyard behind them, where a woman named Rouge was walking toward them, holding a steaming bowl of soup. I have no regrets, because I will live forever. Roger stood up and walked toward Rouge, laughing along the way. When he took the bowl of soup, he cried out, saying it was hot, prompting Rouge to warn him to be careful. Arashi turned his head, watching the scene, suddenly lost in thought. What does it mean to die? What regrets? Or perhaps, what does it mean to live? Is it simply the happiness of eating and drinking every day while waiting for death? Or is it fighting relentlessly for your dreams until the moment death arrives? Maybe all of these are ways of living, as long as one follows their heart's desires and attains the freedom they seek. Arashi, come eat. Rouge's laughter broke Arashi out of his deep thoughts. He shook his head, dispelling the unsolvable philosophical question. and smiled as he stood up and walked toward them. For 5 months, Arashi had lived with Roger and Rouge. Crocodile Bullet and the others had even built him a courtyard next to the couple's home. Ivan and his crew would occasionally bring food supplies, and Rouge had naturally taken on the role of cooking. I've always been curious, Arashi, what do you do for a living? Are you married? There's a girl named Nina in the village. I could introduce her to you. Rouge teased during dinner. Just on and up like Roger, getting married so late. I was the only one who could stand him. She didn't miss the chance to poke fun at Roger, who laughed sheepishly beside her. I'm in no rush, Arashi replied awkwardly, lowering his head to eat silently. At first glance, Roger and Rouge were ordinary people living simple, peaceful lives like other common folk. Aside from learning swordsmanship, Arashi found these months to be some of the calmest in his life. Yet deep down, he knew that this period of peace would eventually come to an end. In the blink of an eye, almost a year had passed on Badarilla Island. This is the divine departure, Roger said softly, sheathing his sword. When Roger finished speaking, he suddenly bent over and began coughing violently. When he slowly straightened up and removed his hand from his mouth, his palm was covered in bright red blood. Arashi turned to look at the blood in Roger's hand, his gaze tightening slightly. Over the past 2 months, Roger's health had been rapidly deteriorating. It was a visible weakness, as though some unseen force was quickly draining the life force within him. But despite this, when Roger faced the sea, he could still unleash slashes powerful enough to split everything in his path. In front of them, a massive chasm extended endlessly, dividing the sea in two. Just moments ago, Roger had been teaching Arashi one of the few techniques he had mastered, divine departure. This technique perfectly combined the power of Haushika Haki with his swordsmanship, resulting in a devastatingly powerful strike. This is all I can teach you, Roger said with a smile, paying no mind to the blood in his palm. Arashi nodded. Suddenly, he swung his sword toward the sea with great force. The powerful slash shattered everything in its path, splitting the vast ocean and revealing a deep, bottomless chasm. At the same time, the words divine departure appeared on the system panel in front of him. This wasn't just the name of the move, but the culmination of Roger's entire life of swordsmanship, condensed into one ultimate technique. Your talent is truly amazing, Roger said, nodding with satisfaction as he looked at the split sea before them. My time is short, and I didn't think I'd be able to teach you much. Arashi remained silent, feeling a heavy weight settle on his heart. It's time, Roger said softly. He tightly gripped his sword, Ace, and raised it, pointing it at Arashi. This might be the last duel of my life, he declared. Let me see how much you've learned from me. Arashi stayed silent and motionless. Hesitation and doubt won't move you forward, and indecision is your greatest obstacle. Roger said, smiling. You understand that much, right? Roger's face was pale, and as the sea breeze blew, he seemed as fragile as a willow in the wind, ready to fall at any moment. Hearing Roger's words, Arashi took a deep breath, slowly raised his sword, and aimed it at Roger. I don't have the stamina for a long fight, Roger said with a grin. So let's end this with what you've learned over this past year of sword training. All right, Arashi nodded. In the next moment, a brilliant light exploded along the coast of Badarilla Island. The waves receded, and time seemed to freeze for several breaths. Divine departure. The same voice and technique echoed between the heavens and the earth. The ocean burst apart, creating a torrential downpour of rain, waves crashing and roaring around them. With a soft thud, a figure collapsed to the ground, and the sword in their hand fell with it. You've mastered it, Arashi, Roger said. Arashi stood silently, gazing down at the man sitting on the ground, blood streaming from his body. With a sudden crack, Arashi's sword shattered into countless fragments, scattering into the wind. After a long while, Arashi suddenly smiled. I won't die either. Roger burst into laughter. That's right, he said. I won't die. He struggled to his feet once again. Let me say goodbye to a few old friends and loved ones, he said softly. Arashi nodded, his expression complicated. He knew that a great new era was about to begin. The old age was ending, and a new one was dawning. As the old generation passed away, the new generation would rise. The gears of time were beginning to turn. That afternoon, Roger said his farewell to Port Gasti Rouge. He didn't tell her much, only that he needed to go out for a while. Rouge smiled at him, as she always did, without stopping him, only gently saying, "Remember to come back soon." Arashi stood quietly outside, watching. He saw the couple embrace, saw Roger gently stroke his wife's face, and then kneel to listen to the heartbeat from her belly. Hearing the sound, he laughed with joy. A long time passed before Roger finally turned and left. They both heard soft sobbing from behind as he walked out of the courtyard. When they boarded the marine ship, Bullet, Crocodile, and the others were shocked because they saw the handcuffs on Roger's wrists. They knew all too well what that meant. Arashi didn't say much. He only asked them not to spread the news just yet. Then, with a heavy and serious expression, he turned to Roger. "She's pregnant," Arashi said. Roger smiled, gazing at him with unprecedented seriousness. "Then I'm counting on you, Arashi." Arashi frowned and sighed. This is going to be a troublesome task. But Roger didn't mind at all and grinned broadly. "I'm giving you Ace." Arashi's headache worsened as he glanced down at the sword named Ace, the legendary sword, Ace, one of the supreme grade blades. Yes, this was another transaction. But Arashi knew that the trade wasn't just about the sword this time. On the marine ship, Bullet, Crocodile, T-Bone, Razanani, Ivan, and the others were collectively speechless, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Everyone in Arashi's squad had known what their superior was up to for nearly a year. They were all amazed and envious, as not just anyone could have the chance to be personally trained by a figure as powerful as the Pirate King. At the same time, they knew that this was a high-level secret that could never be revealed. Everyone had kept it hidden for Arashi and had never leaked any information about Roger. They even believed that their commander had developed a close relationship with Roger over the past year, and despite being Marines, they thought he might not arrest him. But now, the scene before them shattered all those assumptions. Roger, Bullet was the first to react, gritting his teeth. "Yo, Bullet, long time no see, huh?" Roger greeted him with a smile, showing no signs of being a prisoner. "What exactly are you trying to do?" Bullet shouted angrily. Crocodile, quietly smoking a cigar, narrowed his eyes, just as curious. His gaze shifted back and forth between Roger and Arashi, and he could not figure out what the two were plotting. "Can't you see?" Roger grinned and raised the shackles on his wrists. "I've turned myself in. I've been captured." Bullet was momentarily stunned, then his face darkened. He knew Roger well enough to understand that although Roger seemed to be joking, the truth behind his words was undeniable, making the situation all the more serious. It was then that Arashi spoke. "Set sail, everyone. Head for Marine headquarters." After a pause, his voice turned cold. "We have captured the fugitive Pirate King, Joel D. Roger." The weight of those words shocked everyone to their core. The capture of the Pirate King. If this news got out, it would shake all of Marineford to its foundations. The entire world would be thrown into an uproar. Roger, however, only smiled, sat cross-legged on the deck, and relaxed. He was tired. The ship immediately set sail, but under Arashi's orders, the news of this monumental event was not immediately reported to headquarters. He had promised Roger that he could bid farewell to his old friends first. Even with full-speed sailing from Batarilla Island, reaching the Calm Belt would take 5 days. So, by the time they crossed the Calm Belt and reached the Sabiti archipelago for supplies, it was already 2 p.m. 5 days later. "I can only give you an hour," Arashi said softly as he unlocked Roger's shackles. "Ha, that's plenty. Parting words between men don't take long." Roger laughed. With that, he leapt off the marine ship and quickly disappeared into the bustling crowd of Sabiti. Arashi stood at the bow, quietly watching the scene unfold. Behind him, Razanani and the others were shocked by their commander's bold move. "That's the Pirate King Roger. And you're just letting him go like this without any precautions? What if he escapes? One of them asked nervously. Before anyone could respond, Bullet, standing at the front, coldly interrupted, "Shut up, Rosinante. Roger isn't that kind of man." Arashi then spoke, though he didn't directly address their concerns. Instead, he contacted Crocodile. "Give me a cigar." Crocodile paused, then handed him one, understanding his superior's complex emotions. Over the past year, even if both sides recognized this as a transaction, there was more to it than that. Just as Roger acknowledged Arashi and taught him swordsmanship, Arashi also came to respect Roger. Crocodile had often silently watched from the background, listening to their conversations about the world, dreams, and Roger's unique ideals. He had heard Roger speak of a world of equality without nobles and advanced technology. He had also heard Roger excitedly recount the difficulties and thrilling adventures he had experienced during his journey. The battle at God Valley, his first meeting with Garp, the child he found in a crate, the Skypea island 10,000 meters in the sky, the giant Zenesha, and the powerful swordsman of Wano. With a flick, the flame ignited Arashi's cigar. He took a deep drag and then coughed violently. "This cigar is no good. Too harsh," he said. Crocodile chuckled. "Well, Marine pay isn't that high." He then watched as his young commander silently puffed on the cigar, exhaling white smoke that concealed his expression, leaving everyone guessing what he might be thinking. Time passed, and Bullet leaned against the ship's railing, frustrated as he watched people enter the port. Ivan and the others waited quietly. "Commander, should we report this to headquarters?" T-Bone asked hesitantly. He felt that capturing Roger was too significant an event to keep quiet. It seemed too big for a small squad, led by a rear admiral. He also worried that hiding this information could lead to consequences later when headquarters would undoubtedly demand an explanation. Arashi remained silent for a moment before exhaling a cloud of smoke. He then turned and gestured to Crocodile's cigar box, taking another one. His eyes fixed on a figure emerging from a port. "Report it to headquarters," he said after a pause, taking another drag of his cigar. "Tell them, we've captured GOLD. Roger, the Pirate King." T-Bone froze in shock, only coming to his senses moments later, shouting in response, "Yes, sir." Just as Arashi stood up, a figure burst from the crowd and leapt back onto the Marine ship. It was Roger. After cuffing Roger again, the Pirate King suddenly smiled and said, "Arashi, my name isn't GOLD, Roger. Even though the world calls me that." Roger grinned. Arashi smiled and nodded. "I know. Your real name is GOLD, Roger." Roger was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. "Of course. You probably know more than I do." After a brief pause, Roger lowered his voice. "So, do you want to know where the final island is? Do you want to know what One Piece is?" Though he spoke quietly, everyone on the ship could hear him. Bullet, Crocodile, Ivan, and the others were all visibly shaken. The truth about the legendary treasure. "Wait, who did you say you captured?" A shocked voice came through the din mushy held by T-Bone. "The Pirate King, Gold Roger." T-Bone replied earnestly. "Officer, that's not something to joke about. State your unit and commanding officer." The Marine on the other end didn't believe him. "My commanding officer is Rear Admiral Arashi, and I am Lieutenant T-Bone under his command," T-Bone said. The conversation carried away on the sea breeze while the others remained stunned by Roger's earlier words. "One Piece, huh?" Arashi chuckled, a hint of wistfulness in his eyes. So many people had sacrificed their lives, chasing that elusive legend, setting it up as their dream. Reaching Raftel would make someone the Pirate King, and now, the truth behind that mystery was right in front of him. He could say this was the closest he had ever been to becoming the Pirate King. "But I'm not interested," Arashi said with a faint smile. Roger paused for a moment, then seriously asked, "Really?" "Yeah," Arashi responded casually. "A treasure won't save a world gone mad." Hearing this, Roger fell silent. Just then, the din mushy spoke again. "Arashi, Rear Admiral Arashi, you captured Roger?" T-Bone nodded to the din mushy. We're at the Sabeti Archipelago port, preparing to head to Marine headquarters. The voice on the other end, filled with shock and tension, replied, "Understood. I'll report this to my superiors immediately." The warship set sail again, and its next destination was Marineford, which was not too far away. An eerie silence fell over the ship. Arashi extinguished the cigar in his mouth and flicked it into the sea, where it bore a deep hole in the water. Rosinante was restless, a mix of excitement, nervousness, and fear gnawing at him. Everyone knew the significance of capturing the Pirate King, Roger. The world, which had been thrown into chaos by Roger, would finally calm down. At least that's what everyone thought. At the same time, their commanding officer, the one who led this capture, would receive unimaginable glory. Arashi's name would spread across the entire world in an instant. Rosinante looked at the figure standing at the bow of the ship. Arashi showed no signs of joy. His demeanor was unusually heavy. Meanwhile, at Marineford, the Marine headquarters, "What did you just say?" Fleet Admiral Kong shot up from his seat, eyes wide as he shouted at the officer before him. "Rear Admiral Arashi has captured the Pirate King, Roger. They are currently sailing from Sabeti Archipelago to Marine headquarters, Marineford." The young officer replied, trying to maintain his composure. After taking a deep breath, he continued, "This information was relayed just 2 minutes ago by Lieutenant T-Bone, who is under Rear Admiral Arashi's command. We verified the din mushy frequency and confirmed the report's authenticity. We've also contacted Rear Admiral Arashi directly and confirmed that the Pirate King, Roger, is aboard his warship." Kong felt like he was in a dream when he heard these words. Arashi had captured Roger? That sounded like a wild fantasy. Even if the name were changed to Garp, it would still be hard to believe. But quickly, Kong snapped back to reality and issued orders. "Immediately place all officers in the headquarters on high alert. From this moment on, Marineford is in wartime readiness. Not a single mistake is allowed." The officer saluted swiftly. "Yes, sir." Within seconds, the piercing sound of alarms echoed through Marineford. Teams of Marines swiftly moved into formation, and a heavy, solemn atmosphere blanketed the world's greatest fortress. The marching boots echoed through the halls as soldiers gathered around the bay, where a large force was assembled in perfect ranks. High-ranking officers received the news in an instant and quickly gathered. "What? Rear Admiral Arashi captured Roger. Roger's been caught. That's impossible." All the officers were stunned at first, but soon their expressions shifted to grave realization. At that moment, they all understood that a massive storm that would sweep across the world was about to unfold. Outside the Marine headquarters building, numerous figures rushed to gather. Vice Admiral Garp. The Marines lining the path saluted respectfully as they saw the man approaching. At the front, Garp wore a heavy, serious expression full of shock. "That brat. Is it true?" But seeing Fleet Admiral Kong standing with his arms crossed, a grave look on his face, and sensing the tense atmosphere within the headquarters, Garp couldn't help but believe it. "Roger, caught by that brat Arashi." Garp was stunned. Even as Arashi's mentor, Garp found it hard to believe. Marineford had entered wartime readiness. Cannon turrets adjusted their angles swiftly, and elite Marines took up their combat positions. Countless warships spread out in formation, all aimed at the gates of justice. Outside the gates, more warships patrolled, each one manned by officers of high rank. The pressure Roger's name put on the Marines was immense. It would be a difficult fight if a world-class powerhouse like Roger wanted to wreak havoc at Marine headquarters. About half an hour later, aboard a patrolling warship beyond the gates of justice, a high-ranking officer raised his binoculars and spotted a small black emerging on the horizon. Targets sighted. Based on the ship's number, it's Rear Admiral Arashi's warship. Report immediately. Rear Admiral Arashi's warship is within visible range. The message was quickly relayed to Marineford, and Fleet Admiral Kong and the others were informed immediately. Their eyes sharpened with intensity as the wind swept through their cloaks, and they prepared for what was to come. Moments later, Arashi's warship was visible. "We've confirmed it. Joe LD. Roger is aboard Rear Admiral Arashi's ship, and his hands are bound in shackles. Roger is confirmed to be captured. Rear Admiral Arashi's entire crew is present, and there are no injuries." The news reverberated throughout Marineford, sending a wave of shock through everyone. Even Garp seemed restless, muttering, "Too slow." Meanwhile, as they sailed toward the gates of justice, Arashi and his crew could see the fleet ahead, arranged in an orderly yet imposing formation. The officers leading the ships were battle-hardened veterans. As Arashi's warship passed the first vessel, the officer aboard it saluted him from a distance. Arashi returned the gesture, watching as the ship joined his in a protective formation. Then came a second ship, a third. By the time they reached the gates of justice, over 40 warships had gathered around them in a massive formation. The sheer scale of the escort stunned everyone aboard Arashi's ship. Even Arashi couldn't help but glance at Roger, who sat cross-legged on the deck, unmoved by the grand escort surrounding him. This display made it clear how much importance the Marines placed on Roger. Far beyond, a heavy and solemn silence filled the air at Marineford. The warships slowly passed through the gates of justice, and an even more intense atmosphere greeted them. Nearly 100 warships were neatly lined up inside the harbor, with countless Marines standing at attention, all eyes on the incoming ship. The entire Marine headquarters is on high alert, Rosinante muttered in a trembling voice. The sight before him left an unforgettable mark on his young heart. The massive array of warships and the sheer number of elite Marines gathered on the plaza made it clear. Everyone was prepared for battle. The Marines would attack without hesitation if there was any sign of trouble from their ship. At that moment, the gates of justice slowly closed behind them, sealing off any retreat route. This was a security measure and a sign of respect for the pirate king, Gold Roger. Even though he was already captured and bound in shackles, the Marines treated him with the utmost vigilance. "Rear Admiral Arashi, please proceed to Dock 8. A voice from a front guided them as the ship approached the inner harbor. Arashi nodded, signaling for slow to adjust course. He noticed the nervous tremor in the officer's voice. Everyone was on edge. The sea breeze swept through, causing Arashi's white marine coat, which had justice written on it, to flutter. As the warship docked, a group of tense Marines greeted them. Arashi led the way off the ship, with Roger following behind him, descending the steps. "I've never been here before," Roger commented, glancing around at the heavily fortified base and the solemn-faced Marine elites. He chuckled softly. "Everyone seems pretty tense, huh?" Arashi lit a cigar and took a puff, frowning slightly. He still wasn't used to the harsh taste. "It's the least we can do to show you respect," Arashi said plainly. Roger smiled. "Respect? You got away with words." The two continued walking, with Crocodile, Bullet, Ivan, and the others following behind them. "Rear Admiral Arashi, please escort Gold Roger to the main headquarters building," an anxious Marine officer called out. "Fleet Admiral Kong, Vice Admiral Garp, Admiral Sengoku, and Admiral Zephyr are waiting there." The officer stared in disbelief at the young Rear Admiral before him, and then at Roger's familiar mustached face. His heart pounded. Gold Roger, the Pirate King. It was him. Arashi gave a brief nod and walked ahead. The only sound that followed was the clinking of Roger's shackles as he moved. Bullet's eyes flickered, constantly fixed on the figure ahead of him. It was as if he was anticipating something, but Roger remained calm even when they arrived at the headquarters building and faced those towering figures. "Roger," Fleet Admiral Kong said, arms crossed, looking down at the pirate. "At last we meet." His voice had a trace of admiration mixed with clear respect. Even though they were enemies, Kong recognized Roger's strength and spirit. "Steel Bone Kong." Roger laughed. "This is indeed our first meeting. I've always regretted not meeting you sooner." Kong sighed. "Busy times, unfortunately." He then turned to Arashi, his eyes filled with open admiration. "No matter the specifics, capturing Roger is a great achievement for both the Marines and the world." Arashi smiled slightly, but said nothing. Escort him to Impel Down, Kong ordered. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr, the three of you handle this. Kong then paused, taking a deep breath, and his expression grew serious. We must carefully consider how to announce this news to the world, and we must deliberate on how to deal with Roger. Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr stepped forward, surrounding Roger. Garp exchanged a glance with his pupil, Arashi. It seemed like Garp wanted to say something, but he patted Arashi on the shoulder. You've grown up. Indeed, compared to when they first met, Arashi had transformed from a thin, inexperienced youth into a strong, mature officer. One could see the weight of his thoughts about the world in his eyes. Perhaps the young man Garp had once taken under his wing had already decided about his path in life. Arashi grinned and stepped aside, glancing at Roger. Roger showed no fear when surrounded by three of the strongest forces in the Marine headquarters. He still wore that same faint smile, as if nothing could trouble him. Roger was led away without saying another word, never looking back at Arashi. Soon, only Fleet Admiral Kong, Arashi, and his crew remained. You did well, Arashi, Kong praised, glancing at the sword hanging by Arashi's waist. That sword, Arashi smiled lightly. A trophy of sorts. Is that so? Kong chuckled. That will be a mark of your honor as a Marine. After a brief pause, Kong added, leave the rest to us. You've earned a break. Take some time off and rest. Arashi accepted the offer for a vacation. After bidding farewell to Kong, he returned to his quarters at Marine headquarters with Crocodile and the others. Only 3 days later, explosive news spread like wildfire worldwide, stirring a frenzy. The Pirate King, Gold Roger, has been captured. What kind of joke is this? That's the Pirate King who sailed the Grand Line and reached the final island, becoming the king of pirates. The freest man in the world? How could he be captured? Who did it? Who has the strength to capture Roger? The world was buzzing with discussions. On an island in the South Blue called Batarilla, a pink-haired woman with freckles stared silently at the newspaper in her hands, her eyes wide in shock. Roger. After a while, she calmed down, her gaze softening as she looked down at her belly and gently caressed it. Not long after, the identity of Roger's captor was revealed. Rear Admiral Arashi. He's the one who captured Roger? But who is he? I've never heard of him. Where did this guy come from? How could someone so young capture Roger? Many found it hard to believe. Compared to Roger, Arashi was practically unknown, and his youth only fueled his disbelief. But soon, more information about Arashi surfaced. He's Vice Admiral Garp's top disciple. He fought Rayleigh to a draw and was acknowledged by Roger as a formidable foe. This guy's that strong? Where did he come from? The world was stunned. From that moment on, Arashi's name became known across the globe. The capture of Pirate King Joel D. Roger sent shockwaves worldwide, and Marine Rear Admiral Arashi's name quickly spread far and wide. The seas were in an uproar, and the Marines' prestige reached its peak instantly. Pirates who had been planning their moves were suddenly thrown into disarray. In the second half of the Grand Line, aboard the Moby Dick, Arashi of the Marines, the man with golden hair and a crescent-shaped white mustache, said in a low voice, "Is this the kid Roger once mentioned?" This man, towering in size and stature while seated, exuded an oppressive sense of authority. He was none other than Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, one of the world's 3 legendary pirates. "Father, there's something off about this whole situation," Marco said, his face full of doubt. "Roger isn't someone who could be captured so easily." Newgate narrowed his eyes, then chuckled. "You're right. But what interests me is the Marine kid mentioned in this news." Marco blinked in surprise. "You mean Arashi? I didn't pay much attention to him before. I thought he was another young Marine. But now his name has surfaced again, and it's connected to Roger." Newgate said seriously, his eyes sharpening. "That kid left an impression on Roger, after all." He gazed out into the distance, the sea breeze in his face. "So, was it your strength that captured Roger? Or is there something more behind this?" Newgate thought back to last year when Roger had visited him. His words then seemed like a farewell, as if he had made some monumental decision. "What did you see on that island?" Muttering to himself, Newgate again lowered his eyes to the newspaper. At the same time, the ruined fleet of flying ships hovered in the sky high above the ocean. A man with golden hair trailing on the deck and a ship's wheel embedded in his head like a lion's mane trembled violently. A shock wave of wind and energy blasted outwards, causing the surrounding pirates to stumble. "Boss!" The crew looked at the tall figure with fear. "Impossible! This can't be!" Shiki, the golden lion, snarled, his eyes filled with fury. Someone as strong as Roger, captured by the weak Marines? And by a kid that young? His gaze locked onto the face of a young Marine in the newspaper. Then, a flicker of recognition crossed Shiki's face. It's him. He suddenly remembered that face. 2 years ago, during the Battle of Edwar, his fleet had surrounded this very person. At that time, Shiki didn't pay him any mind. But now, news had broken that this same person had captured Roger. Shahaha! Shiki burst into laughter, though his eyes were cold and sharp. "Roger, even if you were to die, it shouldn't be at the hands of the Marines. Being captured by someone so weak insults the Pirate King." He spread his arms wide, his lion-like mane whipping in the wind. The sky trembled as ripples of energy spread out. Behind him, his entire fleet shook violently. "I'm heading to Marineford," Shiki suddenly declared, his voice booming. His crewmates were stunned. "Captain Shiki, this insult, I, the Golden Lion Shiki, won't tolerate it." Shiki roared, his voice filled with fury. He slammed his hand onto the deck, causing the ship to shudder and throwing the pirates into the air. "This is something I'll handle alone." Shiki stood tall at the ship's bow, his golden hair flying behind him. With a mighty roar, his fleet set course for Marineford, where the Marine headquarters was located. "Marines, prepare to face my wrath." At Marine headquarters, in the depths of Impel Downs Level 6. Clank! The chains rattled as the Sea Prism stone prison door closed. Garp slumped outside the cell, his expression complicated as he gazed at the man just a short distance away. "I never thought we'd meet again under these circumstances," Garp muttered. Roger looked up and laughed. "Ha, Garp, are you disappointed?" Garp rolled his eyes, the complex emotions that weighed on him vanishing instantly. He stared at Roger. "So, the pointless game of cat and mouse is finally over." Roger's smile faded. "You're right. It's finally over. That sword." Garp suddenly recalled the long blade at Arashi's waist. "Was that?" "I gave it to him," Roger said with a smile. "Surprised? It's more than just a sword," Garp muttered. "It's his choice, isn't it?" Roger simply smiled. Garp fell silent, reflecting on their rivalry and shared moments, a bond forged over a lifetime of battles. Even though they stood on opposite sides, their respect for each other ran deep. With Roger imprisoned, Garp felt an unexpected pang of loss and melancholy. "Listen, Garp," Roger said, his tone turning serious. "I need to ask you for a favor." Garp responded. "I have a son," Roger said quietly. "I've entrusted him to Arashi." "But," Roger's voice trailed off. Garp's eyes widened in shock, his heart pounding at the revelation. The flickering torchlight made the dark corridor seem even more oppressive, and their conversation faded into whispers. Meanwhile, atop the tallest point of Marineford, Arashi stood, overlooking the vast marine fortress below. The sea breeze howled as Arashi surveyed the scene. In the distance, Bullet was barking orders, directing Crocodile, Razanani, and the others in their training. Arashi's small unit had been working hard, and their strength grew rapidly. Over the past year, they hadn't wasted a single moment. Crocodile, Razanani, and T-Bone had all reached superhuman levels of physical strength. This meant they were ready to start learning the Six Powers technique. Arashi wasn't one to keep secrets. He planned to teach them the techniques after Roger's execution. They didn't need to master everything, just whatever moves resonated with them. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Arashi narrowed his eyes. It's time to think about finding that fruit. Aside from observation hockey, he had mastered armament hockey, the Six Powers, and swordsmanship to the point where further improvement would be difficult. The only way to gain more power was through a devil fruit. Right now, Arashi had his eyes set on the Rumble Rumble fruit. Without a doubt, it was an immensely powerful fruit. A year ago, when Arashi visited Egghead Island, he met Vegapunk and, surprisingly, became friends with him. Vegapunk even gave him a small device capable of detecting devil fruits within a limited range. Despite having traveled to many places over the past year on his warship, the detector never once reacted, just as Vegapunk had mentioned at the time, calling it somewhat useless. "There's still some time before the execution," Arashi murmured. He was certain that the Rumble Rumble fruit was 10,000 meters above Magic Town on Sky Island. The islands associated with it weren't large, so locating them would likely take only some time. Aside from mastering observation hockey, Arashi has nearly maxed out in every other area. His powerful body held strength comparable to that of the giants. His armament hockey had reached its peak, easily covering every inch of his body. His mastery of the Rokushiki was unprecedented. He was a true monster who surpassed superhuman levels in pure physicality. That afternoon, Arashi set off. He didn't want to waste any time, so using his free time productively was natural. After all, the sooner he could obtain a devil fruit, the more time he would have to develop its powers. Most importantly, Arashi was well aware of his shortcomings in innate abilities. While he was naturally gifted with conqueror's hockey, armament hockey, martial arts, and swordsmanship, when it came to observation hockey, he was a complete novice with no hope in sight. Even after almost a year of training under Roger on Bateller Island, where Roger could hear the voice of all things and had taught him without holding anything back, whether it was swordsmanship or observation hockey, Arashi learned nothing. It felt like returning to when he first tried to learn paper art, kami, and struggled endlessly. Roger had even consoled him, saying, "It's okay. You've done great." That only made Arashi feel worse. He aspired to become a true all-around warrior like Roger, standing at the very pinnacle of the world without any weakness. But at this moment, there was still a significant gap in his abilities, a missing piece in his arsenal. The Rumble Rumble fruit might be able to fill that gap. When leaving the Marine headquarters port, Arashi didn't board a warship. Bullet and the others were still training, and he didn't want to disturb them. "Commander Arashi?" The officer at the port recognized him immediately, greeting him with excitement. Arashi nodded politely. Even this casual gesture was enough to send the officer into bliss. But soon after, the officer was stunned, his eyes widening as he saw something unbelievable. Arashi suddenly leaped off the port. "Vice Admiral Arashi!" The officer ran to the edge of the port, shouting, "I'll be away from headquarters for a while." Arashi's voice echoed back. The officer stood there in shock. Out on the water, a long white wave spread across the surface, radiating ripples on either side. Arashi, running on the sea's surface at the tip of that wave. "This is incredible!" the officer exclaimed, taking a deep breath. How is such a thing even possible? That unforgettable scene stayed with the officer for the rest of his life. In a flash, Arashi had crossed past the gates of justice and disappeared. By reducing the frequency of shave through steps on solid surfaces, it's possible to run on water, Arashi said softly as the scenery sped past him. Running on the sea was quite simple. Once he mastered this phase, he increased his stepping frequency. In the next second, whoosh, he seemed to vanish, leaving only a ghostly image behind as he sped across the sea, moving so fast that from a distance, he appeared to be teleporting. He pushed his mastery of Soru to the limit, shrinking the distance he could travel with each step to an unimaginable degree. Even with this high-frequency use of Soru, Arashi's stamina was hardly drained. He couldn't help but marvel at his monstrous body. Compared to his former life, this body was truly that of a beast. There was no need for a ship or tools. Just his physical body was enough to cross the sea at an astonishing speed. 2 days later, Arashi arrived at Water 7. 5 days later, he reached Long Ring Long Land. 10 days later, he landed on Jaya Island. His superhuman endurance allowed him to travel without rest, making him fully realize the monstrous power of his current body. Thanks to Life Return, Saimai Kikken, he could maintain this pace indefinitely, with each step covering 5 kilometers. He wondered, could I possibly step on my own feet midair and launch myself directly to Sky Island? Standing still, Arashi pondered. In theory, it was possible. With his freakish endurance, climbing 10,000 meters would only take moments. Then, as a young man emerged from a nearby house and stared in amazement, Arashi took off from the ground. "Hey!" yelled a 19-year-old Mont Blanc cricket. Arashi looked down, smiling as he stepped repeatedly into the air, sending ripples outward with each step. "The Sky Island should be up there, right?" he called out. Mont Blanc cricket was dumbfounded. "You're going to Sky Island? You believe it exists? Why not?" Arashi laughed. "In this world, anything can happen." By this time, Arashi had already ascended 100 meters. Looking up, he increased his stepping frequency dramatically. In the next second, he shot into the sky like a cannonball. Cricket could only gape. That Marine, is he trying to reach Sky Island like that? A moment passed, but Arashi didn't fall back down. Cricket looked up at the sky, where no trace of him was left. Could he succeed? High above, Arashi glanced down, seeing that Jaya Island had become a mere speck. Above him was a vast sea of clouds, stretching endlessly in all directions. "The higher I go, the greater the pressure," he noted with a smile. "But it's nothing to me." With a final burst of energy, Arashi shot into the cloud sea. Moments later, the scene before him transformed completely, and he had entered another world. "Sky Island!" he exclaimed. The thin air initially made him dizzy, but life return kicked in within seconds, helping him adapt to the new environment. The white cloud sea was vast and rolling like a boundless ocean, with layers of mountains seemingly rising and falling beneath it. Multicolored lights flickered in the sky above, casting beautiful rays of light across the clouds. This was, without a doubt, the closest place to the sun, showcasing mesmerizing dreamlike beauty. Arashi pulled out the devil fruit detector, which resembled an orange, and watched the green light flicker on its surface. He swiftly moved through the cloud sea, heading forward. For 2 hours, Arashi roamed the vast white sea without encountering anyone. Eventually, he landed on a white island. Along the coast were angels with wings, women who were gentle and beautiful, and men who were handsome. They all looked at him with curiosity. Arashi, however, paid no attention to them. He took a step forward and vanished from their sight. His goal for coming to Sky Island was simple: to find the Goro Goro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit. There are 3 places where the Goro Goro no Mi is most likely to be: Angel Island, Burka Island, and the Island of God's upper yard. Arashi muttered, his eyes glinting with determination. He moved quickly across Angel Island, not concerned about his energy consumption. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. 2 days later, he left Angel Island and headed toward the Land of God's upper yard. As Arashi walked across this small island, he soon came across ancient ruins buried by time and saw the winding beanstalk extending higher into the sky. He climbed to the top of the beanstalk and saw the giant golden bell. Similarly, he came across the poneglyph left behind by Roger when descending the beanstalk. However, even here, there was no sign of the Goro Goro no Mi. The green light on his detector remained unchanged. Finally, Arashi gathered information on the location of Burka Island and arrived there that same day. It had been 5 days since Arashi arrived at Sky Island. At this moment, he started to ponder. Compared to other places, Sky Island, if used as a base, would undoubtedly offer much greater concealment. But simultaneously, I need a flying ship to connect with the seas below. This thought reminded him of Shiki the Golden Lion, who resided on floating islands using his devil fruit ability to create numerous islands suspended in the sky. Arashi did not encounter Enel on Burka Island. He didn't care much, though. The Goro Goro no Mi was far more valuable to him. On the afternoon of the 7th day, the detector in Arashi's hand suddenly flashed red, and a smile finally spread across his face. Moments later, he held a blue fruit that resembled a pineapple, with strange lightning patterns etched across its surface. There was no doubt about it. This was the Goro no Mi. It lay in his hands, almost like a perfect piece of art. After gazing at the fruit for a few moments, Arashi did not hesitate. He lifted it and took a large bite. Crunch! An indescribably strange taste exploded across his taste buds, causing even someone as accustomed to pain as Arashi to grimace in discomfort. Despite this, he forced himself to swallow the fruit's flesh. They say one bite is enough to gain the power, but still, Arashi's face twisted further. If I can't endure this bit of suffering, how can I be worthy of wielding such great power? He took several more large bites, swallowing the entire fruit before finally exhaling as the strange taste faded. It only took about 2 or 3 breaths before Arashi began to feel the changes in his body. ZT. Blue lightning suddenly crackled around him, and at that moment, a flood of information surged into his mind, merging with his very soul, becoming second nature. At the same time, the sea stone gloves on his hands slipped off, their effects instantly sapping his strength. He carefully picked them up and placed them inside his clothes, not letting them touch his skin. A Logia-type fruit, the Goro no Mi. Arashi smiled. He clapped his hands, rubbed his fingers lightly, and stretched them apart. Zzz. The sound of crackling electricity rang out as blue arcs of lightning danced between his fingers. Then, bending his knees, Arashi lightly jumped and sat cross-legged midair. Lightning crackled around him, exuding an intimidating and explosive aura. Flight. This ability had now become instinctual for him. Reaching out his finger, he pointed forward. Boom! A loud clap of thunder echoed as a massive lightning bolt roared out. It struck a large tree 1,000 meters away, instantly reducing it to a pile of scorched ash. Arashi slowly closed his eyes, letting the fine arcs of lightning dance around his body. Within the next moment, tiny arcs of lightning flickered across an area of 1,000 meters around him. Almost instinctively, every movement within that radius became apparent, as though etched into his consciousness. So this is the Goro no Mi's natural sensing ability? Arashi muttered, a smile appearing on his face. This seemed to be a special field created by the electrical power of the fruit. Within the range of the lightning, he could sense everything around him. Although it wasn't as precise as observation haki, it was still a powerful supplementary ability. If he could awaken his observation haki, paired with this electrical field, he could visualize everything on an entire island, or even farther, with perfect clarity. A powerful ability indeed. Arashi smiled softly. I'll have plenty of time to develop it further. Just a few minutes after eating the fruit, Arashi realized he had gained several abilities. He could release lightning attacks of varying voltages depending on his strength. He could create vast fields of electricity, sensing everything within them. He could transform into lightning and move at incredibly high speeds. It's time to head back. Arashi sat cross-legged in midair, stretched lazily, and smiled. Zzz. In the next moment, a flash of lightning and his figure vanished. Traveling through the clouds as lightning was a surreal experience. It was unbelievably fast, almost on par with the speed of light. At the same time, he could feel the fluctuating electromagnetic waves in the void around him. The calm, positively and negatively charged electrons in the clouds. He could cause them to rage at will, forming massive bolts of lightning and brewing unimaginable storms. The Logia types are truly strong, ahead from the start. Arashi marveled. If my imagination is big enough and I keep developing these powers, the potential will be limitless. Arashi sped through the air, his electrical field giving him a clear view of everything around him. Later that day, as a bolt of lightning struck the highest point of Marineford, Arashi appeared, his body wrapped in crackling blue electricity. This sight caused Barrett and the others, who were training, to turn around in shock. They saw Arashi surrounded by lightning, head tilted slightly, his right hand resting on his chin as he floated cross-legged in the air, smiling down at them. At that moment, Arashi suddenly understood why Enel went barefoot. After all, he practically didn't need shoes anymore. He was no longer walking on the ground. Zap! In an instant, Arashi vanished, disappearing into thin air as lightning flickered through the air. At the same time, his figure reappeared beside Bullet, enveloped in crackling electricity. "You ate a devil fruit?" Bullet asked in shock. The blue lightning surrounding Arashi's entire body suggested that he had consumed one of the most powerful Logia-type fruits, the Rumble Rumble fruit. Yes, Arashi nodded with a calm smile. His mood was good. The Rumble Rumble fruit was among the most powerful offensive abilities in the Logia class and had multiple uses. Enel was not as powerful as expected in the original series for two reasons. First, he was essentially nerfed by the plot, given Luffy's role as the protagonist. Everyone knows the main character always has a unique advantage. Second, Enel's physical abilities were lacking. However, now that Arashi had consumed the fruit, he immediately realized its terrifying potential. The Rumble Rumble fruit combines an enormous attack range, immense lightning power, control over electromagnetic fields, and lightning speed movement, making it one of the most well-rounded devil fruits. Bullet stood there in stunned silence, not knowing what to say. Arashi was already powerful enough to stand at the pinnacle of this world. But now, after consuming a Logia fruit, how much stronger would he become? Even Crocodile and the others were equally shocked. However, the matter soon settled down. After all, Arashi was already an extraordinary force in their eyes. Over the following days, Arashi devoted his time to developing his new abilities. His status panel displayed a new line of text, Rumble Rumble Fruit, LV35+, indicating that his control had already reached level 35 upon consuming the fruit. He then allocated points accumulated during his battles with Roger over the past year. In an instant, the level of his Rumble Rumble Fruit rose to 55. As information flowed through his mind, everything became clear to him. With my current strength and this fruit's power, Arashi mused, I can cover an entire island with a field of lightning, detecting everything happening within it. He then focused on the voltage potential. Right now, I can generate up to 1 billion volts of electricity. Arashi's hand flickered with blue lightning, and a spear materialized in his grip, gleaming with a vivid blue light. This Thunder God spear, formed from pure lightning, was deadly. It combined lightning's destructive power with physical piercing force. Arashi's eyes narrowed slightly as he activated another ability. Armament Hockey. Instantly, a flowing black aura covered the Thunder Spear, making its form more menacing with dark patches along its surface. Logia users can also solidify their elemental energy and infuse it with Hockey. Arashi murmured as he tested various techniques, manipulating the electricity differently. He created thunderclouds above, capable of producing massive storms. Consequently, in the following days, the people of Marineford noticed strange shifts in the weather. Thunder echoed through the sky, and enormous bolts of lightning split the heavens. But eerily, there was no rain, just dry thunderstorms. With these thunderclouds, I can control the weather and create massive storms, Arashi noted as he floated within a lightning cloud. His face flickered between light and shadow as arcs of electricity danced across his body. Fully unleashed, this ability can easily blanket an entire island or section of a sea. The true strength of Logia-type devil fruits lies not just in their destructive power, but also in their ability to create wide-scale natural disasters. It's even possible to permanently alter the climate of an area, Arashi realized, continuing his experiments with the fruit. He mastered techniques like Misaka Mikoto's railgun, lightning spears, and electromagnetic force. He could now control metals beneath the ground like a certain Magneto, further expanding his repertoire. Naturally, he also learned Enel's famous attacks and techniques, even incorporating abilities like Sasuke's Kirin from another world. After consuming the Rumble Rumble fruit, Arashi felt like a true thunder god, easily controlling the elements of lightning to perform previously impossible feats. As he floated cross-legged amidst the thunderclouds, he closed his eyes slowly. Suddenly, a pulse of energy rippled outward, expanding rapidly to cover all of Marineford. In that instant, Arashi could see and hear everything happening across the entire Marine base. Every scene, every sound, like a god observing from a higher dimension. This wasn't observation hockey. It was an inherent ability of the Rumble Rumble fruit. Did you hear? The flying pirates seem to be in some sort of trouble. Their members have been spotted running all over the place. Golden Lion Shiki has disappeared. The Beast Pirates are active in Wano. The Whitebeard Pirates are still keeping quiet. Commander, no, not there. I'm wearing that new outfit you bought yesterday. Let's meet in my room this afternoon, okay? Not now. Oh, all the conversations and noises from Marineford poured into Arashi's mind, making him frown slightly. With a thought, he filtered out the unnecessary information. Announce it, Arashi said softly. This decision will shake the world and spark a new storm. It's the world government's decree. We have no choice but to comply, Arashi muttered, his eyes narrowing. In his mind, he saw the scene in the Fleet Admiral's office. Kong looked serious as he addressed Sengoku and Zephyr, who stood before him. Rising to his feet, Arashi deactivated his observation and transformed into lightning, disappearing into the sky. About an hour later, the news of the Pirate King Roger's execution had spread throughout Marineford, causing a massive stir. It's been decided. Roger will be escorted to Logtown for execution. What? That's where Roger was born. Are they going through with it? Many Marines who heard the news were conflicted, thinking it was cruel to execute Roger in his birthplace, while others supported the decision, believing it was a fitting way to end his life before the eyes of the world. Arashi's expression remained indifferent as he let these voices slip from his mind. He suddenly understood why Enel used his pinky finger to clean his ears. When you could hear everything, even the smallest sounds, it eventually became an irritating hum in your head. That afternoon, Sengoku personally approached him to deliver a message. Arashi, your vacation is over. From this moment, your rank has been promoted to Vice Admiral. Of course, given your youth, you'll likely be promoted to Admiral as you gain more experience. The world government is confident in that. Sengoku's tone then became more serious. Additionally, the current global situation is becoming tense. I trust you're aware of it. So, from now on, you and your squad will be on standby, prepared to enter battle at any moment. Vice Admiral, the Marine headquarters promoted Arashi to Vice Admiral as a reward for capturing Roger. Sengoku personally conferred the rank on Arashi, and the process was straightforward because Kong was extremely busy and unable to oversee it himself. At the same time, the ranks of T-Bone, Bullet, Crocodile, and the others were also adjusted based on their strengths. Bullet, T-Pin, Crocodile, Ivans, and Yagubaikia were all promoted to Major, while the rest were promoted to Captain. Compared to being a Rear Admiral, becoming a Vice Admiral granted Arashi greater freedom and more authority. 3 days later, Arashi continued to study and familiarize himself with the powers of the Rumble Rumble fruit, using the power of lightning to stimulate his cells, further enhancing his already powerful body. This method of training, using lightning to temper the body, was a technique he had newly developed. This subtle stimulation required more precise control than high-voltage currents to annihilate enemies. The Marine headquarters was preparing to transfer Roger to Logtown during this time. The execution is set for 1 week from now. Kazan had visited Arashi the previous day to deliver the news. In fact, Arashi had known about it even earlier. We're on high alert around the world now. Executing the Pirate King is a huge event and could incite a rebellion among the other major pirates, Kazan sighed. Arashi nodded, noticing how tense the atmosphere at headquarters had been recently. Once Roger is executed, everything will calm down, Kazan continued. We'll finally be able to rest. Arashi merely smiled in response, not giving a clear answer. He knew all too well that after Roger's execution, the most chaotic era was yet to begin. The current situation was relatively mild compared to the upcoming Great Pirate Era. The number of pirates and the level of global disorder would be far worse in the coming era. Later that day, Sengoku contacted Arashi via Den Mushi. Stay ready to escort Roger to Logtown. Understood, Arashi responded. It was clear that escorting Roger to Logtown required the strongest marine forces, and Arashi was an inevitable part of the escort team. That afternoon, the skies over Marineford suddenly became shrouded in dark clouds. Boom! Thunder echoed across Marineford, casting flickering light over the entire base. This is going to be a big storm, Crocodile murmured. Arashi looked up at the sky in silence. He could sense the connection between himself and the lightning in the sky. One movement of his will, and the lightning stretching for thousands of meters would be at his command. However, the thunder wasn't due to him. It was naturally occurring. The wind howled, and the inner bay's surface churned. Boom! Half an hour later, a massive clap of thunder accompanied the sudden downpour, with rain pelting the ground of Marineford. The storm had arrived. Everyone was surprised by how abruptly the storm had come. In the residential district, Arashi sat cross-legged in meditation. Upon closer inspection, his body was hovering about a foot above the ground, surrounded by a faint, invisible barrier flickering with blue electrical arcs, preventing rain from touching him. This weather, it feels like something ominous is about to happen, Razanani remarked. The group stood in various postures, some leaning against pillars and others smoking cigars, but all watched the rain intently. Boom! Another clap of thunder resonated through Marineford. Arashi's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked toward the plaza by the inner bay. Kong was reviewing documents in the Fleet Admiral's office, his brow furrowed tightly. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked out the window. The heavy rain formed orderly yet chaotic sheets as it fell. In the next moment, the piercing, urgent sound of the alarm blared throughout Marineford, sending countless Marines into alert. In the plaza near the inner bay, rainwater flowed torrents while lightning illuminated the area. Beyond the gates of justice, a long streak of light appeared, and a figure stood atop a mountain of marine corpses. His long, mane-like hair hung down to his calves, and he held a sword in each hand. Blood dripped from the blades, falling into the puddles with crisp sounds. In front of him, numerous figures hurried forward with tense expressions. Enemy attack! A voice shrieked amidst the persistent sound of the alarm, sending shockwaves through everyone's hearts. The enemy is in Marineford, near the Inner Bay Plaza. What's the number? A drenched Marine officer holding a Den Mushi was sweating profusely. But when he saw the towering man standing atop the mountain of corpses, his entire body trembled, and his face showed shock and terror. There's only one man. Suddenly, lightning flashed, illuminating the face of the man on top of the corpse mountain. Could it be Golden Lion Shiki? The enemy is Golden Lion Shiki. This panicked voice woke all of Marineford from the storm. Golden Lion Shiki, one of the three legends, a pirate ranked among the strongest of the era, alongside the Pirate King Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate. His name was as well known as Thunder itself. Jaha! They're saying some nobody captured Roger. You weak Marines sure love to exaggerate and play these ridiculous tricks and games, Shiki mocked as he stood there, looking down at the Marines below. A ripple of energy suddenly burst out from him, forcing countless Marines to retreat in fear. In front of a legend like this, ordinary Marines and officers didn't dare approach. Even if Roger dies, it should be by my hand. Shiki roared as he leapt into the air, shattering the pile of corpses beneath him and charging at the Marines. His right-hand sword swung fiercely, unleashing a devastating slash that tore through the rain, exuding an unimaginable killing intent. Help! Help! The Marines ahead screamed in terror. The terrifying slash covered everything in their field of vision, and its speed was like a bolt of lightning, impossible to dodge. Boom! Suddenly, a massive blue lightning bolt struck in front of the Marines, intercepting the attack. A figure appeared beneath the lightning bolt, raising a fist. Buzz! The air vibrated, and the rain exploded outward as a large area was cleared. The devastating slash had been blocked. Blue arcs of electricity shot through the sky, and enormous lightning bolts illuminated the surroundings. That figure, Vice Admiral Arashi, boom! Thunder roared, shaking the skies above Marineford and weighing heavily on the hearts of all who heard it. Lightning crackled through the clouds like serpents, illuminating the sky in flickering bursts. The torrential rain crashed to the ground, forming countless puddles that rippled under the downpour. "So, you're the one who captured Roger." Golden Lion Shiki hovered in the air, glaring down at the young Vice Admiral who had blocked his attack. With twin swords in hand, Shiki radiated a menacing aura. "Golden Lion Shiki," Arashi muttered, looking up with sharp eyes. He could never forget the visual impact of Shiki's massive fleet 2 years ago. This man before him was engraved in his memory. Back then, Shiki was filled with ambition, aiming to wipe out the Roger pirates and conquer the world. "I don't believe it," Shiki roared, slashing the air as his eyes bulged in fury. "How could a brat like you possibly capture Roger?" With Shiki's outburst, the rain seemed to halt for a moment. His violent and overwhelming presence blasted through Marineford, causing countless Marines to collapse under the sheer force of his aura. "Believe it or not, you'll understand once we fight," Arashi replied calmly. After briefly pausing, he added coldly, "Whatever your reason for being here, I'm afraid it ends here." As Arashi spoke, his eyes narrowed, and a fierce wave of Conqueror's haki surged, crashing toward Shiki's towering figure. Whoosh! The powerful haki stirred the air, blowing Shiki's golden mane wildly. His eyes contracted in realization. This young man was no ordinary opponent. "Hee. I'm not interested in fighting a greenhorn like you." Shiki sneered. "Where is Roger? If he's going to die, it should be by my hand, not at the hands of you weak Marines." "I've already told you," Arashi said coldly, blue lightning sparking around his body. "Roger will be publicly executed in 1 week in Logtown, East Blue." Shiki's body trembled. "What? That man will die in the weakest sea. His birthplace? That's an insult." Arashi's eyes remained calm as electric arcs danced across his body, enveloping him in a blue glow. "You call East Blue the weakest sea, but I don't see it that way. Though we stand on opposite sides, I acknowledge Roger's strength. As for you," the blue lightning intensified, and in a flash, Arashi vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before Shiki, his right fist clenched, crackling with power. His sea-stone glove still covered his hand, although a thin layer protected it to prevent direct contact. Boom! Thunder exploded in the sky, casting blinding light over them. "Let's see just how strong your peak is." Arashi's cold voice echoed in Shiki's ears, causing the pirate to freeze, his pupils shrinking momentarily. The boy was too fast. No, this boy was lightning. Fist of thunder. Arashi's right fist tightened as black and red lightning twisted around the sea-stone glove. The punch was reinforced with an iron body and armament haki, layering immense power into the strike. Electric arcs circled him as his marine coat fluttered in the wind. "Nuclear punch," Arashi called as his fist came crashing down. ZZZZZET. Black and red lightning clashed with blue electric arcs, combining and blasting toward Shiki. The violent shockwave caused the surrounding rain to freeze mid-air, and space seemed to go silent momentarily. Shiki's lips twisted into a wicked grin. "Hee. You're a cocky brat." He slashed with one of his swords, unleashing a fierce strike as his golden hair whipped in the storm. His eyes were wild and furious, like those of an enraged lion. Clang! Arashi's punch collided with Shiki's blade the next second, shaking the atmosphere. Thunder roared as lightning struck around them, scorching the ground black. Shiki's body suddenly shuddered. A look of shock flashed in his eyes. Boom! Shiki was blasted downward, crashing into the ground of Marineford's plaza like a meteor. The impact shattered the stone for kilometers, leaving the area a mess of rubble and debris. The rain prevented the dust from rising, but chunks of rock shot out like bullets. "Retreat! Fall back!" shouted a Marine officer. Vice Admiral Arashi blocked Golden Lion Shiki, as expected from the one who captured Pirate King Roger. "He's unbelievably strong." The Marines retreated, awe on their faces, as Arashi floated in the air, looking down at the aftermath. His eyes narrowed slightly as he observed Shiki's condition before relaxing. In the center of the massive crater below, Shiki hovered 3 feet above the ground, having not fully crashed into it. Only a thin trickle of blood ran down the corner of his mouth. The legendary pirate wiped the blood away and grinned. "Hee. Seems I underestimated you." "Your punch has a taste of Garp's strength in it," he exclaimed, a more serious tone creeping into his voice. Arashi descended from the sky, his body glowing with lightning. Shiki's gaze grew sharp as he gripped his swords tightly. "To think someone as young as you could use Conqueror's hockey coding," Shiki said gravely. He was no longer underestimating his opponent. Now, he saw Arashi as an equal worthy of his full strength. The power of that punch had left him shaken, as if he had been fighting Roger or Garp. "3 legends, your reputation is well-deserved," Arashi said softly. "It's an honor to witness you at your peak." With those words, his figure vanished again, lightning crackling in his wake. Within moments, he reappeared right in front of Shiki, his hand outstretched, fingers spread wide, aimed directly at Shiki's face. His speed was unmatched. Even Shiki, with his advanced observation hockey, could barely react. 200 million volts. Arashi whispered. Blue electric arcs shot from his palm, rapidly expanding into a 10-meter-wide lightning pillar. The bright blue glow lit up the entire plaza. "Divine punishment." His icy voice echoed alongside the deafening thunderclap as the pillar of lightning swelled to 20 meters and roared toward Shiki. Shiki's pupils shrank as he raised his twin swords, but the blinding light swallowed him whole, his figure disappearing into the massive lightning strike. Thud, thud, thud. Urgent footsteps echoed from the Marine headquarters building as 2 figures with serious expressions emerged. Suddenly, boom, a massive clap of thunder shocked them and all the surrounding Marines, making everyone immediately look up. All eyes were fixed in the direction of Marineford Plaza. A massive pillar of lightning, radiating intense heat, instantly evaporated the rain as it struck the bay's surface, crashing into the enormous gate of justice. In the blink of an eye, the gate was melted through, leaving a gaping hole, and the lightning vanished into the distance. Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances, their faces filled with mutual astonishment. That scene, like divine judgment, had left them utterly shocked. "Report." At that moment, a Marine came running, panting heavily, and shouted. "Speak," Sengoku commanded. "Shiki, the Golden Lion, is attacking the Marine headquarters. The C3, E5, and G2 units have all been wiped out," the Marine shouted, still catching his breath. Vice Admiral Arashi is engaged in fierce combat with Shiki. After gasping for air, the Marine's eyes drifted toward the Gate of Justice, still showing signs of the lightning strike. Vice Admiral Arashi has single-handedly stopped Shiki, the Golden Lion. The loud declaration made every Marine officer present tense up. "Are you saying that pillar of lightning was from Arashi?" Garp asked in a low voice. "Yes," the Marine shouted. "From our assessment, Vice Admiral Arashi has eaten the rumble fruit and become a lightning human." Garp and Sengoku shared another look, seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. "Shiki, the Golden Lion," Garp muttered in a deep voice. "What's that guy doing at Marine headquarters?" They picked up their pace, heading quickly toward Marineford Plaza. "It must be because of Roger," Sengoku speculated. Garp nodded gravely. His gaze shifted toward the plaza, where everything had gone eerily quiet after the lightning strike. The rain continued to pour down. Arashi stood with an extended arm, electric arcs crackling between his 5 fingers. In front of him, Shiki, the Golden Lion's figure, had disappeared, leaving only the damaged gate of justice and the shocked expressions of the surrounding Marines. "What are you all standing there for?" Arashi said sternly. "Shiki, the Golden Lion, isn't someone who can be dealt with that easily. Clear the battlefield. This is my fight with him." The Marines snapped out of their stupor and quickly retreated, shouting as they moved back. Boom! The thunder rumbled as Arashi slowly raised his head. His eyes were now filled with solemnity and tension. In a situation like this, one must never underestimate their opponent. As the Marines backed away, they followed his gaze and looked upward. "What is that?" Gasps of shock erupted as countless Marines stared in terror, their eyes wide with disbelief. Towering ships appeared above them through the storm, looming over everyone. Shiki, the Golden Lion, stood at the bow of the lead ship, swords in hand, looking down at them. "Are you ready to face my wrath, Marines?" Shiki's deep voice echoed across Marineford. The enormous ships began accelerating in the next second, diving toward Marineford Plaza at high speed. Whoosh! The wind roared as Shiki's cloak billowed. He leapt from the bow, blades flashing as he charged straight at Arashi, moving as fast as lightning. "And you," Shiki roared, "you claim to have captured Roger? Show me the strength that captured him. Otherwise, hand him over to me." Shiki's speed was blinding as he hurtled toward Arashi with the momentum of his downward dive. Arashi looked up, lightning crackling around his body, and slowly clenched his right fist. ZZZZT! A lightning bolt flickered as Arashi suddenly appeared in front of Shiki. At that moment, his fist swung forward, disrupting the rain in its path, which rose in reverse from the sheer force. "Iron Fist!" Arashi shouted, thrusting his punch forward. "Meteor!" Shiki bellowed, swinging his sword. Their attacks clashed, with black and golden lightning intertwining, radiating outward in shock waves. Both figures were forced backwards, and Arashi's eyes were serious. The man before him was formidable. His swift and precise sword strike could easily slice through mountains, matching the force of Arashi's punch. Shiki's expression mirrored Arashi's. He had encountered a powerful opponent, reminiscent of fighting Garp and Roger. The two warriors locked eyes, a spark of intensity between them. At the same moment, their bodies vanished. Shiki's eyes glowed red as he activated his observation haki. He appeared behind Arashi, swinging his sword wreathed in golden lightning. Arashi, eyes closed, sensed everything within thousands of meters, each drop of rain and splash of water vividly clear in his mind. With the rumble fruit enhancing his field of perception, it was as though he had grown countless eyes. Every bolt of lightning became an extension of his senses. He suddenly turned and threw a punch. Clang! The sword collided with Arashi's sea-stone gauntlet, releasing a shockwave that swept across Marineford Plaza, shattering stones and causing buildings to crack under pressure. Ka-ha-ha! Shiki laughed as he spun, swinging his other sword at Arashi's neck with lightning speed. Whoosh! The blade slashed through Arashi's neck, but only strands of lightning scattered from the strike. At the same moment, Arashi's fist was already driving toward Shiki's abdomen. Boom! His punch landed squarely on Shiki's stomach, forcing him to stagger back. He touched down on the ground, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "Ah, so you're a Logia type. The rumble fruit, huh?" Shiki muttered, wiping the blood from his lips. Surrounded by lightning, Arashi gazed down coldly, demeaning like a thunder god's. "Spit!" Shiki spat out blood-stained phlegm, standing tall once again. "I won't lose to a brat like you," he sneered, his voice cold. With his words, the air within a range of thousands of meters began to hum and vibrate. The falling rain halted, frozen in the air. The broken tiles of Marineford Plaza trembled before rising into the sky, and the bay waters twisted into enormous waterspouts, roaring with thunderous force. One of the three great legends. Marines who had retreated to a distance screamed in terror, witnessing the overwhelming scene before them. "Shiki the Golden Lion! He's going all out!" they shrieked in fear. The entire Marineford shook violently as Arashi gently floated to the ground, locking eyes with the man across from him. Whoosh! He let out a slow breath before thrusting his hand into the sky. Boom! The dark storm clouds above Marineford erupted with blinding light as countless lightning bolts shot down, striking the descending ships. At the same time, Arashi grasped a massive bolt of lightning spanning thousands of meters in length. Vice Admiral Arashi, a Marine shouted. He grabbed the thunderclouds churned violently, and heavy rain poured down in torrents. Amidst the rain, countless lightning bolts descended from the sky, crackling and twisting through the air. They burned white streaks in the clouds, brightening the dark sky over Marineford. As the massive fleet plummeted toward the ground, the Marines cried out in terror. In this intense scene, Arashi raised his right hand, gripping a blue lightning arc stretched for several kilometers. Crackle! The lightning flashed fiercely around him, scorching the ground below with charred marks. The golden lion Shiki narrowed his eyes, his expression heavy with concern. No one could underestimate the power of lightning, especially when it was wielded by the young man standing before him. The sky brightened as countless lightning bolts rained, striking the falling pirate ships with terrifying heat. The wooden vessels splintered and ignited, engulfed in flames. The falling ships, they've been shattered, the Marines cried out. The ships controlled by Shiki moments ago were now obliterated by the relentless lightning strikes. The sky above Marineford was filled with a web of electricity. Fragments of burning ships fell, but their destructive force had significantly weakened, making it easier for the Marines on the ground to handle them. Today, the heavens are on my side, Arashi muttered. Then, with a sudden motion, he swung his right hand. 500 million volts. Thunder God's whip. A massive bolt of lightning, spanning several kilometers, was yanked from the thunderclouds and lashed toward Shiki. The lightning moved incredibly fast, and it was already upon Shiki before anyone could react. Shiki's pupils contracted, and without hesitation, he sprinted across the ground at lightning speed. Boom! The Thunder God's whip struck, melting the ground it touched into magma from the sheer heat, while the surrounding rain evaporated instantly. Shiki's figure flickered as he dodged, but the whip chased him. Arashi controlled the lightning effortlessly, and it moved at the speed of thought. Only someone of Shiki's caliber could barely evade its strikes. This kid is tough, Shiki muttered, his forehead beating with sweat. Dodging the lightning was draining, even for a warrior of his strength. It required bursts of intense energy. Fortunately, the lightning wasn't sustained for long. After a dozen or so breaths, Arashi's massive bolt of lightning shrunk to about 20 to 30 meters, condensing into a spear of blue light. The spear crackled with electricity, its shaft inscribed with mysterious lightning patterns. Arashi gripped the Thunder God's spear with a steady hand and locked eyes with Shiki. Seizing this moment, Shiki slammed both hands onto the ground. Lion's might, earth roll. In an instant, the ground within several kilometers of Marineford began to crumble and rise, forming massive lion-shaped figures surrounding Arashi, each towering thousands of meters tall. Roar! The lions' fierce growls echoed as their enormous paws swung toward Arashi. Crackle! But as they struck, they hit nothing but air. A flash of light revealed Arashi had already taken to the sky, gazing down from above. His sharp eyes locked on Shiki, who now hovered amidst a massive whirlpool within Marineford's inner bay. Shahaha! Shiki laughed maniacally, arms spread wide. The entire bay's waters surged upward, exposing the sea floor beneath. It was an awe-inspiring sight. The ocean was under Shiki's control. Even Arashi's eyes narrowed at the spectacle. Boom! 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 Thunderous crashes echoed across the Marine headquarters. The inner bay's waters rose hundreds of meters, with water tornadoes forming and an impending tsunami brewing. Arashi gripped his lightning spear tightly, lifting it high and preparing to throw. Crackle! Black and red lightning surged around the spear. Lance of Longinus. Every muscle in Arashi's body tensed like a coiled spring before he unleashed an immense force, hurling the black and red lightning spear with all his might. Whoosh! The spear tore through the air, vanishing in an instant. There was no sense of distance. The spear was already in front of Shiki within a blink. The terrifying speed forced Shiki's wild grin to vanish as cold water poured over him. The rotating spear, wreathed in blue arcs of lightning, seemed to split the sky. Black and red flashes filled the air as it ripped through the void. Shiki felt that terrifying, piercing force, even from several meters away. His eyes glowed red with observation hockey, but the spear was too fast, even with his keen senses. He barely had time to shift his body. Thud! The Thunder God's spear pierced Shiki's body, carrying him backwards until he slammed into the massive gates of justice. The giant door shook with a resounding thud as Shiki's body hung limply, pinned to it by the spear. From a distance, the legendary pirate, one of the world's most feared, was impaled on the gates of justice by the lightning spear. It was a sight that left everyone breathless. Is he dead? An attack like that is almost impossible to survive. It was so fast, I didn't even see it happen. The Marines watching from afar stared wide-eyed, swallowing hard. They knew they would never forget the image of Arashi, surrounded by crackling lightning, floating in the sky. Rain continued to pour down, and Marineford fell into an eerie calm. All eyes were fixed on Shiki's motionless body, still speared against the gates of justice. Suddenly, a violent coughing sound broke the silence. Blood poured from Shiki's mouth, flowing down the gate. His body stirred, and he grasped the glowing spear impaled in him with a trembling hand. "Ah!" Shiki screamed in agony as he wrenched the lightning spear from his chest, tearing it free. The excruciating pain caused him to suck in a sharp breath, his face contorted in rage. The spear had been too fast, even for him to fully evade. Despite using observation hockey, he could only slightly move his body to reduce the damage. His shoulder had been pierced, and the upper lobe of his right lung had been completely punctured. Even with armament hockey, his body had been scorched, and the heat vaporized his internal tissue. "Damn it!" Shiki growled through gritted teeth, staring at the dissipating spear. His expression had become utterly deranged. With a single hand, he unleashed a shockwave, rippling through the inner bay. "Feel my wrath," Shiki's cold voice echoed. The water surging above the bay now crashed back toward Marineford, a massive wave of destruction. Panic and terror filled the air as desperate screams erupted from the Marines below. "A tsunami! A tsunami! Oh no, run!" Screams echoed across Marineford as countless Marines ran for higher ground. Faced with the towering waves hundreds of meters high and the colossal water tornado spiraling in the distance, fear and terror gripped their hearts. "This is a natural disaster," a Marine exclaimed in despair, his body trembling. Garp and Sengoku abruptly stopped, their expressions turning grim as they witnessed the terrifying scene ahead. The three great pirates became legends because two wielded disaster-level destructive power while the other possessed unimaginable strength. Roar! A deep growl, like thunder, came from a massive lion, which now moved with heavy steps towards Marineford. At that moment, it was clear that the Golden Lion Shiki intended to utterly destroy Marineford. Kayahan! Laughter filled the air of Marine headquarters, the chaotic winds swirling as if the whole world had gone mad. Even the air was heavy with despair, the scent of the apocalypse hanging over the battlefield. Countless Marines felt their legs go weak. "Arashi, I acknowledge your strength, but what does it matter? Only Roger is worthy of being my rival." Shiki bellowed, his figure blurred as he instantly crossed nearly 1,000 meters, his twin swords slashing fiercely. Lion's Thousand Slice Valley. A dense barrage of sword slashes tore through the rain, converging and slashing toward Arashi. His body flickered, evading with minimal movement. The slashes he couldn't dodge were ineffective as he instantly shifted into his elemental form. Though his body was cut into dozens of pieces, they reformed in a flash, crackling with electricity. Without hesitation, Arashi faced the oncoming Golden Lion head-on. Kaya, in this era, only we three stand at the pinnacle of the world. You brat, you don't even rank. Shiki's mocking laughter echoed in Arashi's ears, but his expression didn't change. He didn't care about Shiki's self-glorifying remarks. Lightning danced in his right hand in a flash, and a thunderblade formed before he swiftly swung it down. Clang! The metallic clang rang out as Arashi firmly blocked Shiki's strike. You know swordsmanship too? Shiki's pupils narrowed, sensing the power behind Arashi's thunderblade. I've dabbled, Arashi replied calmly. Both fighters leapt back, before clashing once more. Swords collided, sending ripples through the air. The shockwaves from their strikes ripped through Marineford's buildings below, causing massive collapses. Meanwhile, the tsunami ravaging Marine headquarters was beyond Arashi's control. From his lightning domain, he saw that Zephyr, Sengoku, and Garp were already rushing toward the battlefield while Kazan had begun freezing patches of seawater. The fate of Shiki's assault on Marineford was already sealed. As Arashi engaged Shiki, he could feel the tremors in Shiki's body with every clash. The gaping wound in Shiki's chest throbbed, intensifying the pain. As expected of one of the three legends, Arashi murmured after dozens of exchanges. Despite Shiki's grievous injuries, he continued to clash with ferocity. Moments later, Arashi spoke firmly. Surrender, Shiki. Your fight ends here today. You're joking, right? A kid like you wants me to admit defeat. Shiki roared, eyes narrowing in anger. He swung his twin blades again, summoning a terrifying amount of power. But this time, Arashi retreated, avoiding a direct clash. You know your body's limits better than anyone, Arashi said. You're nearing your end. Shiki's heart sank at Arashi's words. You brat. He watched as Arashi raised his right hand, extending his fingers. 200 million volts. Discharge. Blue lightning surged, striking out instantly, forcing Shiki to dodge. The bolt barely grazed his ear before flying off into the distance. But Arashi wasn't finished. His attack had only just begun. His fingers continued to flick, releasing bolts of lightning one after another, transforming into a dense barrage of electrical currents that enveloped the entire area within 1,000 meters. Damn it, Shiki cursed, his expression shifting as he realized the danger. His body continuously shifted, but the lightning was relentless. He couldn't escape being hit. The wound in his chest was a constant source of agony, weakening him further after their high-intensity clashes. Fighting against a man who controlled lightning meant constant, high-frequency attacks that consumed vast stamina and concentration. Boom! Shiki's body trembled as paralysis started to set in, slowing his movements. And then came the barrage, countless lightning bolts raining down on him without mercy. Boom! 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 The barrage of lightning strikes left Shiki's body trembling uncontrollably. Below, Kazan froze the rising seawater while two figures watched the scene unfold from a high vantage point, their expressions solemn and complicated. The Rumble fruit is said to be the most powerful of the Logia types, Sengoku remarked. So Arashi ate that devil fruit, huh? It looks like we won't need to step in, Garp said, loosening his brow and chuckling as he watched the battle unfold in the sky. Your student may have reached your level, Sengoku quietly added. Ha 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 ha, that's my disciple. Garp laughed heartily. At that moment, their eyes focused again on the two combatants in the sky. Arashi suddenly vanished and reappeared above Shiki, his right hand outstretched. In his palm, blue light erupted, forming a massive pillar of lightning. 800 million volts. Divine punishment. Boom! The blinding light illuminated the sky over Marineford once again. The pillar of lightning engulfed Shiki's entire body as if bestowing a divine judgment beyond imagination. When the light faded, Shiki's body was charred, smoke rising from his form. With a sudden burst of energy, he looked up, his eyes wide open. "You brat!" Arashi, his expression cold, brought his hand down swiftly, now clad in a sea-stone glove, and grabbed Shiki's head. In an instant, Shiki, who had been about to resist, froze in terror as his body went limp. "Damn it! Sea-stone!" In the next second, Arashi's grip tightened. "Into the depths you go!" Arashi slammed Shiki down with tremendous force, sending him crashing into the frozen sea below like a cannonball. Not far away, Kazan slowly lifted his head, his face showing a mix of shock and awe. As the cold wind swept through Marineford, the entire city cheered. Vice Admiral Arashi, after capturing Roger, had achieved yet another incredible feat. He had faced the Golden Lion Shiki head-on, defeated and captured him. Arashi appeared on the frozen battlefield with a flash of lightning, gazing down at the unconscious Shiki. He exhaled slowly. A one-on-one battle. The Golden Lion Shiki had been utterly defeated. Arashi let out a long breath as he gazed down at the unconscious Golden Lion Shiki, whose eyes had rolled back into his head. The entire Marineford had fallen into complete silence. Every single person's eyes were focused on Arashi. If there were doubts surrounding Arashi's capture of Roger, with some believing that the Pirate King had surrendered rather than being taken down by the young Vice Admiral, this battle left no room for skepticism. The fact that Shiki, one of the greatest legendary pirates, had launched a surprise attack on Marineford and lost to Arashi in such a short time shattered all doubts. Now, with half of Marineford submerged in frozen tidal waves and the land scarred from countless sword strikes, the devastation was unimaginable. The remnants of the fight told the story of a brutal battle. Arashi surveyed the area with a slight smile and felt satisfied. His duel with Shiki was the perfect test of his current strength. Mastery of the 6 powers, armament haki, and conqueror's haki, along with the destructive force of the rumble fruit, allowed him to truly stand at the pinnacle of the world. Though somewhat lacking compared to observation haki, the sensory awareness that came with his electrical field made up for any shortcomings in his overall combat ability. Rumble! With a thought, thunderclouds above flashed, and countless lightning bolts snaked across the sky. Clack, clack, clack. A series of footsteps echoed as large groups of Marines approached cautiously. They were awestruck when they saw Arashi, the tall, imposing figure surrounded by crackling lightning. "Vice Admiral Arashi," one Marine called out, saluting. There was no doubt that this young officer, based on sheer combat strength alone, was on par with the Admirals Sengoku and Zephyr. Many now believe that his promotion to Admiral was all but guaranteed. "Bring me a pair of Sea Prism stone cuffs," Arashi ordered calmly. A Marine officer quickly and respectfully presented them with both hands. "Thank you." Arashi nodded as the officer trembled excitedly and repeatedly said, "You're welcome." Arashi bent down and personally cuffed Shiki with the sea stone shackles, hoisting the fallen pirate over his shoulder. Crackle. Accompanied by a flash of lightning, Arashi appeared before Sengoku and Garp. "This guy needs to be sent to impel down, right?" Arashi asked with a smile, looking at his teacher, Garp, and Admiral Sengoku. "That's right," Sengoku nodded with a smile. "Need any help?" Despite being his old friend's student, Sengoku held Arashi in high regard, recognizing him as an equal in strength. "Let him do it," Garp said with a booming laugh. "This is his victory trophy, after all. I'll handle it." "It's no trouble," Arashi said confidently. His figure blurred as he vanished in a flash of lightning, streaking towards Impel Down. Sengoku watched him disappear, sighing as he remarked, "The rumble fruit, it's said to be one of the strongest in destructive power." "Ha ha ha." Garp laughed heartily. "Your disciple is incredibly sharp. He's even been careful about how he manages his power. He didn't eat that devil fruit until he had maxed out his training in martial arts and haki," Sengoku said seriously. "He's grown beyond my reach now," Garp grinned. "I can't control him anymore. Still, you should keep an eye on him. As strong as he is, young people can be reckless. One wrong step, and it could be too late," Sengoku said, giving his old friend a concerned look. "Whatever path he takes, That's his choice to make, Garp said, unfazed. As a Marine, I might be disappointed if he strays, but as his teacher, I'll respect and support him. Besides, I trust Arashi. He's a good man with a strong sense of justice. Meanwhile, at the entrance to Impel Down, boom! A bolt of lightning exploded at the port, and 2 rows of guards stood in formation. As the figure of Arashi materialized from the lightning, they all stood straighter. Vice Admiral Arashi, one of the guards shouted, saluting. Arashi returned the salute with a nod, then walked toward the entrance, dragging Shiki behind him. Waiting at the gate was a massive man nearly 5 meters tall, with 2 black horns atop his head. His identity was clear. It was Magellan, the deputy warden of Impel Down. Vice Admiral Arashi, welcome. Marine headquarters have ordered me to take custody of the prisoner. Magellan said in a deep voice, his sharp eyes studying the man before him. Though they appear to be close in age, Magellan knew Arashi's strength far surpassed his own. That Arashi didn't even bother wearing a gas mask around him was a testament to that. Even most vice admirals kept a safe distance from Magellan's poisonous presence, while the guards beside them already had their masks on, holding their breath. This is Golden Lion Shiki. Please send him to level 6 of Impel Down, Arashi said with a polite smile, casually tossing Shiki to the ground. The crackling lightning surrounding him destroyed any poisonous particles in the air. Leave it to me. Magellan nodded firmly. He picked up Shiki with one arm, glancing up as Arashi disappeared in another flash of lightning. The weight of Arashi's power left a lasting impression on Magellan, who couldn't help but feel a sense of fear and respect. Golden Lion Shiki had been captured. The news spread quickly from Marine Ford, igniting excitement throughout the Marine headquarters. Soon, the shocking news reached every corner of the world. When pirates across the seas heard that Shiki, one of the legendary pirates, had been defeated and captured, many fell into stunned silence. This marked a crushing blow to pirates everywhere, especially following the recent capture of Pirate King Roger. In a short time, the Marines captured 2 of the world's most notorious pirates. Arashi was responsible for catching Shiki, the same man who had captured Roger briefly a while ago. This instantly deepened the world's impression of Arashi. Nearly everyone knew that a Marine named Arashi had successfully captured 2 of the 3 legendary pirates. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Marine Ford, the headquarters of the Marines. The ice, melting under the sunlight, turned back into seawater, flowing into the inner bay once more. At that moment, the base was bustling with activity. The Golden Lion Shiki's attack from the previous day seemed to have been forgotten. Compared to capturing Shiki, the Marines had more pressing matters today. Arashi, Sengoku said in a deep voice, you will be responsible for the fleet's northwest direction. Keep a close watch on everything around us, and don't allow anything to approach. Once we reach Logtown, the next deployment will be arranged. Yes, sir. Arashi nodded. Even though there were no immediate threats, the atmosphere at the headquarters remained tense and heavy. Arashi spotted 3 figures approaching as he waited on the warship a quarter of an hour later. Arashi, Kazan, smiling, called out from the harbor. Beside him, Borsalino waved with a playful grin while Sakazuki, with a stern expression, crossed his arms and coldly stared straight ahead. So, the 3 of you are now assigned under my command for the upcoming mission in Logtown? Arashi asked curiously after they boarded the ship. Yes, Commander Arashi, Kazan replied with a smile. Working under a strong leader like you will make things much easier. Borsalino sighed, glancing at the others on the ship. When he saw Crocodile and Barrett, his smile froze, and he sighed again. Commander Arashi sure has a crew of monsters. At that moment, Sakazuki spoke coldly. I don't quite understand the reasoning behind this arrangement, but I will follow all orders from the higher-ups. Arashi glanced at him, but remained silent. The tension between the two was obvious to everyone on board. Did you eat the rumble fruit? Kazan asked, trying to break the awkwardness. Borsalino, meanwhile, turned his gaze elsewhere, pretending not to notice the tension. At the same time, deep within Impel Down on level 6. Shiki, In the dim candlelight, sitting within his cell, Roger saw the golden lion Shiki, now wearing prison garb and thrown into impel down. His expression changed slightly. Vice Admiral Arashi is incredible. Not only did he capture Roger, but he also single-handedly defeated the golden lion Shiki. The two legends, both taken down by one man. And the most important thing is he's still young. The guard's conversation echoed, making Roger's eyes narrow slightly. Gazing at the unconscious Shiki momentarily, he let out a slow breath. Arashi, huh? Afterward, Roger fell into silence. Having personally trained him for a year, Roger knew better than anyone just how terrifying Arashi's strength and boundless potential were. That strange, almost immortal bloodline made him nearly unbeatable against any formidable enemy. The closer one got to the peak, the more this immense advantage would reveal itself. Suddenly, footsteps approached, prompting Roger to lift his head. Two familiar figures appeared. Garp, Sengoku. Roger smiled. It's time to go, Roger, Sengoku said in a deep voice. Roger's face remained calm, with a faint smile still on his lips. You'll be escorted to the East Blue, to Low Town, where you'll be publicly executed, Garp added. Low Town, huh? Roger exhaled softly, seemingly nostalgic. Beginning and ending there, he muttered before suddenly breaking into a wide grin. The town where it all starts and ends. I like that place. Sengoku seemed slightly stunned by Roger's attitude toward his impending death. Soon after, the guards opened Roger's cell, escorting him out. Stepping onto the long staircase and ascending until a beam of sunlight hit his face, Roger squinted, finding the light dazzling. Following Garp and Sengoku onto the warship, Roger sat down cross-legged, finding a comfortable position. Golden Lion Shiki attacked Marine Ford yesterday, demanding we hand you over, Garp suddenly said. Oh, Roger smiled, looking up. He didn't believe we captured you, Garp added. Roger laughed. That guy is always like that. To be honest, I don't fully understand why you did what you did, Garp said after a brief silence. You don't understand? Roger chuckled softly, raising his head to look at the blue sky. Time. There wasn't enough time. After saying this, Roger fell silent once more. He wasn't born in the right era and didn't have enough time to turn the world upside down. But fortunately, some extraordinary people would be born to inherit everything. The future. I wonder what it will be like. Too bad I won't be there to see it. But that doesn't matter. Paving the way for the next generation has always been the role of the old guard, hasn't it? Legacy. That's what it's all about. An hour later, the warship carrying Roger reached the gates of justice. Arashi's warship joined the fleet ahead, and the three future admirals displayed their distinct personalities. Kazan napped on a sun chair. Borsellino was daydreaming, and Sakazuki stood with his arms crossed, lost in thought. Arashi hadn't expected these three to be under his command for this mission. But after thinking about it, it made sense. At the moment, Arashi held the rank of vice admiral, while the three of them were still rear admirals. Expanding his domain, Arashi immediately grasped the situation of the entire fleet. As the flagship responsible for escorting the Pirate King Roger, their ship was naturally surrounded by other marine vessels. Senior vice admirals commanded the leading units, while Arashi and his group were responsible for the northwest direction. Sailing from the west of the Grand Line, they passed through the Calm Belt and headed for the East Blue. With their mastery of Calm Belt navigation, the Marines undoubtedly possessed advanced seafaring technology. The fleet arrived at Low Town in the East Blue late afternoon without major incidents. The large-scale Marine fleet and the presence of high-ranking officers immediately stirred the previously peaceful town, creating an atmosphere of tension and unease. Standing at the bow, Arashi gazed at the small town ahead. He knew very well that Low Town would no longer remain obscure from this day on. A moment later, Arashi and his team were informed of an important task. In the coming days, you and your squad will guard Roger. Hearing this, Arashi was momentarily stunned, but quickly nodded in acknowledgement. That evening, the squad settled into a house just a few meters from where Roger was being held. East Blue, Low Town. The Marine base on the island had been temporarily transformed into the headquarters for Sengoku and the others. As Marine higher-ups, they were not only busy planning the public execution of the Pirate King, but also constantly communicating with the world government. Over these few days leading up to the execution, they had a seemingly endless series of meetings. Even Garp, who is usually carefree, was nowhere to be seen during this time. Arashi hadn't crossed paths with him at all. Roger was imprisoned in a Marine cell, while Arashi and his team were stationed in a civilian house just behind a wall separating them from Roger's cell. "I don't understand why we're even needed for this mission," Kazan remarked lazily. "This must be the first time so many high-ranking Marine officers have gathered in Lowtown, right? Does anyone think they can stir up trouble with this kind of force?" Arashi smiled faintly at Kazan's comment, but didn't reply. He had already noticed that the number of people arriving in Lowtown had spiked significantly in just 2 days. The news of Roger's public execution had drawn crowds from all over the world. Journalists, merchants, pirates, and even mafia members were all gathering. Polishing his glasses, Borsellino sighed. "Our task seems easy on the surface, but I can already see a lot of headaches coming our way." Just this morning, Borsellino had wandered around the town and found that the population had exploded. Reporters from every corner of the world, traveling merchants, and even pirates hiding in plain sight had converged. The world government agents had arrived as well, though quietly. But this was only the beginning. This world isn't short on people willing to take risks or entertain insane ideas. Arashi added calmly. If that wasn't the case, Shiki wouldn't have dared attack Marineford. "Shiki, huh?" Kazan muttered, narrowing his eyes at the mention of the Golden Lion. The next 3 days were mostly uneventful, but Arashi couldn't help but notice the growing number of people in Lowtown. The docks were packed with ships, and the streets were so crowded that even his observation abilities couldn't track everyone. The sheer volume of people overloaded his senses, forcing him to narrow his focus to an area within a kilometer of Roger's cell. No wonder so many pirates showed up during Roger's execution, Arashi mused. With the Marine forces spread so thin, all we can do is maintain a general sense of order. As long as nobody causes trouble, that's the best outcome we can hope for. That day passed without any major incidents, though there were several street fights on the outskirts of Lowtown. The Marines handled these disturbances, but Arashi could tell from his observation that the Marine presence in the town was insufficient. Even the troublemakers weren't arrested, but were simply scolded and allowed to leave. By the 6th day, the day before the execution, everyone had begun to relax. "Once tomorrow's over, we can finally head back to headquarters," Kazan said casually. "It's been 6 days already, and nothing's happened. I doubt anything will now." As usual, Borsellino sipped his tea with a smile, while Sakazuki remained stone-faced, betraying none of his thoughts. "I disagree," Arashi said with a sigh. "Tomorrow is going to be our busiest day yet." In his mind, Arashi had already noticed a group of mysterious figures, their faces hidden by cloaks, silently entering the area within a kilometer of Roger's prison. "If we can kill him, if we take down Roger, the world will know our names. If we're the ones to kill the Pirate King, tomorrow's headlines will be about us." The conspirators' whispered voices echoed through the dark alleyways. "Captain Ryan, I've scouted the area. This route has way fewer Marines than the others. If we can get close to Roger, kill him, and escape, we'll be the most famous pirate crew of the new era." Another voice joined in, laughing maniacally. "Zihaha, you're right. Life is all about risks and gambling. If we want to reach the top, we must bet our lives on it. There aren't many other ways for low-level pirates to climb the ranks. Let's go, men," Captain Ryan ordered, his voice filled with ambition. "Glory, power, and wealth await us." The group sprinted down the alleyway, just as one had predicted. There were barely any Marines in sight. At the temporary Marine base, Arashi stood up slowly. "Sakazuki," he said. Sakazuki looked up coldly, his Marine cap casting a shadow over his face. 54th Street, Arashi ordered. Sakazuki blinked, then nodded, swiftly heading out. Kazan, 86th Street. Borsellino, 43rd. Barrett, 52nd. Crocodile, 102nd. Ivankov and Rosinante, 93rd. Arashi swiftly gave instructions, assigning teams to different areas of the town. Everyone froze for a second, but quickly understood. Their expressions turned serious as they prepared to leave. This world is never short of bold people with courage, Arashi said with a light smile. They've kept their ambitions in check for the past 5 days, but today, someone's finally lost control. Are they going to attack? Kazan asked, surprised. If they manage to kill Roger, it will cool the heated ambitions of every pirate and stabilize the world, Arashi replied. But if pirates succeed, they'll gain fame and power. Everyone understood and hurried to their assigned streets. Arashi, meanwhile, stepped out of the house, his eyes scanning the town. He raised his right hand, pointing toward 45th Street. Zzz. With a sharp crack, arcs of blue electricity gathered in his hand, shooting forward in a flash. 200 million volts, divine punishment. A brilliant column of lightning illuminated the dark alley of 45th Street, racing forward. In less than a second, it collided with 6 pirates sneaking through the shadows, their eyes wild with madness. Boom! The lightning struck them, engulfing the entire group. Their screams echoed through the streets, accompanied by the smell of charred flesh. As the lightning flickered out, Arashi vanished, leaving nothing but a crackle of static in his wake. 178th Street. Ryan was sprinting ahead, his face a mixture of excitement and madness, with his crew closely following behind. In truth, they knew they weren't the only ones daring to take such a risk. Many pirates had the same idea, to kill the Pirate King to boost their fame and status. In a world full of pirates with countless ambitions and dreams, most of those ambitions boiled down to 3 things: fame, power, and wealth. As for the One Piece, that was something only men destined to become pirate kings could pursue. If we can succeed, Ryan's heart was pounding as he fantasized about what the future would hold if they succeeded. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the dark street ahead. Zap! A figure surrounded by lightning abruptly appeared, causing the entire crew to halt. Having dreams and ambition is a good thing, the figure said, hovering in midair, surrounded by arcs of electricity. But if you choose the wrong path and overestimate your abilities, that becomes your greatest obstacle to survival. The figure was Arashi, cloaked in lightning. Marine. Ryan's pupils shrank, but almost immediately he shouted, "Kill him!" From the moment this mission started, he had resolved to kill anyone standing in their way. With that shout, his crew charged forward, drawing their swords with twisted expressions, and Arashi didn't even blink, nor did he move to dodge. In the next instant, as the sword passed through his body, arcs of electricity crackled across his form. The pirate who attacked landed, his face filled with terror. "Boss, he's a Logia user." Arashi raised his right hand leisurely, extending a single finger and pointing slowly forward. However, he wasn't aiming at the pirate attacking him. Arashi vanished in the blink of an eye as the crew looked on in confusion. "And not just a Logia user," Arashi said softly. Suddenly, his finger was right before the attacking pirate's forehead. "Ow, how is that possible?" Ryan's pupils constricted, his whole body trembling. He watched as Arashi's fingertip sparked, and a lightning bolt shot forward, piercing the pirate's forehead. "Roger isn't someone weaklings like you can even dream of getting close to." Arashi turned his gaze to Ryan, his eyes cold and indifferent, causing the entire pirate crew to shiver in fear. "He's the Thunderfruit user, the man who controls lightning," one of the pirates shouted in terror. In the minds of most pirates, Logia-type abilities were invincible, especially those who wielded the power of lightning. "Wait, he looks like—" Another pirate began to recognize Arashi, and the fear in his voice grew. By this point, Ryan was completely frozen. Marine Vice Admiral Arashi, the one who captured Roger, the same Marine who defeated the Golden Lion, Shiki, and sent him to impel down just days ago. Ryan screamed in fear. Arashi calmly raised his hand, with lightning crackling between his fingers. The route you chose just happens to fall within my jurisdiction, Arashi said. Courage is admirable, but unfortunately, you aren't worth any sympathy. With Arashi's voice, the arcs of electricity grew more intense, causing the air temperature in the alley to spike rapidly. In the next instant, Arashi extended his finger. Zap! The electricity crackle echoed, spreading like tree branches, surging toward the remaining pirates. Wait, wait! Ryan screamed in terror. But instantly, the lightning struck him and the rest of his crew. The intense heat generated in just a split second set their bodies aflame, and before long, the destructive force of the lightning had disintegrated them entirely. Arashi's bolt of lightning had vaporized the pirate crew of more than a dozen men in the blink of an eye. Turning around, Arashi frowned slightly. It looks like things are only going to get busier from here on out, he muttered. With another flash of lightning, he vanished again. That day marked the second-to-last day before the execution. But it was also the day when countless pirates and underground forces, driven by madness and ambition but completely misjudging their strength, launched assaults toward where Roger was being held. Arashi kept his observation field open, eliminating over 100 daily pirates and continuously assigning tasks to his subordinates. As night fell, their work only intensified. By the 7th day, Crocodile had tallied the numbers. 36 pirate crews had been eliminated, and a staggering 458 pirates had been slain. Tomorrow, Roger will be executed, Borsellino said softly, gazing at the morning sun. Arashi's expression remained calm, not commenting on the remark. Let's get to it. Today's going to be another busy one, Arashi said, his voice cold as he adjusted his marine hat. These filthy rats from the sewers never seemed to clearly understand their limits. Sakazuki was the first to leave with an aura of killing intent, followed by the others in the squad. Arashi then spread his observation field, and using his powers, he generated a massive thundercloud spanning 3 kilometers over Logtown. Throughout that day, anyone outside that 3-kilometer radius frequently heard the rumble of thunder and saw flashes of lightning. They didn't know that every bolt of lightning struck down several, if not dozens, people. That day at the port of Logtown, people continued to disembark from ships, quickly merging into the bustling crowds. Among them were individuals who would later become world-renowned pirates. Fu-fu-fu-fu-fu. A figure laughed loudly amidst the crowd, arms spread wide. One event to shake the world. It makes me both excited and thrilled. I can already feel the pulse of this new era. At the same time, on another street, a man with red hair, a long sword at his waist, and a straw hat pulled low over his face walked silently, with a young boy with a red nose trailing behind him. Dark clouds gathered over Logtown as the evening approached, and thunder rumbled in the sky. Boom! Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating a figure standing in Central Park. The figure was cloaked in green, with their hood pulled low, obscuring their face. When the next flash of lightning struck, the man slowly raised his head, staring at the towering execution platform ahead. So, this is where you'll... Thunder rumbled as dark clouds loomed overhead, the winds gusting and making the man's cloak billow wildly. His hood flapped around his face as he stood, silent and unmoving. Boom! Suddenly, a lightning bolt tore through the sky, winding down and striking the towering execution platform. The man under the green hood grew solemn, his gaze fierce as he looked forward. A moment ago, the execution stand had been empty. A figure shrouded in blue arcs of electricity had appeared, his white marine coat and justice cloak fluttering in the gusty wind, framed by the bolt of lightning dissipating behind him. Arashi, the man called out, recognizing the marine standing on the platform. The wind intensified suddenly. From atop the execution stand, Arashi looked down, eyes locking on the man under the green hood. Dragon. He quickly identified the figure before him. Whoosh! A series of sudden whirlwinds spiraled up from the ground in the central plaza, sending dust swirling into the air. Thunder cracked again overhead as lightning lit up the sky. The two men stood, silently observing each other, one wrapped in gusting winds, the other encircled by flashing lightning. After a long moment, Dragon suddenly smiled. "What's the point of being a Marine?" he asked. "Join me instead. Together, we could overturn this world." Arashi chuckled in response. "Digging under your old man's foundations, are you? The whole world knows I'm his disciple." Dragon's laughter grew louder. "Huh, but I can see something in you that the old man never had." Arashi's interest was piqued. "Oh," he said. Dragon's expression turned serious as the winds grew stronger around him. "Your dreams, Arashi, or rather, the path you're determined to walk, the ideals you uphold. So what is it you're fighting for?" The question caught Arashi off guard. Dreams? Ideals? A path? He had never given much thought to those ideas, just a vague inkling that had developed over time. Ever since he'd met Garp, his life had been steady and rewarding. Wealth, fame, power, respect. He was already hailed as one of the Marines' most promising talents, with some even suggesting he might someday be the next fleet admiral. But he had never truly contemplated what he desired. "What do I want?" he thought, as Dragon's question stirred memories and flashes of thought in his mind. He reflected in silence until a bolt of lightning suddenly streaked behind him. A smirk played across his lips. "Dreams, huh?" he murmured. "Then, I guess I'm different from you, Dragon." Dragon smiled back. "Tell me then. Let's call it a casual chat, a chance encounter between friends. You're my old man's star pupil, and I'm his most rebellious, disappointing son. We should get along, shouldn't we?" Arashi shook his head, still smiling. "I don't see much common ground between us." But then, his expression turned serious as he looked off into the distance, where the endless sea and vast world stretched beyond Lowtown. "It's just," he began. Dragon listened intently. "This world is far too vast," Arashi said quietly, a mix of awe and melancholy in his eyes. "Big enough for 20 kings." His words drifted away on the wind, but Dragon's eyes narrowed as he absorbed the meaning. "Too many kings," Arashi continued with a faint smile, his gaze falling on Dragon. "One is enough, don't you think?" Dragon remained silent, absorbing this revelation. Boom! Thunder echoed again, the lightning fading from the sky. At some point, Arashi's figure had vanished from the execution stand. As a gust of wind swept by, Dragon disappeared as if neither had ever been there. Later, in a quiet alley, the man in the green hood was walking quickly, thoughts racing in his mind. "So, that's what you intend," he muttered. "To destroy Mary Geos and overthrow the 20 kings?" He pondered. "Are you trying to create a new era of peace? Or," Dragon's gaze grew sharp, "or will you replace it with a world even more oppressive, darker, and corrupt than theirs?" Quickening his pace, he continued to analyze the Marines' motives. "So, that's why you're in the Marines. They hold the most significant, formidable power across the globe." "Yes." Suddenly, Dragon looked up, seeing a vast expanse of golden lightning splitting the sky and reaching toward the distant sea. Lightning, the ultimate symbol of authority, he thought. In myth, it's the power of the gods. The lightning flickered, casting shadows across his face as he realized that Arashi's ambition and potential impact on the future might exceed anything he had imagined. Night quickly fell. Arashi's squad found no further threats that evening. It was a rare, quiet night compared to the chaos of the previous one. Soon enough, dawn broke on the following day. "Hurry, everyone, head to the execution platform. Arashi, join us to escort Roger," ordered Zephyr, appearing before them at 5 in the morning. The tension in the air was palpable. Everyone knew the significance of this day. "Yes, sir," Arashi replied with a nod. He followed Zephyr to the holding area, where they found Roger. Oddly, Roger showed no fear or despair. When he saw Arashi, he greeted him with a smile. As they proceeded, with Zephyr to his left and Arashi to his right, Roger walked in front, chains clinking with each step, surrounded by 2 rows of somber guards. "Any last words, Roger?" Arashi asked as they moved steadily forward, neither fast nor slow. Zephyr remained silent beside them, as if oblivious. "Last words," Roger chuckled, the mustache above his lip twitching. For someone about to die, what use are last words? He paused, though if I were to say anything, he hesitated. Arashi watched him closely. Take care of that blade at your side for me, would you? Arashi froze for a moment before he sighed softly. Ace, huh? Roger smiled, looking out toward the sea, where the first light of dawn touched the horizon. Ace, he mused. He'll see a world I won't live to see. Arashi's hand rested on the hilt of his sword for a moment before he let it go. I'll make sure he does, he said quietly. Roger grinned in response. Moments later, Garp and Sengoku joined them, falling into step. Roger walked calmly in the middle, his chains clinking softly as they moved toward the execution platform. By now, the streets of Lowtown were filled with people pushing forward in curiosity, excitement, and anticipation. Roger, is that the Pirate King, Roger? The streets were lined with Marines maintaining order. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and Arashi formed a tight formation around Roger as they escorted him to the execution platform in Central Park. Behind them followed elite Marines, stern and vigilant. In the surrounding streets, more Marine units hurriedly took their positions, moving swiftly toward the execution site. Hurry, get into your assigned zones, the lead officers ordered in low voices. Today is Roger's execution. There must be no mistakes. Each Marine's face showed tension and solemnity. Today was momentous for the Marines and profoundly significant for the entire world. All eyes were on this small town. Among the nearby crowd surrounding Roger, faces of varying expressions turned to observe Arashi and his group. There's Admiral Zephyr, Sengoku, Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp, and Arashi, the Vice Admiral who captured Roger, and Shiki, the Golden Lion. This level of security is unbeatable. Not even the craziest fool would dare disrupt the execution here. There were reports of someone trying to infiltrate Roger's cell in the past few days, but they vanished without a trace, murmured others in the crowd. That morning, Lowtown was buzzing with activity as the crowd slowly approached Central Park, where the tall execution platform awaited. By the time everyone gathered, the sun had risen above the horizon. Arashi, keep the area secure, Sengoku said quietly. Arashi nodded, understanding his meaning, and stepped away from the escort to join Kazan and others already stationed below the platform. He scanned the surroundings and saw Central Park and the nearby streets packed with people. He sensed the presence of numerous pirates and shady figures, identified by their scars and rough appearances. As he expanded his awareness, he noticed familiar figures within the crowd. Not far behind, a young man with piercing, hawk-like eyes stood silently. Dracul Mihawk, the future world's greatest swordsman. A large figure stood confidently in another direction, radiating pride, Gecko Mariah. Further away, in the shadows of a side street, Doflamingo Don Quixote watched the scene with keen interest. Even farther, hidden within the crowd, Arashi spotted the green-clad figure of Dragon, the revolutionary leader, who lifted his gaze as he sensed Arashi's attention. So many people, Arashi mused. Yeah, today there's probably not a single open spot in Lowtown, agreed Kazan. Everyone was waiting for that thrilling moment to arrive. As time passed, Arashi watched Garp and Zephyr step onto the platform to address the crowd. This was a formal occasion, with journalists from various nations taking notes and pictures. Visual Den Mushi recorded every angle and broadcast it to the world. Sengoku spoke steadily, recounting Roger's crimes. Arashi and the others listened, recognizing the familiar content from previous meetings, though it seemed drawn out here. Even Sengoku looked frustrated toward the end, his mouth twitching in annoyance. The crowd was becoming restless below the platform. When Sengoku finally finished, he exhaled and glanced to the side. Bring Roger forward, he commanded. Instantly, Lowtown fell silent as everyone focused on the platform, awaiting the Pirate King's arrival. Roger stepped forward under Garp and the guard's escort, carrying heavy sea prism stone shackles on his wrists and ankles. His long hair hung over his face, concealing his expression. Each step he took up the wooden stairs echoed, drawing the crowd into tense anticipation. When Roger finally knelt beside Sengoku, the entire area erupted. "It's Roger. Gold Roger." No, no. It said his real name is Gold. Roger. He carries the D. It's unbelievable. The Pirate King got captured and is about to be executed here. Amid the crowd, two figures burst into tears. Arashi looked across the sea of people, spotting a red-haired boy in a straw hat and a young man with a red nose, both sobbing uncontrollably. The sun was now high, but dark clouds suddenly gathered over Lowtown, and a strong wind picked up. "Looks like it's going to rain," Kazura sighed. It had been unusually stormy these past few days. Arashi glanced up at the clouds, calm as ever. The thunder rumbled, lightning streaked across the sky, and finally, Sengoku looked down at Roger beside him. "Roger," he called out, "do you have any last words?" His voice echoed, and silence fell over the crowd as everyone strained to hear the Pirate King's final words. "What will he say?" someone muttered, clenching his fists in excitement. Roger slowly lifted his head, flashing a wide grin everyone could see, a grin broadcast to the entire world. "He's smiling," someone gasped in shock. "Hey, Pirate King, where did you stash all the treasure you plundered? Did you find that legendary grand treasure, the One Piece?" Someone in the crowd shouted, unable to contain his excitement. Everyone heard the question, including Roger. He lifted his head and burst into laughter. "My treasure," he shouted. "If you want it, you can have it." Sengoku's eyes widened in alarm, realizing the danger. "Execute him," he ordered, and the guards raised their swords. "I left everything I own in that one place." Roger's voice echoed over Lowtown, ringing in the crowd's ears, carried by the wind as his execution was completed. For a moment, silence blanketed the area. The crowd heard Roger's final words, and then madness ensued. Thunder roared, and the wind whipped through the streets as a downpour began. Arashi looked up at the falling rain, his hand gripping his sword hilt before slowly releasing it. "It's over," he murmured, "but another journey has just begun." He turned around. "Let's go. The world has entered a great pirate era that will pass down through generations. The changing tides of the era and people's dreams are things that cannot be stopped. As long as people seek freedom, everything will keep moving forward. Freedom, it's the dream that everyone chases. When does a person truly die? When they are forgotten." Boom! The sky over Lowtown was filled with thunder and lightning as a heavy downpour began, scattering the crowds gathered on the ground and forcing them to turn and leave. Yet, even more powerful than the storm was the memory of the Pirate King's last words, Roger's words, which left everyone ecstatic, exhilarated, and filled with a newfound madness. Everything is on that island. The One Piece. People's hearts now harbored an indelible seed of ambition, waiting for the right moment to bloom. Numerous ships launched from the shore, and figures hurried down every street in town. This island, crowded with people gathered to witness Roger's execution, began emptying visibly by the minute. Boom! Lightning cut through the sky, rain pouring down in torrents. Arashi strode forward, followed by Kazan, Borsellino, Sakazuki, and Bullet. Their pace was hurried as they departed from the execution platform. If one looked closely, one could see that the highest point of the platform was stained with a trace of blood, which had fallen and mixed with the raindrops below before spreading. The man known as the Pirate King, wild and optimistic, the great figure who had reached the pinnacle of the world, now hung his head as if peacefully asleep in the storm, unmoving. Lightning flashed behind him, illuminating the area brightly. A gust of wind swept over, blowing his red coat, but he remained still, his lips curved in a faint, final smile. Arashi suddenly paused. Before him, a shadowed figure appeared at the top of a building as a flash of lightning struck. With a green hat whipped by the wind, the figure's face was hidden in shadows. "The era hasn't ended," the figure said in a low, resonant voice. "It's only just begun. You and I are mere grains of sand in the new age. What waves can we truly stir?" The voice echoed around them. Arashi pursed his lips, but when he looked back again, the figure had vanished as if it had never been there. There sure are many strange and terrifying people on this island, Borsellino remarked. No kidding, Arashi replied, flashing a grin. In the rain, he could see numerous silhouettes running toward the harbor. They moved on, and after navigating through several alleys, Rosinante's footsteps suddenly halted. Arashi noticed the water pooling underfoot, flowing toward the shore, and followed Rosinante's line of sight. Rosinante, he said quietly. Yes, sir. Rosinante snapped back to attention. Stay focused on your path, and watch your step. Don't get too caught up in others. Rosinante paused for a moment, then nodded in understanding. Yes, Vice Admiral. He took a deep breath and glanced again toward where that familiar figure had disappeared into another alley. At that group's lead, the figure had been none other than Doflamingo, Rosinante's brother. 15 minutes later, they reached their designated gathering point. Unlike the pirates and other forces, which had retreated chaotically, the Marines maintained order, leaving in well-disciplined, staggered groups. Shortly after, a command arrived, even amid the downpour. Deploy immediately and capture all pirates currently in Logtown. The order came swiftly, allowing the Marines barely a moment to react. After a brief rest, they donned raincoats and took up arms, setting out again. Yet the rain obscured visibility, posing a disadvantage for the operation. Serpent Slayer's Sabros, Barbie's pirate crew, the infamous pirate Cyril, the Mafia's Lunian. The names of these pirates echoed from the transponder snail in Arashi's hand. Each was notorious in their own right, instilling fear among ordinary people, even if they weren't as famous as Roger. Kazan, Borsellino, Sakazuki, Arashi instructed. Spread out. The three nodded and quickly dispersed. And so began a massive pursuit through the storm. Arashi's domain expanded, giving him precise knowledge of every reported pirate's location and movement, though he made no rush to engage. Logtown was in utter chaos amid the pouring rain, filled with fighting and bloodshed at every turn. Time passed, and by evening, the rain had stopped. Logtown grew noticeably quieter. The ground was clear, the earlier storm having washed away the blood that soaked the streets. Sunlight broke through, casting a rainbow across the distant horizon. Buggy, what are your plans for the future? Two figures stood side by side on the beach, gazing at the sunset and the rainbow hanging in the sky. I'm not sure, Buggy muttered, looking lost. Then join my pirate crew. I plan to keep being a pirate, Shanks replied, smiling at the lifelong friend who had stood by him through life and death. You're going to inherit Captain Rogers' will, go to Laughtail, find the legendary treasure, and become the Pirate King, aren't you, Shanks? Buggy asked. Shanks shook his head. Didn't you once say you'd go to Laughtail one day? Buggy froze. I've changed my mind. I have no plans to go for now, but I'll keep being a pirate. Let's sail together, Buggy. Shanks explained. Buggy's face flushed, tears welling up. You're nothing like I thought. The next Pirate King should be you. Captain Roger was counting on you to take his place. Buggy shouted, overcome with emotion. You've given up on the dream of becoming Pirate King. He turned sharply. I'll never join your crew. Next time we meet, we'll be enemies. Shanks froze at his words. The next moment, his eyes widened as lightning suddenly struck the ground before Buggy, charring it black. You're right. You should be enemies, a voice said, echoing through the storm. Out from the lightning extended a hand, hovering in front of Buggy's forehead with 5 fingers splayed. Buggy's eyes widened in terror. Shanks, 30 million volts. Discharge. Boom. Thunder roared, and blue arcs of electricity shot across the sky, lighting it up even brighter and striking Buggy forcefully. It all happened in an instant, giving no time for any reaction. Nearby, Shanks watched the lightning disperse, revealing a figure. His expression suddenly changed, and he turned and fled without hesitation. Shanks! Buggy, his body smoking, shivered uncontrollably. He couldn't believe it. Shanks had left him behind to escape. Buggy, Let's go our separate ways. I believe in you. Shank's laughter echoed from afar. This guy's too powerful. I'm no match for him yet. Buggy's body shook, and he spat out a puff of black smoke. He wanted to yell something, but seeing the burly man standing just before him, he could only manage a shaky smile. Mr. Marine, sir, I don't know you. Why attack me all of a sudden? Arashi bent down, looking at the red-nosed young man in front of him with a smile. Buggy the Clown, former apprentice on the Roger Pirates. Arashi smirked. And the one who just fled, that was Shanks, wasn't it? Buggy shook, his face forced into a wry smile. You got the wrong guy. Oh, I remember you, Arashi replied with a grin. Back then, you were the first to charge during that battle, and the first to be defeated by me. Buggy's mind flashed with a painful memory, one of the worst he'd ever endured. His terror deepened as he realized who was standing before him. It was him, the monster who rained cannonballs down relentlessly. Since then, Arashi had become even taller and more muscular, which made him harder to recognize at first glance. Arashi. Buggy's smile was twisted, but he stammered out the Marine's name. The moment I saw you, I figure I should probably keep you around, Buggy the Clown, Arashi said with a smile. Buggy was stunned, but then his lips trembled. Why me? After all, there was a stronger guy there too, but this guy had come for him. Because... Arashi grinned. Then he raised his right hand again, lightning crackling between his fingers. 50 million volts. Discharge. Another bolt of lightning flashed, and Buggy collapsed, his body smoking. Arashi picked him up by one hand and looked where Shanks had fled. Compared to the future red-haired emperor, Arashi murmured, I think you have more potential worth nurturing, Buggy. The future emperor, Buggy, Arashi muttered, studying the unconscious boy he was holding. His hand glowed with electricity, and they disappeared from the spot in a flash. Back at the temporary base, Arashi placed Buggy on the ground before him, studying the young man thoughtfully. Bullet, who recognized the former apprentice of Roger's crew, gave a skeptical look. From today, he'll be an apprentice on our ship, Arashi announced, pointing at Buggy. That useless clown? What's he good for? Bullet said bluntly. To him, both Buggy and Shanks had been deadweight on Roger's ship. Oh, he's got plenty of potential, Arashi chuckled. Crocodile, Rosinante, and Ivankov exchanged curious glances at the red-nosed youth. They knew Arashi didn't take people on lightly. If he recruited someone, there had to be something special about them. Crocodile and Bullet, for instance, had terrifying power capable of challenging high-ranking Marines. Arashi's faint smile returned. In his view, the Bara Bara no Mi was an exceptionally versatile ability. It provided near immunity to slashes, giving its user a natural advantage against swordsmen. And if Buggy's strength developed enough to awaken the fruit, he could picture it now. The power of Buggy's awakening. The split and fractured world. Not to mention, the red-nosed guy had incredible luck, a rare double fruit ability. Arashi was sure that, with time, Buggy would become a force to be reckoned with and make a striking impression on the future world. Meanwhile, the Marine officers were preparing to leave Logtown. Dozens of Marines boarded their respective warships, ready to depart from a port. Sengoku and Garp, however, stood outside, looking at the lively scene with furrowed brows. Garp, you go, Sengoku said, stretching. Just say a few words to those journalists from all over the world to get rid of them, and then we can return to headquarters. I'm exhausted. Garp burst out laughing, his tone cheerful. Don't count on me. You know I've never been good with words. That'd be bad if I said something wrong and caused even more chaos. Sengoku sighed, looking toward Zephyr with hope. You know, I'm good at teaching students, not facing the press, Zephyr grumbled. Sengoku put a hand to his forehead in frustration. He didn't want to face this group of journalists. They asked embarrassing questions that left him speechless. Then, suddenly, an idea lit up his mind. Let Arashi handle it. He's got the rank and a strong track record. He's the one who captured both Roger and Shiki. He's the perfect choice. Indeed, Arashi had recently become a regular on the world's front-page news, a Marine star, and a hero to many young recruits. If he took on the task, He'd be more suitable than anyone else. A few moments later, Arashi was summoned and looked bewildered as Sengoku issued the order. But I don't know what to say, Arashi protested. Sengoku laughed, pushing him toward the door. Doesn't matter. Just say whatever comes to mind. Talk about your dreams, your belief in justice, anything. This will be a big achievement for you. And so, still unsure what to say, Arashi stood before a group of eager journalists and a den mushy projecting the scene. Vice Admiral Arashi, we've heard you were the one who captured both Roger and Shiki the Golden Lion. Is that true? One journalist asked. That's right. Arashi nodded. It's also said you're the disciple of Marine hero Vice Admiral Garp. Is that true? Yes. Vice Admiral Garp has always been a hero I deeply respect and admire, Arashi answered. Vice Admiral Arashi, what does justice mean to you? Another excited journalist inquired. Arashi, a young, talented Marine Vice Admiral and rising star, seemed poised to captivate the world with his words. It was clear that whatever he said would garner widespread attention, and the news agencies knew this interview would boost their viewership to new heights. Justice, you say? Arashi pondered for a moment, then answered earnestly. The justice I envision is the equality between all people. No distinctions of rank, no distinctions of race, where all individuals and all races are equal in dignity. Finishing, he turned to face the den mushy camera, giving a bright and confident smile. Completely unaware, he didn't notice the shocked expressions forming on the faces of the reporters before him. I once heard a friend speak about what drives us Marines to grow stronger, to keep pushing forward. He said. Arashi paused, lips pressing together in thought, still smiling. We don't get stronger to stand above others. No, it's to ensure no one else stands above anyone else again. His words echoed in a seemingly calm voice across every island, nation, and region, sending shockwaves worldwide. For about 10 seconds, the world stood still, silent. The vision of equality among individuals and races, the idea of egalitarian justice, such sentiments struck the world like a bolt of lightning, causing countless people to tremble, be inspired, or even feel a hint of madness. His words resonated just as profoundly as the final words of Pirate King Roger, which had recently ignited countless dreams of adventure. And for many, that second phrase sparked something deep within, a surge of hope and purpose. We strive to become strong Marines, not to dominate, but to create a world without dominators. His words brought memories of many powerful individuals who were weak and trampled by others. And countless people who felt powerless found themselves ignited with a fierce new resolve. They wanted to change the world, not to rise above others, but to help forge a world where no one stood over another. The world felt utterly captivated, even unsettled, by Arashi's words. Whispers of equality, no one above another, began to spread from person to person, planting seeds of change in their hearts. The name Vice Admiral Arashi became etched into their memories, never to be forgotten. His words had struck with a power that felt like the booming voice of thunder. As Marines, we exist to protect the peace and livelihoods of countless civilians, he continued. True justice isn't the justice of the victors. It's the justice that protects the weak. After all, everyone starts as someone weak before they grow strong. Pausing, he smiled again, facing the camera as the journalist stared, utterly transfixed. I remember how I looked as a young and vulnerable Marine back on Sabeti Archipelago. At that moment, one of the reporters seemed to snap out of their daze and began frantically shaking their head, motioning to Arashi to stop talking. Reporter friend, what's wrong? Arashi asked, puzzled. The room filled with apprehension as more reporters reacted, visibly shaken by the weight of his words. His message would surely terrify certain powerful groups. What would become of the celestial dragons or the nobles of certain nations if all people were equal? His message held the potential to overturn the world order. Just then, Fleet Admiral Sengoku appeared, visibly distressed. He clapped his hand over Arashi's mouth, shouting furiously at the gathered reporters. Cut it. That entire segment. Cut it all out. He grabbed Arashi and vanished from the scene, leaving the frightened reporters exchanging tense, nervous looks. But as they glanced down at the den mushi, their faces filled with resignation and a touch of despair. This was a live broadcast, meaning Arashi's message had just reached the world. Damn it, what on earth were you thinking? Back at the temporary Marine base in Lowtown, Sengoku's voice rang out, echoing through the compound. Arashi looked bewildered. I asked you to say whatever you wanted to placate them. Sengoku roared. Do you understand the chaos these words will cause worldwide? Arashi scratched his head. I was just talking about justice, he replied. Isn't justice about standing in front of civilians to protect their safety and their right to life? We Marines are their last line of defense, right? Sengoku froze for a moment. You're not wrong, he admitted. But he trailed off, unable to finish his thought. Just then, Garp's booming laughter filled the room. Sengoku, let it go. Garp chuckled. I think Arashi's spot on. Otherwise, what does marine justice even mean? We all know, in our eyes, that the lives of the common people matter, don't we? After a pause, he added in a mocking tone. If you ask me, the reason the world's so stunned by Arashi's words is simple. Some folks have grown rotten and turned into a bunch of trash. Sengoku spun to face Garp, shouting, Garp, remember your position. Garp merely shrugged, holding his tongue. Sengoku then turned back to Arashi, inhaling deeply before speaking in a low voice. Arashi, you've stirred up something huge. The consequences of those words will be beyond imagination. The whole world could go mad over this. Arashi's expression was calm, his smile unshaken. He had been prepared to bear whatever consequences would come from saying those words. As sighing, Sengoku continued. Now that it's been said, you'll have to deal with the aftermath, Arashi. Brace yourself. He pressed a hand to his forehead, feeling a headache brewing. With Arashi's reputation and influence, he'd been on the fast track to becoming an admiral. But with such an openly radical stance, his future was now uncertain. I understand, Arashi said with a slight smile, then turned and left the office. Once outside, he noticed the stares fixed on him by Marines and officers alike. He saw profound respect and admiration in every pair of eyes. Equality for all, a world where no one was above another. These ideals might be feared by the powerful, but for the common people and those at the lower levels of society, they were the spark to ignite the fire of belief and change. Vice Admiral Arashi, one voice called out with reverence. Vice Admiral Arashi. Vice Admiral Arashi. The voices rose one by one, from vice admirals, rear admirals, captains, and even humble soldiers. Arashi smiled and returned their salutes, then continued on his way. What had just happened at the temporary Marine base was the beginning of his words' impact. Across the world, excitement was growing, reaching a fever pitch. What restricts human actions? It's our minds. When Marine Vice Admiral Arashi spoke these words to the reporters and through them to the entire world, his words lit a spark in countless minds. Even many who viewed the Marines negatively never imagined that a Marine could say such things. In Lowtown, a young boy with short white hair stared blankly at the huge screen ahead, watching the live broadcast in stunned silence. Not long ago, he had witnessed the execution of Pirate King Roger. He heard these remarkable words from Arashi, a Marine Vice Admiral. All people are equal, and our goal in becoming strong is to ensure that no one stands above another. Murmuring these words to himself, the boy's eyes gleamed with a newfound resolve. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and sprinted toward the port. The Marines, he shouted, excitement filling his voice. I want to become a Marine. I, Smoker, will become a Marine like Vice Admiral Arashi, someone who fights for a world where no one stands above another and true justice prevails. The boy shouted in exhilaration as he ran. He knew that the port of Lowtown was full of Marines preparing to depart. He might have the chance to see the man whose words had shaken the world. No one could predict the impact of Arashi's words, yet they rang in many hearts like a resounding bell, stirring those lost in uncertainty to clarity. Fu-fu-fu-fu. A cold laugh rang out on a pirate ship that had just set sail from Lowtown, evading the pursuing marine ships. Justice through equality, huh? Is this world still home to such naive and laughable idealists? More laughter followed. Amusing, isn't it? A marine is daring to challenge those sitting atop the world. How very interesting. After a pause, he licked his lips, gazing at the sky. How many fools will fight for so-called dreams this time? Don Quixote da Flamingo knew well the potential chaos Arashi's words could unleash, especially coming from a marine who had captured powerful figures like Roger and Shiki, a rising star within the ranks. Could these words signal a significant shift? For a long time, the justice upheld by the Marines and the commands of the world government often conflicted, like when the Marines served as protectors for the celestial dragons or carried out dark missions. Publicly, the Marines stood for light and justice, yet they often turned into demons and enemies of the people under the government's influence. In the end, you're just tools in the hands of those people. How dare you speak such words? Doflamingo muttered with a low laugh. I'm already looking forward to the expressions on those faces in the Holy Land. Meanwhile, on the Moby Dick, the powerful man with crescent-shaped white whiskers standing at the bow sighed softly. Roger, he muttered, gripping his naginata, staring at the waves ahead. A guy like you has gone from the stage? Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, found his emotions indescribable. Regret, sorrow, perhaps even a sense of shared fate. Dad, it's Arashi, that Vice Admiral, Arashi. Marco's voice trembled with shock and disbelief. Oh, what did he say? Whitebeard replied indifferently. At this moment, he was more immersed in the sadness of losing a rival and friend than in anything the Marine had said. You should hear it yourself, Marco said, still in shock. He looked around at his crewmates, especially the fishmen on board, who were visibly moved and excited. There was no doubt about it. Those words had power. When Whitebeard finally learned what Arashi had said, he fell silent. To grasp such a profound understanding of justice as a Marine. Kurolalaula. I'm quite interested to see what he'll do next. Whitebeard chuckled, glancing out at the sea. Roger. Arashi, he murmured, laughing. The world just got a whole lot more interesting. Elsewhere, in Aliabarna, the capital of Alabasta, newly crowned King Nefertari Cobra stood shaking before the projection screen. The image of the Marine Vice Admiral speaking those world-shaking words filled him with excitement and disbelief. It's you? Cobra whispered, his voice trembling. His eyes flashed with the joy of seeing a lost friend. You're still alive. Across the world, reactions poured in. By the next morning, word reached Arashi that his squad would be leaving Lowtown to return to Marine headquarters. He quickly noticed the grim expressions on Sengoku and Zephyr's faces. Later, as Kizuru and Kazan bid him farewell, Kizuru smiled, saying, It's been an honor working with you, Vice Admiral Arashi. This has been unforgettable. They had been informed that morning that they would be reassigned. Your words yesterday were brilliant. I can only describe you in 2 words. Elegant. Kazan gave a thumbs up. Arashi smiled back. Take care, Kazan. Your words have helped me realize the path I must hold firm on, Kazan replied as he waved goodbye. Meanwhile, Crocodile muttered, Be careful. Certain people above won't take kindly to what you've said. Bullet gave a dark chuckle at that, suggesting, Why not leave the Marines altogether? With our strength, we could become pirates, even Pirate King. Arashi's eyes narrowed briefly, but he simply smiled, choosing not to respond. The midday sun spilled onto the streets of Lowtown. Today's weather was fine and sunny, and the streets were far less crowded than in previous days. Arashi's squad approached the port, ready to withdraw and return to headquarters. As they walked, Arashi was deep in thought. Caution was wise. Crocodile's concerns were not without merit. His statements to the world would surely provoke suspicion and dissatisfaction from those in higher ranks. Though impulsive, those words were also carefully considered. Words, at times, are the sharpest weapons and can have unimaginable effects. Roger's words had launched the Great Pirate Era. What sort of impact would Arashi's words bring to the people of the world? Equality. Throughout history, this ideal has been the highest aspiration in countless hearts. Many great individuals have sacrificed their blood and lives to achieve absolute equality, which may be unrealistic in an idealist utopia. From birth, people differ in background, talent, and environment. Yet, countless still strive for a fairer world where each person has inherent dignity. Following Roger's wake, Arashi wielded his words as a weapon against the world. What consequences would this provoke? He had some ideas and was already making plans. Before long, they reached Logtown's port. Vice Admiral Arashi. It's Vice Admiral Arashi, the one advocating for equality and justice. It's Vice Admiral Arashi. Instantly, the Marines at the port, soldiers and officers alike turned to him, their faces bright with excitement. Arashi offered them a warm smile, moved by their enthusiasm. The number of people like these was far greater than the powerful few at the top. Concepts like equality and fairness, often abstract and distant, had the power to move people's hearts profoundly. The pirate world that prized freedom lacked these foundational ideals of democracy and human rights, or rather, this world had not yet reached such enlightenment. But this would be a time of the fiercest ideological clashes in an era of freedom. Arashi squinted slightly, smiling as he nodded to the crowd. "All right, everyone board the ship. We're returning to headquarters," he ordered, and those behind him followed suit. Naturally, Bullet's words were just talking. Joining the pirates would be far from the best course. A stable environment suited for growth was much better for building his forces. They began to board the ship. Suddenly, a white-haired boy burst from the crowd. "Hey kid, come back." Seeing a boy rush forward, Marines reacted immediately, some officers even readying to intervene. Arashi noticed the commotion and turned to see the white-haired boy. He raised a hand to stop his men. The boy, catching his breath, finally reached Arashi and found himself face-to-face with the smiling Vice Admiral. "Young man, do you wish to tell me something?" Smoker, gasping for air, looked at the man before him. After a long stare, he suddenly took a deep breath and shouted, I want to join the Marines." His voice rang out across the port, drawing the surprised attention of the Marines around them, many of whom chuckled at the boy's eagerness. "Oh," Arashi raised an eyebrow. "And what's your name?" "Smoker. I saw you on the broadcast. I heard what you said." Looking nervously at the man before him, Smoker felt the courage he'd just summoned quickly fading. This was a secured Marine area, surrounded by officers, and the man in front of him had captured Roger and the Golden Lion Shiki, towering legends. What had he done? He had charged past the gates and faced this powerful man. "I want to become the kind of Marine you spoke of, one that pursues justice." His mind was racing, and Smoker spoke with nervous determination. "I want to be like you." "Is that so?" Arashi's eyes softened, a faint smile touching his lips. "If you want to join the Marines, the Lowtown branch recruits new trainees yearly. Pass the entry exam, and you'll become a proper Marine." Recognizing the boy's name, Arashi immediately connected the face with the future officer he'd come to know. Smoker, the smoke fruit user, whose record unfortunately had been a series of tough losses, his heart stolen by Law, defeated by Virgo, floored by Doflamingo, crushed by Bullet. Many had originally compared him to Garp, but his reputation had steadily declined after the 2-year time skip. Still, Smoker's principles were unmistakably strong. Smoker froze at Arashi's response. "And no, that's not what I meant." He hastily clarified. "I want to follow you. Please, let me train under you to become a Marine who fights for true justice." With that, Smoker nervously knelt and pressed his forehead to the ground in earnestness. His actions drew the attention of all present. Many were astonished by this white-haired youth's devotion. Would Vice Admiral Arashi accept this seemingly ordinary boy? Silence fell. Behind Arashi, Crocodile, Bullet, T-Bone, Rosanani, and Ivans looked on, as did Buggy, freshly dressed in his Force Marine trainee uniform. "To follow me?" Arashi chuckled after a long moment. Because of those words? Smoker, forehead still on the ground, shouted, "Yes, equality and justice. That's the kind of righteousness I want to fight for." His loud declaration drew the gaze of many Marines. Arashi laughed. "Justice is something you must come to understand on your own. It's not something you learn simply by listening to others, Smoker." With that, Arashi turned and stepped onto the ship, his team following suit. Smoker remained on his knees, stunned. "Understand for myself?" Smoker whispered, uncertainty clouding his mind. "Equality and justice, isn't that right?" As doubt filled his heart, he slowly raised his head and looked up at the young vice admiral standing aboard the ship, gazing back down at him. His expression showed both anxiety and frustration. From a moment he heard Arashi's words, a seed of ambition had taken root in his heart, a hope that one day he might realize a world without oppressors, a world of equality. Today, after a sleepless night, he finally spoke his heart to Arashi, but was refused. Doubt, frustration, and despair washed over Smoker. Then, standing aboard the ship, Arashi suddenly grinned and said, "Smoker, I've decided to give you a chance to pursue the justice you believe in." Smoker's head snapped up, his face alight with excitement and joy. "Get on board, kid," Crocodile shouted with a grin. "We don't have time to waste here." Smoker boarded the ship, feeling excited and full of anticipation. But his nerves soon took over, as he quickly realized that most Marines aboard looked tough and intimidating. Aside from a guy with a messy Marine uniform and a red nose, the others seemed fierce and unapproachable, especially the one with a face like a zombie. "From today, Smoker, you are officially a Marine trainee on my ship," Arashi announced, noticing Smoker's unease and reassuringly smiling. Judging by his appearance, Arashi guessed Smoker was likely around 11 or 12, a bit younger than Razanani. "White-haired little brother, follow me." Mina approached, ruffling Smoker's hair as she laughed, and led the way. Smoker grudgingly followed, glancing at Buggy's prominent red nose as they passed him. As the Marine ship left Logtown's harbor and sailed into the open sea, Smoker, experiencing his first journey at sea, leaned over the ship's rail, marveling at the leaping fish and gasping in awe. "Kid's got no experience," Buggy scoffed sourly. Smoker turned at the remark. "What did you say, Red Nose?" "I said you've got no experience," Buggy sneered, his mood sour. His mind was filled with bitterness. Just a day ago, he'd been minding his own business, but now, here he was inexplicably conscripted as a Marine. My dream of finding the ultimate treasure, and that blasted red-haired Shanks. Buggy's frustration boiled over. "Red Nose, are you a Marine trainee too? Did you join because you admire Vice Admiral Arashi?" Smoker, ignoring Buggy's mockery, asked curiously. "Who would admire that guy? And don't call me Red Nose. I hate when people mention my nose." Buggy growled. "Red Nose," Smoker replied with a smirk. "Why you?" Buggy had enough and lunged at Smoker, fist swinging. Smoker met him head-on, throwing punches and kicks. He couldn't believe anyone could join Arashi's ranks without admiring him. Such a noble ideal should inspire everyone, he thought. Known as the leader of the kids in Logtown, Smoker was no stranger to fighting, usually standing up to protect the kids in his neighborhood. Soon enough, the two new Marine trainees were entangled in a full-on brawl. Arashi stood at the bow, observing the scene with an amused smile. "Look, those two rookies are already getting along great. Didn't expect them to start fighting so quickly," Crocodile chuckled. "But maybe you should think about handling the fallout from yesterday's speech when we return to headquarters. At worst, I'll lose the opportunity to become an admiral," Arashi said calmly. "That would be a shame. Admirals wield significant authority," Crocodile remarked. In his view, with Arashi's reputation and strength, it was only a matter of time before he was promoted to admiral. Once he reached that pinnacle, perhaps even one day, a decade or two later, he could ascend to fleet admiral. At that point, with the entire Marine force behind him, Arashi could easily reshape the world. After all, as the world's most powerful force, The Marines spanned nearly every sea and nation, possessing unmatched influence and numbers. The very reason the world government maintained control, allowing the celestial dragons to sit in luxury, was largely due to the Marines. Sometimes, giving up certain things opens up even greater possibilities, Arashi smiled. He then turned his gaze back to the two brawling youngsters and chuckled again. Take Smoker, for example. Who would have thought that a future Marine Vice Admiral would pledge himself under his command a day after his speech? The two continued their skirmish, punches and kicks landing hard and fast. Buggy, a bit stronger thanks to his time as an apprentice on the Roger Pirates, had 2 years more experience than Smoker and was already 15. However, Buggy was still recovering from yesterday's shock, which evened the odds. After a drawn-out battle, both finally collapsed, exhausted on the deck. Rosinante, Arashi called. Yes, sir. Rosinante promptly ran over with a grin. The entire crew had been watching the fight, finding the boys' scuffle highly entertaining. These two are yours to train, Arashi said casually. They're full of energy, so push their training hard. Base the intensity on what you went through. Understood, Rosinante replied cheerfully, turning to leave. Soon enough, cries of pain echoed as the two newest recruits were thrown into intense drills, thoroughly feeling the sting of training. Later that evening, as the ship passed through the calm belt and reached Marineford after several hours, night had fully set in. Smoker and Buggy had fallen asleep, both battered and bruised, exhausted from the day's ordeal. At Arashi's command, Rosinante and T-Bone carried the two sleeping boys on their backs as the crew returned to the Marine headquarters residential area to rest. Under a sparse moon and scattered stars, a soft wind swept over Marineford. Arashi's invisible aura spread swiftly, covering the entire Marine headquarters. Instantly, the details of the military base, from the troops to the admirals, appeared in his mind. Akiji and the others have returned. The vice admirals are all resting. And there's Garp-sensei, Arashi thought, shifting his gaze toward the main building. Strength isn't meant to elevate oneself above others, but to uplift the world, he mused. Equal justice, Kong said thoughtfully from his desk, sighing slightly. Arashi's idealism is admirable. His words resonate well with the justice we uphold. If spread, they could even counterbalance the chaos Roger's last words incited, possibly inspiring a surge of recruits. But Kong trailed off, a look of regret crossing his face. After a moment, he sighed again. So, what do you intend for his position, Fleet Admiral? Sengoku asked in a serious tone. I was planning on appointing him as the third admiral after Roger's execution, along with you and Zephyr, Kong admitted. Arashi's strength and reputation more than qualify him. But speaking to the world as he did may have just cost him everything. Sengoku's expression darkened. What are you thinking? Kong chuckled softly, then shook his head. A few words aren't enough to convict him, let alone kick someone like Arashi out of the Marines. He added, what we care about is what he can contribute to the Marines. Sengoku sighed in relief. But Arashi will likely be kept out of the spotlight for a while, Kong added with a regretful shake of his head. Arashi was a promising young Marine with an excellent future ahead of him. He could potentially become a fleet admiral and make significant contributions to the world. Yet his future might be derailed just because of a few words. There are plenty within the Marines who support him, Sengoku added in a low tone. I know that. He and Garp have considerable support among the lower ranks, with many admirers. Kong smirked. That's also what shields him from any hasty actions from the world government. But his words still can't be ignored. His eyes narrowed slightly as he thought this over, and then he sighed again. Let him leave Marineford for now. Maybe when he's matured, he'll be ready to be a fully qualified Marine officer in 10 or 20 years. By then, most will forget his words. The verdict left Sengoku silent. Sengoku respected Arashi quite a bit for his strength and character. Even though Arashi's remarks had angered some, Sengoku couldn't help but admire his conviction. Seeing Sengoku's troubled expression, Kong sighed again and added, the order doesn't have to be given immediately. He paused, and rest assured, with Arashi's strength and reputation, any position he's assigned will be worthy of him. A slight smile finally broke on Sengoku's face. His anger yesterday stemmed from disappointment. It is a pity that this young talent was caught in such a situation. As his old friend's disciple, Arashi felt as close to him as a student. In Arashi's villa, he wore a thoughtful expression. Kong's solution wasn't far from what he had expected. Political missteps have always been consequential, regardless of the world or era. Still, instead of them deciding, I might as well be the one to make the choice, he murmured, a subtle smile crossing his face as a plan formed in his mind. The night passed swiftly, and morning training continued as usual at Marineford. Bullet, Crocodile, and the others were hard at it, and two freshly recruited Marine trainees, Smoker and Buggy, battered from their initiation, struggled to keep up. After the morning training, Arashi called Bullet and Crocodile over. Starting now, I'll teach you the 6 powers, Arashi announced. You can practice them all or focus on the ones you find interesting or that suit you best. Mastering this powerful combat technique will greatly enhance your fighting ability. Hearing this, the two looked at him, their eyes filled with excitement. The Marines' unique martial arts system was indispensable, and the 6 powers were crucial. This ultra-human fighting technique helped create elite officers who played critical roles in battles against pirates and criminals. Bullet and Crocodile, as former pirates renowned for surviving countless skirmishes, would not miss any chance to strengthen themselves. Arashi then demonstrated the 6 powers' moves and techniques. I'll personally guide you until you fully master them, he promised. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask. Bullet and Crocodile exchanged glances and nodded intently. With a mentor like Arashi, a Marine hero guard disciple, there was no way they wouldn't improve. Watching them practice before him, Arashi couldn't help but smile. He knew that both of them had the potential to rise to the rank of admiral. Although still young, Bullet already possessed the Conqueror's armament and observation haki and was more advanced in haki than Arashi himself, though he lacked strength and endurance. Crocodile had the Sansan fruit, a Logia-type devil fruit, which gave him a unique advantage in battle. Once he improved his combat techniques and haki, he would undoubtedly be admiral material. At the same time, Arashi couldn't ignore the ambitions within Bullet's heart. Since his statement to the world, Bullet had grown increasingly restless, and Arashi sensed that he himself was being pushed towards his own advancement. He looked ahead at the new recruits in training. Smoker, Buggy, T-Bone, each had great potential. Evans also shows strong sniper talent, with his observation of haki showing range capabilities. If he combines it with sea prism stone bullets, Arashi thought to himself, though he knew that even the Marines found sea stone difficult to obtain since the world government controlled its access. Then, Arashi's gaze sharpened. And there's still the matter of Rouge. Roger had passed away, but the secret of his bloodline surviving would soon come to light. Later that afternoon, Arashi gathered Bullet and Crocodile. I have a confidential mission for you, he said. The two glanced at each other, their curiosity piqued. The South Blue, Batarilla Island. Roger left behind his bloodline there, Arashi revealed quietly. Their eyes widened in shock. Roger had a child? Bullet muttered in disbelief. With that woman? Arashi nodded. Correct. So, you want us to take her out? Bullet grinned, finding the mission straightforward. To him, that woman had softened Roger, driving him to surrender to the Marines in his old age. A Roger like that held no appeal for Bullet. Arashi simply looked at him, speechless, wondering what was going through his head. Just us two? Crocodile asked seriously, already guessing Arashi's intentions and feeling the weight of the mission. Roger's bloodline is too important. If we slip up, we're done for. The fallout would be immense. I'll go with you, Arashi replied with a faint smile. But won't your movements be restricted at Marineford? Crocodile asked, hesitating. After Arashi's speech, he became the center of attention in the Marines. Every move he made, every action he took, was bound to be scrutinized by the upper ranks. Arashi's smile didn't falter. Don't worry. As long as a devil fruit is developed well enough and you think creatively, there's always a way around any obstacle. Arashi had spent much time recently thinking about developing his thunder fruit abilities, exploring every possibility. What else could electricity, or lightning, do besides its destructive force? It held other supportive uses as well. In his past life, Arashi knew of a world heavily relying on electricity. Radio waves, electromagnetism, and electropower were used to achieve wireless transmissions, long-distance mechanical control, and the invention of countless electronic devices. With this knowledge as a foundation and his own electric nature, Arashi also envisioned and created new abilities. Not long after, in the astonished gaze of Bullet and Crocodile, lightning surged around Arashi, forming intricate blue sparks that shot into the ground. Electrometallurgy, he said, his gaze sharpening as his hands touched the earth. For the first time, he used this technique, utilizing magnetic fields to locate and attract metal particles underground to manipulate. It was similar to Magneto's ability, though he needed a medium to make it work. A ripple of energy pulsed out, and the ground within a radius of about a kilometer trembled slightly. Soon after, waves appeared in the air. After a few seconds, countless tiny particles began to rise from the ground, coalescing before him into variously sized pieces of metal, each with different hues. Crackle! The lightning around him suddenly intensified, striking the metal before him. Thunder construct, Arashi muttered, watching as the metals in front of him warped and reshaped under his electricity's intense heat and energy. A metallic figure, roughly 3 meters tall and humanoid, took form. Soon, electric arcs surged into the figure's body, sparking across its surface, creating a nose, eyes, and mouth. Within a few breaths, an identical version of Arashi stood before them. "What is this?" Crocodile asked, eyes wide with shock. He was surprised to see Arashi blending metal with lightning to forge a clone, a concept that sparked new ideas on developing his powers. As Arashi observed his successful creation, he let out a relieved breath. While its theory had been sound, putting it into practice wasn't without its challenges. He began controlling the clone using electric waves, which moved stiffly at first. However, as he adjusted the frequency of the electric waves and the amount of electricity, its movements soon became indistinguishable from a real person's. Due to its metallic build, the clone had enhanced strength and could emit a certain amount of electricity for control. To some extent, it was like another version of himself, though without Haki and at only 1/10 of his power. "This is only the first test," Arashi said with a slight smile, "but I can fine-tune it to make it even stronger over time." Then, with a glint of lightning in his eyes, he issued a command. The lightning-wreathed figure began shifting its form, transforming into a Qilin covered in electric light. Under the effects of lightning, it can reshape its outer metal and assume various forms, and it can sense me from a distance. Arashi explained, looking at the two before him. "You two will take this thunder construct to the South Sea. Be discreet and avoid attracting attention." Crocodile and Bullet both nodded. A few moments later, a streak of lightning shot from Marineford, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. "Taking care of this matter with Ace early will fulfill part of my bargain with Roger," Arashi muttered as he glanced at Rosinante and the others nearby. He then resumed instructing his team in Rokushiki techniques, carefully guiding them as they would form his core team in the future. Though they were currently only a small squad, the flames of potential could spread widely in time. Days passed, and on the third day, Marine headquarters received a message that startled the higher-ups. "What? Roger's bloodline has survived?" Sengoku said in shock, staring at the report. "Is this information verified?" "Yes, the intelligence is accurate. It comes from the CP organization under the world government. However, the bloodline's exact location is unknown and requires a thorough search," Sengoku replied solemnly. Zephyr and Garp stood nearby, arms crossed, their expressions grim. "We need to issue orders immediately to hunt down any remnants of Roger's bloodline," Garp declared. According to the world government's instructions, we should also investigate anyone with connections with Roger. Those who need to be detained or prosecuted should be dealt with accordingly, said Sengoku, his voice ice-cold. Understood, Sengoku responded, instantly aware of the weight of the situation. The news had thrown Marine headquarters, which had only recently settled down, back into high alert. That afternoon, additional intelligence was obtained. It's confirmed that Roger was last seen in the South Sea before his death. This news shocked the base. The South Sea? Isn't it the region Arashi was in charge of? Wasn't it there that he captured Roger? Sengoku asked, brow furrowing. Yes, Arashi had overseen the South Sea operations for almost a year. As for whether he captured Roger there, he never mentioned it, Kong replied, glancing at Garp, who remained silent. Deploy our forces to the South Sea, Kong ordered. Additionally, instruct Arashi and his team to head there immediately to investigate the matter of Roger's bloodline. Kong paused, his gaze on Garp. Sengoku, you go as well. Sengoku was surprised by the order, but responded firmly. Understood. Within moments, the Marines sprang into action. Under Kong's leadership, the Marines' swift, decisive approach to their duties was unmistakable. A sweeping operation across the islands of the South Sea began immediately. While Arashi was instructing his team in Rokushiki, he received urgent orders. Already, he muttered, frowning slightly. He hadn't expected the Marines to obtain the information so quickly. Bullet and Crocodile had yet to send updates on their progress with the Thunder Construct. While it could fly, it didn't possess the same speed as lightning. It was more akin to a machine in flight. Training is suspended. We have a new mission, he called, summoning T-Bone solemnly. Arashi vaguely remembered that the hunt for Roger's bloodline had been shrouded in darkness, and this investigation had forced Rouge to carry Ace for 20 months, leading to her tragic death. We need to act quickly, Arashi muttered, eyes flashing. In an instant, lightning arcs flared around him, and a scene played out in his mind, transmitted to him from the Thunder Construct's perspective. It was reminiscent of video technology from his previous life. He and the Thunder Construct were like two connected phones, with himself as the central hub, a practical and effective technique.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.